Namaskar to everyone. Wishing you all a very pleasant morning and welcome to all the eminent guest speakers, the delegates, participants, exhibitors joining us in this three-day conference which we are just about to begin, the exposition. As we have here in this hall where you are present, the joint inaugural session of the 29th Convergence India and the 7th Smart Cities India Conclave. May I request people who are on the other side, just outside the hall, may I request you to please move in, take your seats, have your mobile phones on the silent mode. For 10 o'clock, we are expecting our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs, Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi. She joins us as the chief guest of this inaugural session along with Shri Kaushal Kishore, the Honorable Minister of State for Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. And the other dignitaries. This first session as we start is going to be giving you greater insights into the entire 3 days, how we have curated these 3 days and insights coming from our policymakers and the government bodies. So requesting people to please be a part of this inaugural session. We have this conference and the exposition as we start in a short while from now. As you know, this is India's largest tech and infra expo, and we have the support of ITPO, which in fact where we are presently in Pragati Maidan, the relationship of the Exhibitions India group along with the ITPO has been dating back since the very inception of Convergence India 1992, and it has further grown. We thank them for giving us this state-of-the-art infrastructure, which is presently also undergoing renovation and moving into becoming a world-class infrastructure. As we start, we have almost 800 plus participants. There are 100 startups who are participating. 150 plus speakers are going to be addressing us in Convergence India as well as in Smart Cities. We also in the last day are going to be having the award ceremony wherein we are going to be recognizing the outstanding work which is being done towards making our cities clean, green, resilient and sustainable. That's the Smart Cities India Awards which are going to be presented on the 29th along with the FinTech India Awards, the FinTech Innovation Awards which are going to be presented on the 29th, on the 25th, that's the last day of the expo. We thank all our partners in success, all the supporters, the sponsors who are shown a lot of confidence in Exhibitions India Group, supporting us in organizing this 3-day mega extravaganza. And further, as you can see, we have the support of various ministries of the Government of India, being supported by almost all the major ministries who are supporting Convergence India and Smart Cities India. Almost 150 plus national as well as international speakers. We'll have the Smart City, we have a joint inaugural session here of Convergence India and of Smart Cities India, and post that the Honorable Minister of State External Affairs, she's going to be inaugurating with the ribbon cutting. The exposition is going to be opened, inaugurated, and the Smart Cities Conclave will continue in this hall. The Convergence India sessions are going to be happening in 5A. So people who are part of the mobile and the telecom industry, broadcast and digital media, embedded systems, IoT, enterprise solutions, emerging technologies, they're requested to move into the hall 5A where we will have the sessions for Convergence India. Herein we'll be having sessions towards smart cities. So this is a conference which has been supported by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, the Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, Ministry of Heavy Industry, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Information and Broadcasting, the Ministry of Jal Shakti, the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, of New and Renewable Energy, of Panchayati Raj, of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. All these ministries are supporting the exposition. And we thank all our partners, UNI, KPMG, thanking Hyundai, thanking Unlimited, also Standard Chartered, RISE, all the others who have supported us. This first session, the inaugural session, the joint inaugural session is going to be close to 1 hour. And as I mentioned, post that, the Honorable Minister is going to be inaugurating the exposition. Post that, we'll begin with our sessions here. For smart cities and for convergence, it's going to be in Hall 5A. कम नहीं है लाइट? कैसे हो? ये लाइट बहुत कम नहीं है।
बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है।
ये बंद क्यों कर दी?
बंद कर दिया।
हाँ।
टेस्ट कर रही हूँ। You should get it. You want to work with it? No, I don't. जाना है, उसको बोलो। सुनो जी, हेलो, प्रशांत, ये वायरिंग के लिए चूज कर पाओगे? भाई गर्ल्स भी ओनली कंप्लीट करना है।
ठीक है, मैं करवा दूँ।
कहीं अंदर जाओ तो ठीक है, देखो वो इसकी बड़ी अच्छी से बना है क्योंकि ये बड़ी लोगों को कम इसका भी ले लो और
नहीं
इसको तो फोटो कॉपी करवा के लाते हैं।
So what's on? What time is she coming?
I don't know, they said she's at the gate.
She's at the gate.
That's what I was told. I don't know.
Smarty? Smarty? A very humble request to the people who are seated in the first row. This is actually reserved for the dignitaries, the honorable ministers as they're going to be coming. If you can please take your seat on the second row onwards. Just requesting to keep the first row vacant.
housing and urban development. Even I'm
Ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention, let's join in extending greetings to our Honorable Minister of State for Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Kaushal Kishorji, our distinguished guest of honor for the inaugural session. हम इस सभागार में स्वागत करते हैं हमारे माननीय विशेष अतिथि, हमारे माननीय आवास एवं शहरी विकास केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री श्री कौशल किशोर जी का। Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be starting with the inaugural session. Shortly joining us will also be our Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi, the Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs. She is going to be joining us in a short while from now, but we have a go-ahead from her that we can begin with the inaugural session in the interest of time for everyone. So, good morning to all of you once again. Namaskar. It's a pleasure and a very distinguished honor to be greeting all of you, our Honorable Minister, sir, the Honorable Ambassadors of various countries, and all the other captains and leaders of the industry from the tech and the infra world, all the delegates, participants, exhibitors. Welcome to all of you to India's largest tech and infra conference, and this is the joint inaugural session which we have of the 29th Convergence India, which is reshaping, redefining the digital landscape. Along with we have the 7th Smart Cities India conclave, which is redefining our Indian smart cities, and then we have the 22nd edition of India Soft, which is a platform towards promoting the Indian software. So it's a pleasure to have you in this joint inaugural session. I'll just take a few minutes to let you know about our conferences for this is the joint inaugural session. Now, Convergence India was launched in the year 1992, and this, as the very name suggests, this converges the various innovative technologies, concepts from the world of mobile and telecom industry, from the broadcast and the digital media, embedded systems, IoT, enterprise solutions, emerging technologies. Smart Cities is a very recent one. It was launched in the year 2015, and it integrates the various transformative information and communication technologies in urban development for optimizing resources and towards developing smart, resilient, more productive, more efficient and more sustainable cities. And India Soft is a platform which showcases the software from our Indian software giants. It's a platform towards, again, forging alliances and partnerships. So we have the Indian exhibitors here, and we have the foreign buyers joining us, and it's going to be a platform towards taking this relationship further. So we are sure that this mega event which we have of the 3 conferences, if you see, is actually a showcase of the transformative and progressive 21st century India, which is defining a smart, connected, digital, resilient and a sustainable future. And it becomes very important in this very year, for as you know, India is celebrating its 75 years of our independence. We are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and therefore it becomes a platform for us to showcase to the world the immense developments and strides which we have been able to make as a nation in these 75 years, and then look into the future in setting our milestones, setting our pathways, our timelines in achieving the India at 100 vision. The vision which has been given by our Honorable Prime Minister, which talks about not only a progressive India, but India becoming a global leader, and India which is sensitive to the climate change, and an India which is self-reliant. So the focus is also more towards being vocal for local and local for global. And in all this, technology has been kept at the forefront. Technology is at the center of all the transformation. Further, we've also seen, all of us have experienced that the pandemic has also put the technology at the center stage for all the transformation, be it the way we commute, the way we communicate, the way we work, and the others. So we are sure that these 3 days with all the experts and the policymakers, we are going to be able to draw a framework for placing India as a leader across sectors and our commitment towards a more climate sensitive development. So with that introduction to the 3 days, we now begin with our inaugural session. As I mentioned, we are really honored to have our Honorable Minister of State for Housing and Urban Affairs, our distinguished guest of honor, Shri Kaushal Kishore ji joining us. और सभी की तालियों के बीच मैं उनका मंच पर यहाँ पर स्वागत करती हूँ. May I also request Mr. Sandeep Narula, the Chairman of the Electronics and Computer Software Export Promotion Council India, to please grace the dais, inviting Mr. Bimal Kumar Dubey, the General Manager, ITPO. We thank him also for all the support. They are our co-organizers with us. Mr. Puneet Narayan, the partner KPMG India, who are our knowledge partners. Ms. Chandrika Behel, the Managing Director of the EI India Group, and Mr. Dhruv Behel, the Director, EI India Group. So this is, as we take this inaugural session, as you know, the theme which we have is using technology.
Mr. Gurmeet.
Mr. Gurmeet Singh, if I can request him also. Yeah, he's there. He's there. So using technology to power development, and towards that we invite the insights, the views, the thoughts and the way forward from our distinguished speakers here. We're going to be looking into understanding more of the India at 100 vision, the National Urban Digital Mission, taking learnings beyond smart cities for urban development, how to actually leverage technology towards making our cities truly smart, cutting-edge technology towards facilitating development, and the moot question, will 5G be able to empower our citizens and take us in realizing the India at 100 vision? So these are some of the discussion points for the inaugural session. And with that, at the very onset, from the organizer's side, from the Exhibitions India Group, I request Mr. Dhruv Behel, the Director, EI India Group, for his opening remarks for the inaugural session.
Thank you. I'm just going to use the chair, if you don't mind. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 29th Convergence India, 7th Smart Cities India, and 22nd India Soft Expo. Thank you for your presence here this morning. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. Ms. Chandrika Behel, Managing Director, Exhibitions India Group. Mr. Gurmeet Singh, Executive Director, Electronics and Computer Software Export Promotion Council. Mr. Sandeep Narula, Chairman, Electronics and Computer Software Export Promotion Council. Mr. Bimal Kumar Dubey, IAS, General Manager, India Trade Promotion Organization. Mr. Puneet Narayan, Partner, KPMG in India. Shri Kaushal Kishore, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And we are awaiting the arrival of Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of External Affairs. Thank you all for your presence here this morning. As a post-COVID world finally appears to be emerging, the past 2 years have demonstrated the importance of building a digital and smart India. The role of technology cannot be overstated in combating the COVID-19 pandemic. Command and control centers in smart cities across the country have doubled up as COVID war rooms, and the communications infrastructure that kept us all connected over the past couple of years was a literal lifeline. The coronavirus pandemic and the recent geopolitical events have also demonstrated just how interconnected the world really is. Convergence India and Smart Cities India have a legacy of being platforms that foster growth and accelerate nation building. As early as 1992, Convergence India heralded the telecom revolution in India, while the Smart Cities India Expo, since 2015, has supported the Smart Cities mission in the country. This leading platform not only showcases the latest technologies, but also demonstrates where and how these innovations fit into a smart and sustainable ecosystem. Our aim remains to contribute to India's growth story and provide a platform to showcase brand India. As the latest innovations aim to improve the quality of life, it's the Indian citizen who benefits from advancements in technology and planning. Such meaningful engagement as this expo provides is a foundation stone towards achieving a future in which we create a more sustainable blueprint for society. With 800 participants, 100 startups, there's an incredible amount of diversity on the show floor. And I encourage you to spend some time post this session exploring the exhibits over the course of these 3 days. We also have an extremely engaging, high-level, 3-day conference program with sessions on technology and smart cities running in parallel in Hall A and Hall B. We are currently in Hall B. Hall A is in Hall 5 at the other end of the expo. We also have an innovation stage that will host some special sessions and startup pitching competitions over the course of the next 3 days. At the conclusion of this expo, we hold the Smart Cities and FinTech India Innovation Awards to recognize the work being done across the country to build a digital and smart India. We close the expo with a number of awards and incubation opportunities for the participating startups and end with a special award and cash prize, the Prem Bahal Excellence Award in memory of our late chairman and my father, who always championed innovation and the entrepreneurial spirit. Once again, I'd like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais and wish all of you all the very best for the next 3 days. I'd now like to request Mr. Dubey to give his welcome address.
थैंक यू ध्रुव। आज के कार्यक्रम के सम्मानित गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर श्री कौशल किशोर, माननीय राज्य मंत्री, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन अफेयर्स, भारत सरकार, मंच पर उपस्थित मिस्टर ध्रुव बहल, डायरेक्टर एग्जीबिशन इंडिया, मिस्टर संदीप नरूला, द चेयरमैन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड कंप्यूटर सॉफ्टवेयर एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन काउंसिल, मिस्टर पुनीत नारंग, पार्टनर ऑफ KPMG, और हम अपने मुख्य अतिथि श्रीमती मीनाक्षी लेखी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स, वी आर वेटिंग फॉर हर टू अराइव, श्री गुरमीत सिंह, द एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड कंप्यूटर सॉफ्टवेयर एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन काउंसिल इंडिया. And I am very proud that ITPO has joined hands together with the Exhibition India Private Limited to organize this mega event in the newly furnished, refurbished, newly constructed, air-conditioned halls of Indian Trade Promotion Organization. I take this opportunity to introduce you to the venue which we have developed with the able initiative of Honorable Prime Minister. Now, this exhibition area has around 75,000 square meters of air-conditioned exhibition halls. Very shortly, we are coming up with the convention center, which will be an iconic building, first of its kind in the country, where we will be having around 21 various sizes conference halls. There will be a hall which will be having the sitting capacity of around 7,000 packs at one go. We will have an amphitheater with a sitting capacity of 3,000 packs per show. So with this kind of mega infrastructure being developed by the government of India, it gives us the opportunity to the business community of this country, which has been very rightly put here, vocal for global, vocal for local and local for global. This convergence event, I am told this is the 29th edition of Convergence India, and it is the 22nd of the India Soft and 7th edition of Smart City. As we all know that Smart City is one of the greatest initiatives started by Government of India. It is not only for improving the urban infrastructure in the country, but it is also to uplift the whole living standards of the Indians. And so far as software is concerned, I remember a book written in 1980s, The World is Flat. And in that book, the author is quoted as today in 1980s I am talking about. He says, as the Japan is known for its cars today, a day will come when the India will be known for its software. So that is the leaps and bounds development of the software industry, which is very well showcased here. And I really assure you that with this kind of venue and with this kind of conglomeration of the companies here, we have a separate setup of startups which will also showcase their skills, which is a real display of what the India is going to be. And it is an opportunity for the countrymen to show that where we can go. So I thank you all for coming here and giving me an opportunity to welcome you, and I hope that this event will be creating a landmark for the development of the industry, development of the urban infrastructure, development of the software, and at the same time it will showcase the best opportunities which are available for the trade and industry. I see the foreign delegates here. It gives us an opportunity to interact with them and tell them that this is what is available and this is what is there in the offering. So I wish the organizers all the very best and hope that this show will come up a long way. And I thank you all and I welcome you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Dubey, for your key insights into these three conferences, and thank you for your association with the Exhibitions India Group and introducing us also to the state-of-the-art and newly renovated world-class infrastructure, especially as we are talking about focusing Brand India. ITPO, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, is the premier trade promotion council of India under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and it's a space where we can showcase to the world Brand India. So thank you, sir. And now I would like to request Mr. Sandeep Murula, the Chairman of Electronics and Computer Software Export Promotion Council, a council which has been promoting the software export from the country. And we thank them again for the association. This is, as we said, the 22nd edition of India Soft, and this time they are associating with the EI Group. Thank you, sir. Your views, sir.
Thank you. Chief guest of the day, Ms. Meenakshi Lekhi, Honorable Minister for State and External Affairs and Culture, Government of India. We're still waiting for her. I hope she comes up before we end the program. Guest of honor, Mr. Kaushal Kishore, Honorable Minister of State for Housing and Urban Development. Ms. Chandrika Bahel, Managing Director, Exhibition India Group, our valuable partner for the event. Mr. Vimal Kumar Dubey, Director ITPO. Mr. Gurneet Singh, Executive Director ESC. Mr. Puneet Narang from KPMG. Mr. Dhruv Bahel, Director Exhibition India Group. We have Excellencies Ambassador from various countries, senior officials from the different departments of Government of India and the state governments, past chairman ESC and members of the executive committee of ESC, delegates from India and abroad, members from the media, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. I join Mr. Dubey and Ms. Chandrika in extending very warm welcome to all of you here today. In fact, a lot of our delegates have traveled from world over despite the travel restrictions and pandemic constraints. I warmly welcome all of them here. Welcome to India, land of opportunities, rich culture and heritage. I extend special welcome to our Honorable Minister, माननीय कौशल किशोर जी, जिनकी पार्लियामेंट में बहुत व्यस्तता है आज, उसके बावजूद उन्होंने अपना कीमती समय आज इस प्रोग्राम के लिए दिया, इस कार्यक्रम के लिए दिया। मैं उनका हार्दिक धन्यवाद करता हूं और उनका स्वागत करता हूं। Actually, it's a great source of encouragement for all of us to promote ICT in India. In fact, talking of ESC, we have been doing this for almost 3 decades now. And this India Soft is into 22nd edition. This year, India Soft has seen little change. Instead of going solo, we have aligned ourselves with Convergence. Of course, with the background of pandemic, but with a very clear objective to give scale to the event, bring more opportunities on the table for the stakeholders today and next 2 days. In fact, both the shows are such that they complement each other. And for the delegates also, when both the shows, who are leaders in their respective domains, bring a lot of offering, a lot of products, solutions and services which are unique. And that gives clear value addition to the delegates, not only for today, but also for the future, and especially after the pandemic. Talking of pandemic, of course it was very, very painful. Never imagined that this is going to happen. We only read in the history books that this happened once in 1917, and which had a collateral damage world over. India also lost about 17 million people back then in 1917. But we learned a lot from this pandemic also. And I would like to highlight 3 things which we learned from the pandemic. First, it prepared us to face uncertainties and challenges, which probably we never did in the past. We never expected it. Second, it gave the importance of digital revolution, digital technologies role to overcome the physical constraint. In fact, because of digital technologies only we could live the way we lived during the last 2 years, walk the way we could walk during the last 2 years. Just imagine if there were no digital technology or not to that scale, what would happen? Whole of education would have collapsed, medical system would have collapsed, businesses would have collapsed. This shows the importance of the digital revolution that has been going on, and I am very sure event like this would enhance such revolution, enhance such transformation. Third, research and development. Of course, it has its own importance always. But especially during this period, we have seen continued R&D with disruption, with future in mind, is going to play a very, very critical role. And for any and every organization, this has to be an ongoing affair. In fact, this has given us the way forward. This has given us how to move forward and churn our portfolio, churn our services in a way that it becomes more futuristic. Talking of ESC, ESC was incepted in 1986. And when it started, we had only few $1 million of export, that to very limited geographies, merely to the US market. And in this year, we have done exports of $160 billion, which speaks true volume of the success that Indian software industry, ITS has played. In fact, ESC has been working with the industry in many ways. India Soft is only one of them. We have been doing a lot of programs in India. We have been participating in a lot of programs overseas and taking our companies from India to tap to the market, target markets. And this has resulted into the results, no doubt. We have seen smaller companies taking such heights in last 10 years, 15 years and created the space for them. talking of government support, I would like to highlight since 2014, we have seen tremendous support from the government, out-of-box thinking, and more of solution-oriented. Back to back, realizing that where we are lacking, Indian government has come with various production-linked incentive schemes, which has yielded great result for us. I will just give you one example. We used to be net mobile importer in India. Despite the size, we were importing the mobile phones. Because of PLI, today we have become the net exporter of mobile phones in India. And we are not stopping here. We are working on various verticals of technology, electronic hardware, medical, and bringing the changes. I am thankful to very visionary thoughts that are provided by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the government led by him, which works so closely with us, which listen to us, which gets into solution mode and give us what we want so that we can take the things in better way. In fact, during the pandemic, Honorable Prime Minister Modi gave a call, Atmanirbhar, self-reliance. And that was echoed by the masses. In fact, we at ESC further expanded that call and we said, Atmanirbharta se niryat ki raha, from self-dependence to exports. And I am very pleased to share with all of you today that ventilator, which was the lifeline for all of us, and we were the net importer. In fact, we were the importer of ventilator. We were dependent on market overseas for even the basic life support system ventilator. During the last 2 years, I am very happy to share with you that we are the exporters of ventilator. And not only ventilators, we have started exporting the testing equipment, including the RT-PCR, and various such medical electronic products are being exported by us. This transition happened during the last 2 years. Having realized the importance of innovation-led growth, our Honorable Prime Minister gave very good support to the industry, and for the first time in the world, we have come out with a $10 billion incentive scheme for setting up semiconductor fabs in India. And I am very glad to share with you that 6 of the companies have already expressed their interest in setting up the fabs in India for the semiconductor. That speaks how to get the self-dependence, Atmanirbharta. And as I said, future growth has to be innovation-led. And what important, that MSME sector plays very critical, important role in this innovation-led growth, and for that our government has come with a DLI scheme, that is design-linked incentive scheme, wherein they have given the budget allocation of 10,000 crores for mainly the MSME sector. I am thankful to Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Minister, and the entire government for bringing in disruptive changes, positive changes in such a way that we can grow, we can excel. And we not only meet the needs of our country, but go global. We have a real bright future where India could play as in software, the capital of the world. We are foreseeing India would play the role of world capital, not only in software, but in various technologies. IoT, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, machine learning, you name what, blockchain, big data, whatever. And this is the event where a lot of our companies have got niche offering. In fact, I am pleased to share with you that there are about 30 new product launches going to happen over the next 3 days here. And I would like to request delegates who have come, especially from the world over, to look for partnership. Now, we are open to not only make in India for the world, we are open to having partnership with you, looking for joint venture, looking for whatever arrangements that you two together can work to bring the change in our respective markets. I am very sure that these 3 days now would enable that, bring the changes and bring the futuristic approach in each one of us, especially when we see new launches, futuristic product here. I know I've taken more time, but I could not stop myself from expressing what I thought is there and to be there. I would like to conclude with only one statement, that ESC is there, not only during the India Soft, especially for the foreign delegates, I would say. Of course, our members know us. You are free to use our services continuously during the year. We have special desk for supporting international businesses. The way forward would be to work with you and also enable Indian industry for going global. In fact, I just missed one thing. ESC has launched 4 incubation centers in 2 markets. We have come out with 2 incubation centers in North America, 1 each in East Coast and West Coast, and 2 in United Kingdom. We have enabled soft lending for 20 of our companies in the 4 incubation centers, and each year we will be taking 20 companies to these markets, and this will happen for 3 years and maybe more if government allows. This is all because of the active support from the Government of India, visionary thoughts of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his cabinet colleague. I thank you, all of you, for listening to me patiently. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Vimi, I'm taking 1 second. I just wanted to say that, Mr. Narula, your passion is infectious, and while digital communication has been our lifeline for the last 2 years, the reason that physical platforms such as the expo that we are organizing over the next 3 days are so valuable, and the presence of all of you sitting here is so valuable, is because this level of passion is something that you can't really communicate over a computer screen. So thank you for that, and thank you all for being here.
Yeah, very rightly put across. This passion is definitely going to be driving this association also. First time we're doing it with ESC India. And thank you, Mr. Narula, for citing here the very vision and mission of ESC India and the promise which India Soft brings to this conference. And now I would like to request Mr. Puneet Narang, partner KPMG in India, to address this August gathering. They are our knowledge partners, so a lot of key insights coming from them.
Thank you so much, EIG. Thank you so much, the organizers. It's an absolute pleasure and a humble to be a part of this dais and this panel. Warm welcome one more time to the Honorable Minister of State, the other dignitaries on the stage. We're of course expecting the chief guest, Ms. Meenakshi Lekhi. Thank you, Dhruv, Shri Bipul Kumar Dubey ji, and Mr. Sandeep Narula, who have spoken before me. I'm going to try and keep this very, very brief so that I don't stand between you and Minister Sir's address. But what is important for me is that this forum, which brings together businesses, government, private players, and global players to this common platform, and the theme of convergence, or what you saw, the ability for us to intersect across these various streams is what will hold the key for the future. And if I zoom out very quickly, you know, this year we do celebrate 75 years of independence in India. 30 years plus when the country opened up from the 91 reforms, where we have seen a significant shift. 39 years when India won the first World Cup in 1983, and 11 from the last one in 2011. That's important to us. And we are seeing our women's team do well also going ahead. Also, you know, 25 years from now, I will turn 69, so I want to secure my own future, and similarly, each one of you sitting in the room and your future generations. It is in our hands what kind of a country and what India at 100 can we create. And as KPMG, I think we've taken upon ourselves to set the right discourse, what drives our conversations as stakeholders, because from that actions emerge. While governments and you know, both state and center, they devise our policies, but what will emerge will be a result of the implementation and actions, and an inclusive approach where you and I, where each stakeholder will have to play their own part, becomes very, very important the way we see it. So as KPMG, we've kind of defined these next 3 days agenda, certain themes, and I'll touch upon a couple of those. But I zoomed out, I'm zooming back in again. We have seen the last 2 years of the pandemic, we are emerging from that. The next 3, 4, 5 years, as a nation, we plan to get to the $5 trillion economy mark. There are a lot of hurdles in front of us. If you want to take a 25-year view, it is important that you take the first few steps correctly. And for that to happen, our immediate implementation of what's been defined as key policy programs becomes very, very critical. Tomorrow we will also release our thought leadership, which talks about, you know, the key aspirations or the imperatives into which this framework has been built in. And if I were to cover this very briefly, we apply 4 lenses to it. Some of those you saw in the video that was streaming earlier. Economic, most important, money has to be at the center. Environmental, technology, and social. While technology is the theme today, I think it's very, very important that for our cities, which have to become economic powerhouses to drive our nation forward, the social aspect is put at the center also. And why do I say that? Because the cookie cutter approach of the West or standardizing everything may not work. India as a nation has its own heritage, each city has its soul. It will be important to understand that and stitch that into the technology, the policy, the environment, the economic lenses. And you will see livability as a theme, soul and heritage as a theme, as a part of that frame. So I touched upon social or the soul. The other 3, which are also important, is economic. And a shift that's happening on the economic lens is that we are becoming more and more responsive to the individual, citizen centricity. So the age-old agenda of 5-year programs and then being implemented is shifting to a more agile and a responsive approach. where quick feedback loops, which technology has enabled, are going to drive how we position policy and position implementation plans. So integrated planning is going to become critical. Socioeconomic surveys are going to be at the helm of it, and an inclusive approach to delivering, whether it's technology, whether what we are doing in building infrastructure, our airports, our metro stations, our cities, is going to become much more integrated and far more citizen-centric and a services-oriented approach. Moving to the environmental aspect, I think we have seen at COP26, we are seeing post-pandemic that climate is going to become into action, is going to come to the center stage. I've just been told that we need to wrap up, so I'm going to make it really quick now. So environmental, economic, technological and social, and in technology is going to shift purely towards data-driven, digital and analytics-led decision-making. With that said, let me just say that there are sessions planned around mobility, citizen centricity, governance, so on and so forth over the next 3 days. And I'm sure that with each one of those sessions, we will deep dive into these themes. But that's important to set the discourse for the next 3 days. With that, let me break away from here and invite Honorable Minister of State, Shri Kaushal Kishorji, to the stage for his address.
So thank you for those key insights. It stands extremely important coming from our knowledge partners, for it is based on a lot of study and research by them. और अब हमारे विशेष अतिथि हमारे माननीय आवास एवं शहरी विकास राज्य मंत्री श्री कौशल किशोर जी को मैं आमंत्रित करती हूं कि अपने विचारों से हमें अनुग्रहित करने के लिए।
आज का ये स्मार्ट सिटी का जो एक्सपो है, इसके ओपनिंग सेरेमनी में हमारे बीच में मिस्टर ध्रुव बहल जी, श्री विमल कुमार दुबे जी, मिस्टर संदीप नरेला जी, मिस्टर पुनीत नारंग जी, चीफ गेस्ट हमारे बीच में अभी नहीं पहुंच पाई है, मीनाक्षी लखी जी आ रही हैं, गुरमीत सिंह जी और चंद्रिका बहल जी, यहाँ पर उपस्थित विभिन्न देशों से आए हुए हमारे सम्मानित अतिथिगण, और इसमें अपना स्टॉल लगाए हुए कई विभिन्न प्रदेशों से आए हुए हमारे अधिकारीगण जो स्मार्ट सिटीज को देख रहे हैं, ऑडियंस में बैठे हुए सभी लोग, पत्रकार बंधु, स्मार्ट सिटी की कल्पना आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने 2015 में इसको शुरू किया और हमारे देश में 100 स्मार्ट सिटी बनाने का टारगेट तय किया, लेकिन वो 100 स्मार्ट सिटी चयन करने में 2015 से 2018 तक के समय लग गया, 3 साल में। कौन कौन से शहर स्मार्ट बनाने हैं, फिर उसके बाद जो है अभी उन शहरों को स्मार्ट करने के लिए डेट भी आगे बढ़ा दी, 2023 तक उन्हें स्मार्ट सिटी बनाना है। कंप्लीट स्मार्ट सिटी वो बनने के तैयार होने हैं। इस तरह का टारगेट माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने तय करने का काम किया है। अभी मैं विगत 7 जुलाई 2021 को
मैं उसी हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन डेवलपमेंट का MOS मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट माननीय मोदी जी ने मुझे बनाया, और तब आके मैंने भी इसमें देखा कि जो स्मार्ट सिटी है उसमें क्या क्या करना है, कैसे करना है। अभी फिर उसके बाद पहली बार अमृत 10 योजना लागू की गई, SBM 10 योजना लागू की गई। अमृत योजना के तहत जो है शहरों से पानी निकासी, सीवर लाइन डालना, कचरा मुक्त बनाने के लिए SBM 10 योजना लागू की गई। उसके लिए कुछ शहर चुने गए। अब अभी विगत 1 अक्टूबर 2021 को माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अमृत 20 और SBM 20 योजना लागू की, जिसके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा पैसा देने का काम किया, और ये हुआ कि अब जो स्मार्ट सिटी हैं उनके साथ साथ में करीब 4700 या 4800 जो शहर और हैं, नगर पालिकाएँ हैं, नगर निगम हैं, नगर पंचायत हैं, ऐसे शहरों को भी उसमें चुना गया स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के तहत कि उनको गार्बेज फ्री बनाना है, कचरा मुक्त बनाना है, पानी की निकासी होनी चाहिए, सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगने चाहिए, जो पानी यहाँ इकट्ठा होता है उसको फिर से शुद्ध बनाना है। और केवल ये नहीं कि पानी निकासी है या गार्बेज फ्री करना है, बल्कि उसको इस तरीके का एक स्मार्ट सिटी बनाना है जिसमें सारी सुविधाएं उपलब्ध हों, प्रदूषण ना हो। उसके लिए बेहतर होगा कि वहाँ के जो व्हीकल चलें वो या तो CNG गैस से चल रहे हों, या जो अलग से इलेक्ट्रिक वाले वाहन हों ऐसे चल रहे हों, जिससे प्रदूषण मुक्त शहर भी बने, स्मार्ट सिटी बने। डिजिटल के एरिया में जाए तो सारी सुविधाएं वहाँ पे उपलब्ध हों, टेक्नोलॉजी हमारी आगे हो, और इससे लोगों को रोजगार भी मिलेगा अगर इसको सही तरीके से लागू करेंगे। वैसे स्मार्ट सिटीज़ में ये लागू किया गया कि जो स्मार्ट सिटी चुने गए हैं या SBM 20 में जो शहर चुने गए हैं उसके तहत डोर टू डोर कचरा को इकट्ठा करना है कि बेल बजाएंगे और कचरा घर में इकट्ठा होगा, वो लोग उठाएंगे, अपनी गाड़ी पे ला देंगे, ले जा करके उसको एक जगह कलेक्ट करेंगे और फिर उसका अलग से गार्बेज को ट्रीट करेंगे फिर से। तो इस तरीके का एक योजना पूरी तरीके से बना करके किया गया है। इसमें इंदौर सबसे आगे निकल करके आया, जो अभी तक के उसको कई बार से लगातार फर्स्ट स्थान मिलता रहा, लेकिन इसमें कुछ कमियां भी आई हैं। जब स्मार्ट सिटी चुने जा रहे थे तो उसमें मैंने देखा कि एक पार्ट को स्मार्ट सिटी चुन लिया। जैसे मैं लखनऊ का रहने वाला हूं, मैंने पहली बार जो स्मार्ट सिटी की बैठक की हुई तो मुझे मालूम हुआ कि एक पार्ट चुना गया स्मार्ट सिटी का, और वो भी इस पार्ट जितना चुना गया वो पूरे शहर का मुश्किल से 10% भी पार्ट नहीं होगा, 5% का पार्ट होगा। तो एक पार्ट स्मार्ट सिटी बना देने से वो स्मार्ट सिटी नहीं बन जाएगा। हम स्मार्ट सिटी चुने जा रहे हैं, मालूम है कि हमको पूरे शहर को स्मार्ट बनाना है, तो पूरे शहर को हम टारगेट लेकर के चलेंगे, बना करके उसके हिसाब से उसका मैप बनाएंगे, उसके हिसाब से उसको ठीक करेंगे, तो बेहतर तब जाकर के वो स्मार्ट सिटी बनेगा। भले हम उसका एक मॉडल अगर प्रस्तुत करना चाहते हैं तो मॉडल प्रस्तुत करने के लिए वो छोटा सा मॉडल नहीं दिखाएंगे, हमको पूरे शहर को एक मॉडल के रूप में दिखाना होगा। और अगर पूरे शहर को हम मॉडल के रूप में दिखाएंगे तब लोग, दूसरे शहर के लोग हमसे इंस्पायर होंगे। और अगर एक शहर में ही थोड़ा सा हम दिखाएंगे पार्ट तो उस शहर के लोग ही इंस्पायर नहीं होंगे। ये ध्यान में रखना है, हमारी एनर्जी को हम बेवजह वेस्ट मत करें हम इसको सही जगह पे पूरी तरीके से काम करने का काम करें। तो पूरे शहर को कैसे, पूरे शहर का पानी निकासी कैसे होगी, जो रेन वाटर है वो कैसे निकलेगा, जो घर से पानी निकलता है उसकी सिस्टम क्या होगा, सीवर लाइन का, सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट जो लगते हैं वो लगाने का। तो केवल उतना क्षेत्र नहीं जो स्मार्ट सा बना हुआ है, उसकी गलियां ठीक हों, उसकी सड़कें ठीक हों, उनको सुविधाएं भी उपलब्ध हों, पढ़ाई लिखाई के भी पूरे सिस्टम वहाँ के ठीक हों, हर वो सुविधाएं वहाँ पे उपलब्ध होनी चाहिए जिससे हम उसको कहें कि एक हमारा मॉडल है, और एक ऐसा मॉडल है कि केवल हिंदुस्तान के लिए नहीं बल्कि पूरी दुनिया के लिए हमारा एक मॉडल बन करके तैयार हुआ। इस तरीके का हमको स्मार्ट सिटी बनाने के लिए काम करना होगा। इसमें हमारी सरकार, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी काफी पैसा भी देने का काम कर रहे हैं, काफी धन इन्वेस्ट करने का काम इस पर कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उनका जो सपना है उसका पूरा करने के लिए हम सब लोगों को पूरी मुस्तैदी से लगना ही होगा और तभी कर पाएंगे। जैसे कि देखा जाए कि ये टाइम इतना, स्मार्ट सिटी केवल 100 चुनने थे और उनको चुनने में 3 साल का समय क्यों लग गया? मैं समझता हूं उनको डिसाइड करने में अगर 10 दिन मान ले तो बहुत था कि इस शहर को स्मार्ट बनाना है, वो 3 साल चयन करने में लग गया, तो इतना समय तो बेकार का चला गया ना। उस समय में जो पैसा खर्च, कम पैसे में काम हो जाता वो इतना समय में नहीं हो पाया। तो महंगाई भी उससे अगर कहीं पे बड़ी, कुछ चीज़ों को रेट उसके बढ़े तो हमारा काम करने में भी प्रॉब्लम आएगी। तो अभी 2023 तक के ये 100 शहर हमको स्मार्ट सिटी बनाने हैं और जो करीब SBM 2.0 के तहत लगभग 4700 शहर चुने गए हैं स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के तहत, उसमें भी हमको काम करना है कि उन शहरों को भी हम एक स्वच्छ तरीके के बनाने का काम करें। हमारी सरकार ने तय किया है कि कोई भी व्यक्ति आवास जो है सब लोगों को मिलने चाहिए। शहर में जो लोग भी रह रहे हैं उनके पास अपना एक भूखंड है, प्लॉट है, तो उसको 2.5 लाख रुपए हमारी सरकार दे रही है कि आपके पास अपनी जमीन है तो 2.5 लाख रुपए लीजिए और अपना मकान बनाइए। शौचालय के लिए भी पैसा दे रही है, अगर शौचालय नहीं बना है तो उसके लिए भी पैसा देने का काम कर रही है हमारी सरकार। एक घर में अगर 2 लोग रहते हैं, एक को प्लाट मिल गया है, एक को मकान हाउस मिल गया है और दूसरे को भाई को नहीं मिला है, तो उसको मकान के ऊपर मकान बनाने के लिए भी उसको पैसा दिया जा रहा है। तो ये जो योजना हमारी सरकार की है वो ये है कि शहर में, हालांकि ग्रामीण के लिए भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया, उसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण आवास योजना लागू की, शहर के लिए प्रधानमंत्री शहरी आवास योजना लागू की। स्मार्ट सिटी का मतलब है कि एक भी व्यक्ति का घर झोपड़पट्टी का नहीं होना चाहिए, मलिन बस्ती जितनी भी है सब में पक्के घर आवास बनने चाहिए, आवास बनने चाहिए, उनकी पानी की निकासी, शौचालय, उसमें लाइट, उसमें बिजली, उसमें चूल्हा, सारी चीजें उनको उपलब्ध होनी चाहिए। और उनको स्मार्ट सिटी केवल घर बन जाने से नहीं है, पानी की निकासी से होने से नहीं है, सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लग जाने से नहीं है, बल्कि प्रत्येक घर में कम से कम एक व्यक्ति कमाने वाला होना चाहिए। उसके लिए उसको रोजगार देने के लिए कौशल विकास योजना लागू की, प्रधानमंत्री मुद्रा लोन योजना लागू की और गरीब महिलाओं के लिए उद्यमी बनाने के लिए प्रत्येक बैंक से एक महिला को, और जो सबसे ज्यादा कमजोर तबके के माने जाते हैं वो SC समाज के लोग, शेड्यूल कास्ट समाज के लोग, उन लोगों को एक बैंक से एक शेड्यूल कास्ट को और एक महिला किसी वर्ग की हो, उनको उद्यमी बनाने के लिए, कल कारखाने का मालिक बनाने के लिए 10 लाख से लेकर के 1 करोड़ रुपए तक बगैर गारंटी का लोन भी देने का काम हमारी सरकार कर रही है। आप सोचिए कि इसको सही तरीके से अगर कर लें, जिम्मेदारी जो अधिकारियों की है अगर उसको सही तरीके से निभाए होते तो अब तक 1,36,000 बैंक हमारे देश में हैं, ब्रांचें, तो 1,36,000 महिलाएं उद्यमी और 1,36,000 वो दलित समाज के लोग, यानी 2,72,000 उद्यमी बन जाते। 10 लोगों को अगर काम देते तो 27 लाख लोगों को रोजगार देने का काम करते। तो इस सरकार की हमारी जो योजना है वो केवल स्मार्ट सिटी बनाने के साथ साथ लोगों को रोजगार भी उपलब्ध कराने की योजना है कि वहां पर कोई भी व्यक्ति ऐसा ना रहे कि जिसको उनको खाने के लिए चीजें ना मिले। इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2014 में पार्लियामेंट में पहली बार ये बोला था कि हम चाहते हैं कि सन 2022 तक, इसी साल में, अंतिम व्यक्ति जो आर्थिक रूप से कमजोर है उसके पास अपना निजी घर हो, उसमें चूल्हा हो जो सुबह शाम जलता हो यानी उसको रोजगार हो, उसमें बल्ब हो जो 24 घंटा जलता हो यानी उसके लिए बिजली भी मिले, और उसमें नल हो जो पानी देता हो यानी पानी पीने की व्यवस्था, रोटी कपड़ा मकान सारी चीजें उसको उपलब्ध हो, शिक्षा भी, बीमारों को इलाज भी, ये सारी चीजें उपलब्ध होगी तब हमारा शहर स्मार्ट शहर कहलाएगा, स्मार्ट सिटी कहलाएगा। इस तरह का मॉडल बना करके तैयार करने का काम करना है। इसमें हमारी सरकार अच्छी तरीके से काम कर रही है और हमारे लोग भी काम कर रहे हैं, हमारे इंडस्ट्रीज भी इस पर बहुत अच्छा काम करने का काम कर रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अभी 15 अगस्त को बोला था इस पे लाल किले के मैदान पे, वोकल फॉर लोकल। वोकल फॉर लोकल का मतलब है कि हम स्थानीय चीजों को, अपने छोटे छोटे कुटीर उद्योग खोल करके और अपने सामान का प्रचार खुद ज्यादा करें, जो हम उत्पादन करते हैं उसका प्रचार इतना ज्यादा करें कि वो हमारे देश में बिके और हमारे देश के लोग उसको खरीदें, और उसकी बेहतर कितना बेहतर है उसका प्रचार करना है। वो वोकल फॉर लोकल इसलिए है, उसके बारे में बताना, लोगों को बताना। अभी कुछ लोग अपने को बड़ा स्मार्ट समझते हैं और बड़ा वो समझने लगते हैं कि अगर इंपोर्टेड कपड़ा पहने हुए हैं, इंपोर्टेड सामान लिए हुए हैं, तो दिखाने का प्रयास करते हैं लोगों का, ये बाहर का है, ये फला कंट्री का है, ये फला कंट्री का है, ये फला कंट्री का है। हमें गर्व महसूस करके ये बात करनी चाहिए कि हमारे देश का बना हुआ सामान है जिसको हम यूज करने का काम कर रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी का ये कहना है वोकल फॉर लोकल, और वो सामान हमें इतना बनाना है कि हम लोकल फॉर ग्लोबल के लिए जाए, यानी पूरी दुनिया में हमारा जो सामान है वो बन करके जाए, हमको बिके, हम तमाम सामान एक्सपोर्ट कर सकें दूसरे देशों में। अगर इतना हम कर लेते हैं तो हम आर्थिक रूप से मजबूत होंगे और हर तरीके से मजबूत होंगे, और हमने अपने राष्ट्र को, अपने देश को इतना मजबूत खड़ा कर सकते हैं कि दुनिया में हम सर्वश्रेष्ठ गिने जा सकते हैं। बुद्धि में हमारा देश पीछे नहीं है, आदिकाल से हमारे देश के लोग बुद्धिजीवी रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारे देश के लोगों को जो प्रतिभा है, उस प्रतिभा को एक साजिश के तहत उसको कमजोर करने का प्रयास भी किया जा रहा है। ये भी ध्यान में रखने की जरूरत है। अब तमाम मैं इधर जो है मैं बात किया, कई मुझे लोगों से, एक नशा मुक्त समाज आंदोलन में चलाता हूं। मेरे खुद के एक लड़के की डेथ नशे की वजह से हो गई 28 साल में, और तब से मैंने एक नशा मुक्त समाज आंदोलन अभियान कौशल का शुरू किया मैंने। तो मुझे कई एथलीट्स के फोन आए मेरे पास जो वो नेशनल एथलीट रहे हैं, और अब वो नशे के चक्कर में फंस करके वो एक पैसे के लिए मोहताज हैं। जो नेशनल एथलीट्स रहे, आप समझ लीजिए, वो उनकी ये स्थिति हो गई, नशे ने उनको बर्बाद कर देने का काम किया। तो हमारे यहाँ की जो प्रतिभा है, एक साजिश के तहत कुछ लोग जो है नई पीढ़ी के लोगों को नशे में डालने का लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं। जैसे पंजाब है, आपका हरियाणा है, आपका हिमाचल प्रदेश है, कभी सेना में 25 से 35% लोग भर्ती होते थे, आज नशे की वजह से 5% लोग भर्ती हो पा रहे हैं। इसलिए स्मार्ट सिटी बनाने के लिए हमको ध्यान में रखना है कि उन स्मार्ट सिटी को हम स्मोक फ्री, एल्कोहल फ्री और ड्रग्स फ्री भी हम उसको बनाने का काम करें। स्मार्ट सिटी को ये भी टारगेट लेकर के चलने का काम करें। अगर ये टारगेट हम लेकर के चलेंगे कि नहीं, हमारे शहर में, हमारा स्मार्ट शहर है, यहां पर कोई भी स्मोकिंग नहीं करता, अगर ऐसा करें तो पर्यावरण से भी बचेंगे। और स्मार्ट सिटी बनाने के लिए स्मार्ट बॉय बनाने, स्मार्ट मैन बनाने, स्मार्ट लेडी बनानी, गर्ल्स बनानी, स्मार्ट पर्सन बनाने। स्मार्ट पर्सन का मतलब है कि वो कोई भी ऐसी चीजें यूज नहीं करता जो उसके शरीर को भी नुकसान करती हो और बीमारी को पैदा करती हो। ये भी हमको बना करके लेकर के चलना है। ये चीजें अगर धारा लेकर के चलेंगे और इसको टारगेट करेंगे, मैं समझ रहा हूं कि हम स्मार्ट सिटी के साथ साथ स्मार्ट कंट्री बनाने का काम करेंगे। स्मार्ट देश बनाने का काम करेंगे और अपने देश को दुनिया में एक मॉडल की तरीके से प्रस्तुत करने का काम करेंगे। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं आप सब लोगों का, आभार व्यक्त करता हूं इसके लिए कि आपने जो इसके लिए अच्छी बिल्डिंग्स, स्मार्ट बिल्डिंग्स इंडिया बनाने का, क्लीन इंडिया बनाने का, स्मार्ट एनर्जी इंडिया बनाने का, स्मार्ट वाटर इंडिया बनाने का और स्मार्ट आपका जो एनर्जी बनाने का जो भी कर रहे हैं, हम सब आपके साथ मिल करके एक दूसरे के साथ हमको इस देश को बनाना होगा, क्योंकि जिन कंट्रियों ने सब लोग एकजुट होकर के अपने देश को बेहतर बनाने का काम किया वही उन्नति की है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक नारा दिया मेक इन इंडिया का, आत्मनिर्भर भारत का। आप याद करिए ये नारा 1947 में होना चाहिए था, ये 2014 में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दिया। आत्मनिर्भर भारत का नारा प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दिया। उदाहरण अगर मैं दूं तो जापान जो है 1945 में जब वहां पर हिरोशिमा नागासाकी में परमाणु बम डाले गए तो ध्वस्त जापान हो गया था, मगर वो सब एकजुट हुए, वहां की सरकार, वहां की मीडिया, वहां की सरकारी कर्मचारी अधिकारी, वहां की जनता, सबका एक ही लक्ष्य मेक इन जापान। और वो जापान जो है जब अपने को बना करके खड़ा करना किया तो उसने बुलेट ट्रेन भी बना ली और टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में पूरी दुनिया में नंबर 1 पे चला गया। हम 1947 में आजाद हुए, 2 साल बाद हमसे चीन आजाद हुआ और उसने मेक इन चाइना का नारा दिया और मेक इन चाइना के तहत उन्होंने प्रोफेशनल एजुकेशन भी शुरू की और वो चाइना आज पूरी दुनिया में हमारे देश को भी उसने मार्केट बना करके रख दिया। हम होली दीपावली के जो त्यौहार मनाते हैं, तमाम सामान हमारे देश में वहां से खरीद करके आता है, बिकता है, दवाएं वहां से आती, तमाम चीजें वहां आती। हम ऐसे क्यों नहीं कर सकते थे? इसलिए कि उन लोगों ने नारा दिया अपने देश को बनाना, खड़ा करना है, तो सब लोग एकजुट हुए, चपरासी से लेकर के IAS अधिकारी तक, मीडिया से लेकर के जनता तक, सरकार से लेकर के जजेस तक, सभी लोगों का कि हमको चीन को बनाना है, अपने देश को बनाना है। हम अपने देश में अपने देश को बनाने के लिए अपनी जिम्मेदारी को निभाना है, मेक इन इंडिया भारत को बनाना है और आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना है। इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा वोकल फॉर लोकल, अपने देश की बनी हुई चीजों का प्रचार करना, उनको यूज करना है और इतना ज्यादा बनाना है कि हम लोकल फॉर ग्लोबल के लिए चले जाएं। हमको इस लक्ष्य को लेकर के चलना है और इस लक्ष्य को लेकर के प्रधानमंत्री की जो मंशा को लेकर के चलने का काम करेंगे। हमारी आपकी सबकी जिम्मेदारी सामूहिक बनती है कि हम एक उद्देश्य के लिए मिल करके काम करें। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी आपके बहुत ही कंस्ट्रक्टिव विचारों के लिए और एक बहुत ही सोचने पर मजबूर संदेश के लिए। जैसा कि आपने कहा कि शायद 75 साल पहले हमें काफ़ी कुछ काम शुरू कर देने चाहिए थे, पर फिर भी अभी एक नई सोच के साथ हमें आगे बढ़ना है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने हमें SDM 2.0 और अमृत 2.0 की तरफ जो भारत सरकार की सोच और विशेष रूप से हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो दृष्टिकोण है, जो मंशा है, सोच है, विजन है, उसको हमारे साथ साझा करने का। और जैसे कि आपने कहा कि ज़रूरत है कि जब हम अपने स्मार्ट सिटी के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं तो वो स्मार्टनेस सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी तक नहीं रहे, पर वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, वाटर मैनेजमेंट और जैसे आपने कहा कि लोगों को भी स्मार्ट बनाना, स्वास्थ्य की तरफ, अल्कोहल फ्री, तो ये सब सोच लेके हमें अपनी स्मार्ट सिटीज़ को बनाना है। और आपने ये भी कहा कि स्मार्ट सिटीज़ की जो मंशा है, वो सोच है, भारत को स्वावलंबी बनाने की तरफ भी है, साथ साथ एक राष्ट्र प्रेम जागृत करने की तरफ भी स्मार्ट सिटीज़ की मंशा और जो सरकार की मंशा सोच है। और रोजगार भी इससे काफ़ी सृजित होगा। ये सब हमें जानकारी देने का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और अब मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी श्री गुरमीत सिंह जी को, एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर ESC इंडिया, धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव रखने के लिए।
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to propose a hearty vote of thanks to all of you. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. So I feel honored and privileged to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion of convergence of technologies, convergence of so many technology shows at one place. Friends, you would agree that we had a wonderful session that has set the right tone for the meaningful deliberations and exchanges over the next 3 days. Our special thanks to Honorable Shri Kaushal Kishore Ji, Minister of State for Housing and Urban Development, Government of India. Sir, thank you very much for making it convenient to be with us this morning and sharing your valuable thoughts. Your words will continue to inspire us and will guide town planners and industry alike. Thank you very much, sir. My sincere thanks to R. Vibhu Nair ji, our Executive Director for ITPO, for being a fine host and making it convenient to join us this morning. Sir, let me congratulate you at the revamping of Pragati Maidan at a global standards, which will continue to play an important role in exhibiting advancements made by India in the world. Thank you very much, sir. Our special thanks to Pune ji. I misspelled the name, Bimal Kumar Dubey ji, GM ITPO. My special thanks to you. And our special thanks to Puneet Narang ji for sharing his thoughts and insights today morning. Special thanks to our chairman, Mr. Sandeep Navula. Sir, you have been a guiding spirit behind all of our endeavors and have been a source of strength to all of us. While preparing for the current edition of IndiaSoft, you were a constant source of guidance and support. Thank you very much. My sincere thanks to Chandrika ji and Dhruv Bahl ji, the leadership at Exhibitions India Group. It has been a wonderful experience joining hands with you and bringing two technology-related events together. I sincerely hope this partnership grows in years to come for the benefit of industry as a whole, and our heartiest thanks to our friend Dhruv. His innovative ideas have been of a great help in organizing this event. I would also like to thank senior officials of various ministries of the Government of India as well as state governments who are present here. Special thanks to those who have traveled all the way from different parts of country to be part of this gathering, and my sincere thanks to different departments and state governments for supporting the current exhibitions. Particularly, I would like to sincere thanks for Department of Commerce, Government of India for supporting the 22nd edition of IndiaSoft. I would feeling in my duty if I don't acknowledge presence of senior members of our executive committee who are present amongst us. Thank you so much for being with us. My sincere thanks to all the delegates, exhibitors and excellencies who have joined us today. Perhaps without their active participation, the entire exercise would have remained meaningless. My special thanks to international delegates who have braved the COVID scare and have traveled all the way to join us this morning. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated officers and staff in our council, Vikas, Vikrant, Asad, Rawat and all other team members. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond every comfort. I also like to thank the team of Exhibitions India Group, especially Sanjay Sharma ji, who have standed with us all the way and shouldered with us in making the events a great success. Thank you everyone and wish you a limitless networking and business opportunities during the next 2 days. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, for your heartfelt words of thanks for everyone. And now to propose a vote of thanks from the Exhibitions India Group, may I request Ms. Chandrika Bahel, the Managing Director, and also to express gratitude and appreciation to our guest speakers.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to have you here today and to present the vote of thanks. But in the interest of time, I'm going to cut them very short. I know our minister has to leave for Parliament soon. So can I request Mr. Dubey if he'd present a small memento to Manya Mantri Kaushal Kishore ji, please. Sir, Mantri ji. सर आपके आने से पूरी प्रदर्शनी की गरिमा बहुत बढ़ी. थैंक यू. Can I ask Dhruv to present a memento to Mr. Dubey for all of ITPO support and guidance at the show? And once again, I'd like to thank all our partners, ESC, KPMG, all the various government ministries, all of you here today for being present. The show is fantastic in our mind. We have a lot for you to see, so I hope you'll spend a lot of time here. The next session starts very shortly, so do stay with us. Mr. Kunal Kumar, who is Director for the Smart Cities Mission, will be giving a keynote address in the next few minutes. So thank you very much. And lastly, can I give a memento to Puneet, our partner from KPMG, and then can I invite everyone to cut the ribbon, please?
और अब माननीय मंत्री जी से निवेदन है कि अपने कर कमरों द्वारा रिबन कटिंग का इस प्रदर्शनी का उद्घाटन करने के लिए. तो देखिए सभी, जैसे कि हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा से कहा है कि सबका साथ सबका प्रयास के साथ, और सभी के यहाँ पर होने के साथ माननीय मंत्री जी के द्वारा इस प्रदर्शनी का शुभारंभ, उद्घाटन, और अब एक बार पुनः हम माननीय मंत्री जी का विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद करना चाहेंगे. हम सभी का मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए एक नई सोच, एक नई दृष्टिकोण देने का, स्पेशली जब हम स्मार्ट सिटीज, स्मार्ट शहर, स्मार्ट ग्रामीण, इसके विकास की तरफ अपने यहाँ पर डिस्कशंस करेंगे, उसके बारे में हमें जानकारी देने का, हमारा मार्गदर्शन करने का, हमें प्रोत्साहित करने का उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 10 minutes of short break, and then we are going to be starting here with the Smart Cities Conclave. Real apologies for the delay, but something which was not in our hands, and we'll try catching up during the sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly take your seats. We are going to be starting with the Smart Cities conclave here. And shortly joining is the respected Joint Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, who is going to be delivering his keynote address. And that's going to be then followed by a panel discussion. So may I request you to take your seats. Once again, request to have your mobile phones in the silent mode. And we should be good to start as the Joint Secretary joins us.
No alcancé a tomar la foto yo. Porque estoy cagado eso, ¿no?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be starting here the Smart Cities conclave. And shortly joining us will be the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. As soon as he joins, we are going to be starting with this session. May I request all of you to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Mr. Kunal Kumar, the Joint Secretary and the Mission Director of the Smart Cities Mission, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Now, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Prime Minister has spelled out the India at 100 vision. And as far as the India at 100 vision for the infrastructure is concerned, it is towards the development of our urban infrastructure and the development of the future-ready urban spaces, which is a major area of focus, alongside also extending the best of the facilities to our rural India. Further, we've also seen that the pandemic has definitely given us a lot of lessons to rethink, to rework on how we shape our smart cities. Especially we have seen that the pandemic has identified a lot of technological gaps and inequalities across cities all across the world. The governments around the world are now thinking and working on the smartening of the cities and towards sustainable communication. There has to be a linkage between the management, between technology and between the leadership. So the Smart Cities Expo, it integrates these transformative information communication technology in the key pillars of urban development, and the pillars are green building, clean energy, transport, environment, water, and accordingly we have curated these sessions. And the Smart Cities mission, as you know, was launched in India in 2015. So with that respect, we are entering the 8th year. It was launched in June 2015. We are entering into the 8th year. So the question arises, we started with a target of 100 smart cities. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has now scaled it to 4,000 plus cities to be developed. We are talking about India becoming a $10 trillion economy by 2030. We are talking about having this growth as in a sustainable manner. by reducing our carbon footprints, going on the path of decarbonization. So the moot question is, where do we stand? Our approach towards building our city smart, where do we stand? And as we scale up to the 4,000 plus cities, what is our readiness towards it? What are the issues and challenges? What is the government's thought on it? That's what we are going to be first hearing from our keynote address speaker, Mr. Kumar, the Joint Secretary and the Mission Director of Smart Cities Mission. May I request you, sir, for your keynote address.
How do I click it? So a very good morning to everyone here, Smart City champions, crusaders, I think most importantly believers in this concept of smart cities, which is what brings the crowd here and such luminaries as all of you are in your respective fields to such conferences. I must congratulate the organizers for organizing a very well organized, I think a lot of value that one can gain apart from your own field of work, coming to these conferences and seeing the stuff that is showcased here. So I will essentially a keynote, I will basically unlock through my keynote of whatever kind it is, the session which is going to follow, which is a deeper session on discussion on smart cities. I will just give a brief snapshot of the smart cities mission. I understand all of us look at smart cities in very different ways. So please pardon me if you think that this is one way of doing it. Of course, there are many other ways of doing it. But let's see what we have been able to collectively as a team been able to achieve as far as the mission smart cities goes so far and what lies ahead. So a brief glimpse of that is what I'm trying to present. As we know, our ministry is working on many different programs, and these programs almost reflect a pyramid where a few programs are across the country, which is, you can see in the red. The Smart Cities program is in 100 cities, and there are specific interventions in urban transport which are happening in 27 cities. So this is the overarching framework of Government of India's approach how to support the urban story in the country. And if you look at smart cities itself, it's focused on these three broad aspects. And I'm sure all of us understand that it's about improving what we do with our lives, how well we live in our cities. It's about providing economic opportunities, improving productivity, improving investments and promoting jobs. And it's also about sustainability. And these 5 pillars at the bottom essentially are the ways to affect positively the outcomes in the top 3 outcomes. And hence the Smart Cities mission, when it was launched in 2015, it did not start with any template. And it said that local constituents in a city, local stakeholders will decide what smart cities mean for them. And what emerged as a collective aggregate at the national level was 100 smart cities and 5,000 projects and close to around $27 billion of investment. But this was completely bottom up. Nothing was planned at the central level. It was a brief guideline that was issued, and then subsequently everyone in the cities and states created these projects. So the 6 principles which emerge as the macro of what happened in these 100 cities at the micro level is that every city is aspiring to achieve more from less. There are tenets of cooperative and competitive federalism. All of us know that competition was the way of selection for the first time. No other urban program has had competition as a way of selection. You have to put the citizen at the core, and all of us here, I'm sure, belong to great industries, great academic institutions, great governments, but all of us are citizens in the first place. And if we put ourselves at the center and then see what cities mean to us, that's what the smart cities are trying to do. Then, of course, integrate, innovate, and build sustainable approaches. This is one of the fundamental principles. Technology, a lot of it is getting deployed, but we all are conscious that it's a means. A very responsible way of using technology has to emerge. It should not be the goal. It has to be a means to achieve a goal. And convergence is very importantly built into the Smart Cities program. You have to get convergence from public and private sources of funding, public and private sources of experience, expertise. Also about various programs of government as well as funding sources have to come together. So these principles are basically what constitute the fundamental approach to smart cities. And 2,05,000 crores, where it is getting spent. As far as today, if you see, I'll just show in a future slide how much of this has actually come on ground, but this is the breakup. And 4 rounds of selection. A lot of emphasis on selection. 3 years, the entire selection process went about. This was not a normal business as usual program where you started first day, approval, tender, work order. No, here there was a process of going to the citizen, going to the stakeholder, talking, understanding, exploring what is needed for your city, and then you create your proposals, participate in a challenge, win the challenge, go ahead and form your company, then start the work. So there is a lot of process here where I'm sure all of us know that just go, project doesn't really help. You have to create processes, which is one of the fundamental, differentiators of this mission. And more than crore people actually engaged in these cities while the proposals were created. So today, out of the 2,05,000 crores, roughly around, we are reaching the 2 lakh crore target for tendering. So practically all the works have been tendered. Almost 85% of the works are now on ground, and 30%, 1/3 of the projects are completed. And we are close to around 15 to 16 months yet to go for the completion of the mission, which is in June 2023. So if you see linearly, you will say, well, this seems to be underperformance, but there is no linear graph which describes the journey. It's an S curve. There's a lot of learning in the beginning, and there's a sharp up move which happens later, which we are now experiencing, because all the cities are now on the ground, completing their projects, executing their projects, and this is going to very soon be a very different picture where completion will be very high in coming 6 to 8 months. Some snapshots. This is how Kumbh was managed this year through the use of technology with less than 1/10 of the resources normally used to manage something like this. These are the kinds of spaces that are emerging across the country where citizens are coming in and redefining how you engage with places. So you can call this an intersection, but you can also call it a place where you want to be, just sit around. It's an intersection, but you just want to be there to experience the beauty of it. So, and then, public-private partnerships, about 20,000 crores of public-private partnerships have been actually completed, projects have been completed. So the mission clearly stands out in the urban domain of how it has been able to engage public-private partnerships. And then, of course, water, smart roads, we still call them roads. I hope very soon we move to calling them streets, because street seems more humane in nature. And that's where when you call it a smart road, it's a smart road because it invites people of all abilities and ages to be on the road, to participate in what being on the road is all about, and also it enables all modes of transport to use the road in an equitable way, which is where we are moving towards this entire movement towards building smart streets, complete streets. Then solar projects, and today we have close to 30,000 crores of the 48,000 crore that the government of India has to give has actually been given to cities. So we are 60% plus on the ground as far as expenditure is concerned, and we should be able to reach that target within the defined timeline of June 2023. These are the 5 programs, just to give you an idea of how the mission has been agile. When COVID struck, all of us felt that public transport was getting hit, and people wanted to go out, but in safe manner. People wanted to go back to public transport, but they wanted safety because of social distancing and other, disease-related issues. So we pivoted, and the mission launched these 5 sub-programs in 2020 as a response to the pandemic, where we are now promoting cycling, now promoting walkability, eating smart. Smart nutrition is one of our focus areas. Nurturing neighborhoods, how do you create neighborhoods where people want to go and enjoy and spend some time, and also how do you bring people back to public transport, which is transport for all. So, this is a glimpse of transport for all success stories. Aurangabad, a city which did not have a public transport to begin with, now has a very good, thriving public transport system. Cycles, about around 100 cities participated, and now close to, I think, 400 plus kilometers of cycle tracks have already been created in pilot conditions, and more than, I think, 10,000 kilometers of cycle tracks sooner than later are getting planned in these 100 cities. Then neighborhoods, how do you transform, places which are lying for good no use, and in fact, people are getting trouble because of the miscreants who may be occupying those spaces, or garbage which may be occupying those spaces. You reclaim places. You reclaim such abandoned places for public realms to create places where people can actually enjoy, have yoga sessions, have dance classes, create some meditation spots, or just child and adult recreation areas. So this is what is being trying to be done in nurturing neighborhoods. And then of course I talked about streets. And the Eat Smart Challenge, where we are supporting cities in developing smart nutrition plans. Then we have another challenge-based program. It's called Cities. This is another program which we have within the mission, a sub-challenge within the main challenge, where 12 projects were selected. These are funded by the French Development Agency. We created this sandbox to be able to, test out some ideas of mentorship, project development processes, of doing pilots in a different way. So, created this sandbox, and cities as that sandbox. So this is one project where the complete municipal school system of Chennai is getting revamped. Then, Amritsar, if you happen to go to Amritsar sometime, in the next few months, you will see a sort of public transport system driven by auto rickshaws. You don't imagine that, auto rickshaws is there, but buses are public transport for all of us. But here, auto rickshaws, which are electrified, the women of these 18,000, the women in the households of these 18,000 auto rickshaw drivers are getting trained in jobs. So it has transformed from being a rickshaw project to a social transformation project. And this is Agartala in the northeast, where the entire river stretch in the city is getting revamped to become an ecologically friendly zone where the city reclaims the river, and it becomes a much happening place to live in. And a lot is being talked about technology and smart cities. I don't have many slides for that purposefully, because otherwise we feel that technology is all that is getting invested in. Of the 2 lakh crores that is the investment in the smart cities mission, around 15 to 20,000 crore is direct investment in technology, which is less than 10%. So, but that augments, that supports the investment in infrastructure, that supports the investment in human resources. For example, we are investing in producing more health benefits for slums. Now, if a slum health worker goes to a household, if he or she can carry a tablet and directly link to a telemedicine facility, that's use of technology which augments the capability of a human to deliver solutions. That is the kind of technology we are looking at. Smart classrooms, smart health. Then the ministry itself has set up an urban observatory where we do a lot of data analysis of what is happening in the ecosystem, so that our own policies and our own programs are more evidence-based. And then we are the largest consumer of India. Government of India's open data portal, close to 5 lakh and almost 1 lakh downloads in the last year or so. And we are constantly upgrading our presence on open data. All the cities, by the way, just to show a glimpse of what happened. 2016 we had one city which had a data officer, and today all the 100 cities have data officers. Cities beyond the smart cities are now have data officers, they have data offices, and now actively sharing data with the people. So see the change that happens in 5 years. And then this cutting edge urban data exchange that we have created, this is something that now Ministry of IT is adopting as a national data exchange. It's different from the open data because this one is for safe and secure transmission of data between two users who don't want the third to get into the picture. So let's say you are an application developer and two other people who are custodians of data. You want to work together on creating an application. The three of you can create a space within the urban data exchange to exchange data and create an application which can be put out in the public domain. That's the kind of cutting edge solutions that are coming out. Then the command control centers. And a big benefit of the command centers was experienced during COVID when they were converted into war rooms across all the cities. This is how you repurpose technology. This is how agility and adaptability works. If you are a smart city, you should be able to use the same infrastructure for COVID, same infrastructure for managing disasters, same infrastructure for managing grievances and property tax. You should be able to repurpose, which is what our cities were able to do. And the 4-quadrant framework for handling pandemic communication. How do you do two-way communication during the pandemic? Information collection, management of a lot of issues, and a lot of city representatives who are here. They are the best place to talk about these issues. Preparedness. How do you use predictive analytic capabilities? So these 4 quadrants of work happened during COVID. A lot of investment in IT, surveillance cameras, adaptive traffic control, integrated transport systems, environmental sensors. A whole lot of them have got deployed across the country. We are now moving into 4,000 towns and cities, the 4,800 small and big towns and cities of the country, and the National Urban Digital Mission has been launched, which aims in the next 5 years to have a sustainable move towards online services being offered in at least 6 or 7 key areas in all the 4,000 towns in the country. So hopefully by 2025, when you visit a small town and you want a certificate or a license or something to do with that city, you will be able to get it without being in a line. You can access it from any part of the world. You can pay for it from any part of the world. That's the move that we are now moving from. So this is where we say that the mission is now transforming into a movement, because the mission started with 100 cities and now it's moving and spreading its wings to 4,800 cities of the country. And I want to skip this detailing of NADM basically. What I will emphasize here is there is a 3-pillar approach when we use technology. One is the people pillar, the second is the process pillar, and the third is the platform pillar. So it's a 360-degree approach. You can't think of technology as a point solution. You have to think of investment in people to handle technology and to use it responsibly. You have to invest in processes to be able to create an environment of an ecosystem of approach. Otherwise, if you don't have an SOP, you don't have integration mechanisms between different departments, you still continue to use data at the front end but nothing at the back end. And then of course the platform approach. So all that is there in the National Urban Governance Platform, which is part of the NUDM. I'm just skipping these slides. This is another area we have ventured into where smart cities are working directly with academic institutions. IITs, SPAs, CEPT, other institutions of the country are working with us to, as we speak, they are documenting around 75 plus smart city projects as case studies. This is where we are building literature in the Indian context. This is where we are building literature on the ground. Students and professors are working with city teams on the ground and creating case studies in smart city projects. This is something which is going to be of great value to future planners, the future engineers who would be actually experiencing projects live while they are studying, and then will have a different way of looking at things when they come out of college. And a lot of emphasis on public-private partnerships. 22,000 crores of private partnership projects have been completed. And we have also ventured into building capacities. So we have a strong fellowship program, close to 200 fellows already. They come from across the world. We've had Japanese fellows, we have Mexican fellows, and they come and work with us for 1 year, create solutions, and all the solutions they create are put on an open source repository. I'm not sure all of you know GitHub, but there is a Government of India repository also which is called OpenForge. So there all these open source solutions get put up, and we train these individuals as youth leaders in smart cities going forward. They are the guys who will become the next CEOs, the next planners and so on. We have this program called Tulip, where we provide internship to young graduates. Some of you, if you have your sons and daughters who want to work with urban local bodies in smart cities, this is where you should go to. It's a simple portal. Anybody you know who wants to, you want to suggest this thing, it's a 5-minute job to enroll yourself here. You get an offer. Close to 3,500 interns we have already trained in the country in the last 1 year of operation of this program. We've set up 2 centers to support climate work, as well as the Center for Digital Governance to support the digital work. These are places which are now created at institutions which will take the work that we have started further. It's about creating it's about creating those spaces where this work will keep going on and it doesn't get stopped because of a mission coming or going. So all of you who are thinking what's going to happen next with smart cities, you be rest assured that smart cities movement is here to stay. in this form or the other form, that form will emerge because the current mission is till June 2023, but sooner than later we will discuss how this will go ahead, and all of you will be part of the discussion. We believe in open processes, participative processes. We will be on MyGov, we will be on SmartNet, asking you what you feel, and then we will create the template for the next mission. So I want to skip most of this. This is just detailing 5 assessment frameworks. Now again, emphasis on outcomes. You must have heard about the ease of living ranking. So we do this every year. We do a municipal ranking every year from the Municipal Performance Index. We rank cities on their maturity on using data. Now we will move into calculation of city GDP, and also we've been ranking cities on the way they move on climate indicators. So these 5 assessment frameworks have been developed by the Smart Cities mission and are now being used. This year we would be ranking not only the 100 cities but 250 cities across the country. So this is last year Bangalore and Shimla had come number 1 in the million plus and the million minus category. Similarly in Indore and NDMC, Indore was the million plus, NDMC was million minus, the best city in the municipal corporation category. This is the outcome on the data maturity framework, and in the climate smart cities, how the cities have performed. So all this is extreme hard work which is done by people who have been trained and who are professionals who keep doing this every year. And we have partnerships with about 80 different organizations across the world on the climate initiative. And so this is how we manage the mission. It's a complete geographical information management system where everything is real-time available to all the system partners. This is a peer-to-peer learning platform. A great impetus in the mission is about peer-to-peer learning, about learning from each other so that everyone doesn't need to reinvent the wheel. And we are part of the International Smart Cities Network, where the 10 countries are actually participating in creating a lot of capacity building and knowledge management tools. We are the host for this network for this year. And this is the Smart Code website I was talking about. So I'll probably this will go endless. I'll stop here with this final slide. This is an award we give every year for the best projects and best innovations. I would like to tell the esteemed audience here that from this year onwards, award categories now include the industry. So from this year onwards, industry also will be felicitated for the best work they are doing in smart cities. Academic institutions will be felicitated. So all that is in the next version of the India Smart Cities Award, which is now next month. We have a conference in Surat where we will be launching that edition in which those award categories will be announced. So these are glimpses. Okay, so I will stop here. I'm sorry I have taken a lot more time, but that's how it is when you give the floor to someone, they just stick to it. I'm thankful for inviting me, and I hope the great conference all success. I wish all of you continue to work in the smart cities domain in the country with great zeal and enthusiasm. The mission, the concept needs a lot more participation, and I'm sure all of you will feel satisfied to see the results that are coming up in the country, in all parts of the country under the Smart Cities program. Thank you so much for inviting me, and all the best to you for the conference. Thank you so much.
So thank you, sir, for giving us key insights into the Smart City mission as it started in 2015 with 100 cities, and now as we are making it a movement, taking it to 4,800 cities. The very comprehensive account of the approach, the promise of these cities, and how we are going to be taking this, making these cities more people-centric, having a heart and a soul, and driven by technology. Thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate a small token of our gratitude and appreciation. Thank you. So So, ladies and gentlemen, respected Joint Secretary has already spelled out what the promise of these 4,800 plus cities, smart cities, is going to be, the approach which the government is intending to take. So, as we take this Sankalp now to the Siddhi stage, the mission to its implementation stage, making it a movement, we now have this panel discussion with our key speakers. Basically doing a little critical analysis during this discussion, what's on the paper and what's actually the reality. Has the smart cities mission achieved its objective? When we started with the 100 cities and now thinking of 4,000 plus, but where do we stand in the 100 cities? So we do a critical analysis, lessons what we have learned from these 100 smart cities, scaling up now to 4,800 smart cities, the urban responsibility towards ESG. Again, taking the theory of ESG more into the action stage for more value addition, from meaningful change to measurable values now, and how to ensure city remains smart in perpetuity. It's not just for the time being, but it's a sustainable model we work on. I would like to invite our session moderator first here to take center stage, Mr. Ashutosh Kapoor, the Associate Partner, KPMG in India. Our speakers, Mr. Dharmendra, he's an IAS, Chairman, New Delhi Municipal Council. Mr. Rahul Kapoor, the Director, Smart Cities, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Dr. Sanjay Kolte, the Chief Executive Officer of Pune Smart City Development Corporation Limited. Mr. M. Nagaraj, Director Corporate Planning, Housing and Urban Development Corporation, and Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary, the Vice President Corporate Affairs, HR and Company Secretary, NICDC Limited. We'll also have a window for the Q&A at the end of the panel discussion. So with that, we are good to begin with our discussions, and I hand over to the moderator, requesting Mr. Kapoor to take over from here.
Thank you very much. An absolute privilege to have all of you here today. Good morning, and very inspiring session from Kunalji just a few minutes back. I mean, the whole idea of institutionalizing 100 smart cities in a country, paving the way forward or the roadmap, envisioning all of that for the future, I think is very inspiring. I would only incrementally add to what I felt as a citizen when this entire scheme has been on for the past couple of years, is that it has instilled that sense of belief and that understanding with the rest of the citizens in terms of what to expect out of a smart city. What is it that we want as a future? Now, I think that sense has propagated not many more questions, intensive participation in this whole process, and it is driving more solution-oriented approaches towards making the life of the citizens better in our cities. So as the title also suggests, from a mission to a movement, these cities were started as lighthouse projects to inspire what should be the key development around different areas, and now then taking it forward to 4,000 plus cities and towns in the country. So with that said, as a context, of course, scaling up to that level requires a lot of learning that has happened over the past couple of years. Giving that as a background, let me start with Rahul, two questions I have for you. The first question is what Kunalji just mentioned about the Urban Data Observatory. I may not be taking the appropriate name, but I think you have the sense on that. What we would be keen to know would be some insights in terms of this big data that has come through with all these smart cities into play, how we are processing that and how we are using that as an evidence-based policy-making model. Could you share some insights and give some examples as well in terms of how this is coming to life for us?
Thank you so much, Ashutosh. So the whole journey started I think 2016 after the mission was announced, and actually all the cities started investing, a lot of technology started getting invested in the cities, and we had integrated command and control centers as probably the flagship project. And with all these ICCCs also came a lot of data, and data, of course, we say that it is the new oil.
New oil, yeah.
But very frankly, it was more like gold, because normally oil flows and we would want data to flow, but lying around in silos, probably you could not really come out with those kind of insights or use cases that you would want with the combinatorial power of data. And that's what the challenge was. And accordingly, what the mission did was started with the Data Smart City strategy, wherein we talked about the 3 Ps that Mr. Kunal Kumar talked about people, getting the right kind of people in place who understand the world of data and technology. Filling in the processes on how to handle data, how to collect data, how the data will flow from one source to another, how to build alliances around data, because all this data which is lying with the various government departments or even outside the government departments, how do you build a network so that the flow of data happens and you really realize the true potential of that? And using technology platforms as the enablers. So some of the platforms that were talked about, like the Open Data Platform, the Urban Data Exchange Platform, which tries to catalog data, create an access control, secure mechanism for data exchange to take place. And along with that, slowly and slowly, people started realizing, the city officials started realizing that what is their role in this overall data play. So starting with one city data officer in 2016 to 100 city data officers, the first question they asked was, what is the role of a city data officer? And that takes time. The whole idea of capacitating the people there in the cities, getting a team of people who understand data, building their capacities, and after that the use cases started coming in. So just to give a few examples, the combinatorial power of data that we talked about. So in the city of Surat, wherein the bus transit system was operated by multiple vendors who were having their own fare collection system and bus routing system, they decided to exchange the data. Thanks to an access control protocol that was built, which is the India Urban Data Exchange, because normally you would not see too many people willing to share their data due to various reasons, be it of commercial value, be it of confidentiality in nature. So when this data exchange happened, it created beautiful use cases that enabled or enhanced the lives of the citizens when they were using public transit. In the sense that now with a system that was basically collecting the fares and the system that was basically planning the route of the buses, the combined data could actually help you predict what would be the occupancy of the buses. And that was a use case that was very helpful to cities. Okay. Similarly, in the city of Vadodara, so you had ambulances in the health system that were running with GPS systems on board, and you had a separate independent ITMS or a traffic management system that was running on a separate data platform. Again, the combinatorial power of data through an IODX exchange net layer that was created, wherein using this GPS technology and the ITMS system getting integrated to it, you could actually control the red lights the moment it detected an ambulance within its range or vicinity. These are just few of the examples, but overall when you see that slowly and slowly the city users started sharing these data, starting to use that data for their own evidence-based planning. For example, in the city of Mizoram, wherein they actually predicted the procurement of buses was planned because they could actually use a data case and build around it. How property tax increased in some of the cities due to the whole power of data. So slowly and slowly you will see that these use cases that are being built, they will get replicated in cities other than the 100 cities, because as you mentioned, as a lighthouse, the whole idea is to create demonstrable, replicable models. Right. But there also has to be a strategy for scale up, the strategy to basically percolate this information down to the other cities, total 4,800 that are there in the urban ecosystem.
Great. Thank you, Rahul. I think this is very insightful, at least to know that how what was conceived a couple of years back is actually translating into real models on ground and actually is helping, devise newer strategies and better policies to propagate this entire mission. Continuing with you, Kunalji also mentioned that there is a large set of repository that has been created now. There are various institutions which are working together with us, documenting various case studies, across multiple pillars which are the foundation of the smart city mission. And so many cities, it will be quantum amount of data and learning that could have come through.
But now when we are looking up to scale up this entire mission to a movement of 4,000 plus cities and towns. What would you say would be some of the key learnings that have come through, how they need to be planned in for our roadmap for the future, so that each of these cities and towns are able to represent the concept of smart cities, as they say? So views from you on that, please.
So, of course, as was mentioned in that presentation, doing more from less.
Yes.
The whole concept of affordable excellence, that means something that is excellent but also affordable, that would benefit all the users and would be available and accessible to them. The software elements in terms of not only core infrastructure that is getting deployed in cities, but also in terms of behavior change, the kind of advocacy, the kind of way people design streets, the way people or city planners design their cities. All that are the software elements that are key or core principles of Smart Cities mission that need to be percolated down to the entire ecosystem. We did release a document or a roadmap on how to make a city smart. That was released last year. It has a step-by-step guide on what are the building blocks to making a smart city. And it is a journey, but the idea is that you have to basically focus on three key principles and three key enablers to become smart. One, of course, would be the capacity of the people who are going to be working there, and that by capacity I do not only limit myself to the government authority which is there in the city, but also the entire ecosystem of stakeholders from the academic institutions who we are partnering through the SAR program, or the startups who we are trying to get on board through the City Innovation Exchange or the Smart Procure program, or the industries, and of course the civic society, the NGOs, those who have partnered with us in the Center for Climate Change through an alliance on climate, or through the street alliances that we are trying to build on the Streets for People challenge, or the cycling alliance that we are trying to build. So all this network, these alliances is one part, focusing on capacity. Second would of course be on how do you foster innovation in the cities, because when you are talking about doing more from less and considering the kind of population pressures, the demand of urban that we are facing and the constraints of resources that we have, you need to have more innovative approaches to doing things, but that would require fostering of an innovative ecosystem, be it in regulatory mechanisms, be it the infrastructure that would be required, be it the kind of support that entrepreneurship would require. And of course, talking about data-driven governance and performance management on how do we improve the overall data ecosystem in the cities through a data smart city strategy that can not only be applicable to a smart city but across or in any city. So using technology through NUDM, through all these various initiatives, all these building blocks just fit into place, and these are scalable building blocks. What we have done over the last 5 years is actually tested it out, and now these, you can say, products are ready for scale up and launch, so that it benefits the entire ecosystem. So that's the whole thought behind scale up.
Great, thank you, Rahul. So what I take away is also basically the fact that going forward, as this entire mission stood for more citizen participation, as we plan the road ahead for the 4,000 cities and towns, we will be actively involved in terms of putting out our learnings, asking those questions and trying to seek answers togetherly, so that we can plan these things better, right? Okay, wonderful, thank you. Coming to you, Abhishek, you've been very closely involved in developing another set of cities or townships, if I may, which are focusing on bringing investment into the country, also propagating Atmanirbhar Bharat, all these important key initiatives from the government. Going the line of smart cities as what we are talking about, how are you envisioning the future of these industrial townships as they are growing along the various corridors? What's the bigger plan in play? There are some under execution right now, but I'm sure that there is a long road ahead that you've already planned. So would you want to share some insights with our audience, please?
Sure, thank you. First of all, for the benefit of all the audience, I would like to make it clear that the mandate which has been given to NICDC for implementing the National Industrial Corridor Program is a bit different from what has been done as part of the 100 Smart City mission, which Mr. Kunal has spoken about, or which my fellow colleague has just spoken about. So the mandate which was given to us was to leverage on the infrastructure which Government of India is creating by way of creation of the dedicated freight corridors, or by way of building expressways, national highways, etc., etc., and using the transportation-led backbone to develop the manufacturing sector of the country, to promote more and more investments into the manufacturing investments in the country. If we look at India, if we have to grow consistently at say 13-14% GDP year on year, then the share of manufacturing in the overall GDP has to increase. So, and that can only increase to my mind when the share of manufacturing to the GDP ratio goes up year on year. Because to my mind, this story of the service sector has come to a point of saturation. Secondly, India is already facing the problem of urbanization. The existing cities are turning into slums because of the pressure of population on the area. The density of the population is too high. So it's very important that we need to create some greenfield cities where there is some economic activity and people start living there, start earning there. Initially, the factories will come in, the industries will come in, the people will move, the workers will move, then they will take on their families, and overall ecosystem will get established. World over, cities have taken 50 to 20 years to develop from the scratch. So the mandate given to our organization was to develop greenfield industrial cities, making them spark from day one, as well as to promote the development of manufacturing sector in these cities. So the key economic driver of the industrial cities which we are developing is the manufacturing. That is the core strength. The difference between the 100 Smart City program and the cities which we are developing is that is basically a brownfield development and ours is basically a greenfield development. So as of now, just to give you the horizon and the perspective, we are working on 11 industrial corridor projects, working on 32 greenfield industrial smart cities. 4 has already been developed and we have started the process of selling the industrial land parcels. I am happy to share that close to 165 companies have actually invested. The mobilization of investment close to the tune of around 16,000 crore has already taken place. And we are in the process of master planning, engineering, acquiring land, taking environment clearance, and completely de-risking the project from day one. Sustainability is one motto which we have taken care of during the master planning stages too. Every single thing which we are planning, implementing is digitized, right from the land records to the infrastructure which is going below the ground. And we are providing completely plug-and-play infrastructure to the industries whosoever comes in and wants to start the manufacturing. So I think there's a quite bit of synergy between the guidelines which are being set by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs under the Smart City Mission and the greenfield cities which we are developing, because the intent is the same, ultimately to make the citizen-centric approach whereby the people who are going to use that infrastructure, the people who are going to live there in that particular city should be able to actually derive out the benefit. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Abhishek. Continuing with you, sorry, we were just intrigued by this whole fact, with the scale of new greenfield cities that you are developing. Would you want to highlight any specific initiatives that come to your mind which are driving sustainability, environmental conscious development into your scheme of things as you plan the newer cities for the future?
I can name many of such initiatives. The best part of the city, if you visit any of my cities which has been recently come up, either you talk about Dholera in Gujarat or you talk about Shendra, Bitkin in Maharashtra, if I talk about say water sustainability, every single system is equipped with a dual piping system which is coming to the plot level. We are putting up our own ETP, we are putting up a water treatment plant, we are putting up a sewage treatment plant, and which is being considered as part of the trunk infrastructure. For us, developing a ETP, developing a STP or a WTP is as important as developing a road network or putting up a street light on the road. So which means we are promoting the usage of recycled water for all the non-potable purposes. This is one example. All the infrastructure which has been delivered is being master planned and engineered, taking into consideration the requirement for the next 40-50 odd years. So it's being laid down as part of the fully serviceable ducts where you can just take a golf cart to do the repairing and the servicing. For example, again, if there is a telecom operator which wants to provide the telecom services or maybe an ICT related services in an area, so we will not allow a telecom operator to come and dig the pathways or dig the roads. We have already laid down the concrete infrastructure, the ducts, whereby he has to just take the right of way, pay us the leasing rental, and he can just plug in from one side and plug out from the other side. From a sustainability standpoint, the entire infrastructure has been planned in such a manner that there is no need of incurring expenditure again and again over a period of 10 years or 15 years, and every single thing is managed, controlled, operated from a central command and control center, which will integrate the city utilities right from water management to traffic management to safety, security, surveillance, etc. through one central command and control center. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Abhishek. This is very inspiring, I must say. Coming to Mr. Kolte, sir, just picking up this thread on sustainability, we understand that you are working on the net zero concept for Pune Smart City. Would you want to shed some light and, some thoughts to our audience about that?
Pune Smart City mission has started its work since 2015-16 after the preparation of the Smart City plan, and the Smart City plan comprised of various sectors like livability, transport, health, education, waste management, water management, and while designing the Smart City plan, sufficient care has been taken to devise the projects which will be conducive to the environment, the social aspect and the governance part of it. So especially from the climate point of view, several projects of Pune Smart City have been very much helpful and have been conducive to the climate action. To name a few, Smart E-Bus project of Pune Smart City, which was implemented in collaboration with the PMPML, it's the Transport Corporation of the Transport SPV of the city, whereby the mission helped in procuring 150 first e-buses for Pune city, and these buses were deployed mainly on the routes where TCO2 percentage was very high. Consequently, there has been significant reduction in the TCO2 percent of the city, to the extent of it has been reduced from 7% to 4%. Besides this, again, noise pollution has also been significantly reduced by Smart E-Bus project. Second project worth mentioning of the city is the Smart Street LED lighting project, whereby significant saving of energy has been achieved. To the extent of 58% energy is being saved every year, and so far in the first 3 years itself, almost 1.73 crores of kilowatt hour energy was saved, which was costing more than 10 crores of rupees. Reduction in carbon footprint is also our objective in most of the projects, and by way of these two projects, we are happy that because of the LED lighting, 6% reduction in the carbon footprints have been reduced in the city in the last 3 years. Pune city has also been in the forefront of non-motorized transport, and Pune Cycle Action Plan was devised in 2017, and since then many organizations like Parisar, CEE have been in the forefront for promoting use of non-motorized transport. The policies of Pune Municipal Corporation are such: the pedestrian policy, which was devised in 2016, and the initiatives undertaken by Smart City in terms of smart streetscapes is also conducive for this. Cycle tracks of to the length of 40 kilometers are being prepared by Pune Smart City, and these have also been painted, and both on the dedicated cycle tracks as well as the painted cycle tracks on the carriageway have been created as per the availability of road width. E-rickshaw project has been implemented in the city on a pilot scale, and we hope you will be soon, which is very vigorously preparing on the electric vehicle policy and electric vehicle EV implementation in the city. E-rickshaw project, again it will be revived and it will be taken up on a larger scale. In terms of waste management, again zero waste management has been implemented in the Aun Bandar and Balewadi area as a ABD initiative, and the segregation of organic waste at source is the aim of this, and the societies are they have given good response for this, and we intend to take it forward for another 2 years. Smart City will be supporting this project. Municipal solid waste management is another project which is on the cards, which is going to again increase the efficiency of the regular solid waste management machinery of Pune Municipal Corporation by incorporation of technologies of using RFID tags, use of smart watches for the waste collection staff, the GPS based systems for the solid waste vehicles, thereby increasing the overall efficiency in the solid waste management. Riverfront development has recently been inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister, and under Zyka, river stretches in Pune city, which Pune and Pimpri-Chinchwad together, which is almost 42 kilometers of rivers are there. So an SPV, dedicated SPV has been created for riverfront development in the city. Soon active implementation and execution of this project is hoped by this. So far as the green building initiative is concerned, Smart City and Pune Municipal Corporation have been doing a lot in this sector right from 2017. PMC has been in an MOU with Indian Green Building Council, and incentives are being given to the developers for creating or constructing their projects with rating IGBC or green rating from IGBC or Griha. And the state government policy also has provisions for encouragement to green buildings in the city. Pune Smart City has also entered into an MOU with IGBC for promoting green buildings in the city, so that we will be doing the outreach programs for the green buildings in the city, and also the capacity building of various stakeholders, engineers, contractors and officials will be taken up under this project.
Sure, sir.
Our some of the other initiatives also with knowledge, Pune knowledge clusters, where we are doing, we are participating in their urban forestry program, whereby adopt a sapling program is being implemented by us together, and we are involving the resident welfare associations for taking care or adopting the saplings or trees till they become bigger trees, and which will be of course supported by the machinery of Pune Smart City for nurturing and taking care, watering, related infrastructure of tree guards, etc. will be provided by the Smart City. So these are some of the initiatives which will go a long way in the expected achievements of climate action.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Dharmendra ji, very good morning. Very quick question for you. NDMC Smart Cities, your experience in implementing the entire smart metering program that you have done, it's a pioneer initiative in its own way. You know, a lot of other cities who have tried to implement have not been very, very successful. So any lessons, how you made this a successful mission that you would want to share for our audience?
Thank you. NDMC in fact was among the first cities that were declared to be developed into smart city. Yes. In fact, that is a part of first 20 cities that were taken up to be developed into smart city. And among the various initiatives, you know, we realized that smartness can only come when we supply the services to our consumers, to our citizens, to our resident in a manner in which they like, without least of problem, without any hassles, without having to travel to the NDMC offices and field offices. So we ventured into first to have our offices streamlined, digitized, so that the services can be delivered quickly. At the same time, we wanted to have a the citizens or the resident demand for services. Unless there is a stakeholder demand, we will not do it. And once they get used to these services, the way we provided them, if their continuity will not be there. Suppose I provide a services which is not being liked or demanded by the resident, then there will be no traction from the consumer side. So we did both the things, and now we have a situation in NDMC that NDMC is totally digitized. Our internal processes are digitized. We offer almost 50 services to the resident online, which are actually available online. So there is a demand from the consumer, from the resident. So we cannot go back now. It is something which is there and it will be there for all times to come.
Sure.
So that's the sustainability part of it. And as you mentioned about the smart metering project that we launched in 2017 and 18, and all our domestic meters in Delhi are now smart meters. And we have now taken up the commercial meters also, which are less in numbers, also to be smart meters. And experience has been actually very rewarding, that we can control, we can monitor the consumption. I can tell you how much power you are consuming at the moment in your house. I can have the disconnection done when you want it to be done. The meter, the bills are ready in no time. If I have got to any complaint of any consumer that there is a overbilling or there is a excess power consumption being put in my name, they can be all checked within no time. The results have been really rewarding, very convenient. We raise our monthly bill in the same month. Whatever you consume on 31st or 30th of the previous month, that is billed before the 10th of the next month. So we have no lag in our collection system also. So our collection efficiency has gone up.
Great.
So it is really rewarding, and we are very happy that we implemented it. And similar, we want to have it in the water supply also, for which we are trying now to have a consultant and guide us how to go about for the automatic metering instruments, and also have the proper network arrangement by which we can have 24/7 water supply. So NDMC's experience has been very good. We also established a command and control center through which we control our waste collection. When our dustbins are full, we get a message that dustbins are full. Our electric lights, street lights are all smart light. I can switch on and switch off from my command center. And our command center was also used in the crisis time of second COVID wave, when the oxygen supply in the Delhi was managed from there by the Delhi government. So it has been overall a very rewarding experience. In my opinion, it's a one-way journey towards better services and more services to the citizen, and there is no way any city can come back from there.
Yes.
In fact, that will be copied by more and more cities, and as the solutions becomes more available or easily available, there will be a demand for smaller cities also, and solutions will become cheaper and easily available.
We've already started on the movement part from the mission.
That's very key too.
Excellent. Very, very heartening to know all of this, Dharmendraji. One more question I have for you. You incidentally are also one of the municipal councils which is debt-free. Debt-free, right? Would you want to share some thoughts, ideas as to how you've achieved that state, and others can get inspired and take some lessons and ensure that they are in the same state?
It is correct that NDMC would be among the very few municipalities in the country who are debt-free and who have got surpluses with us. I would like to disclose that we have over 5,000 crores of surplus with us.
Wow.
And the model simply is that our collection efficiency is better, and we also have been in the property business, in the sense that we have a lot of municipal properties which we give it on license fee basis. And from there a lot of money comes to us as a rent on those properties. And we have been very prudent in our fiscal management, so we have not squandered our money on unproductive assets or liabilities. So basically, on one side better collection efficiency, on second side we have assets which we have given on rent to various government departments and commercial establishment, from where we get rent. And then we are also in the distribution business, from where we also make some money. So in totality we end up being a surplus municipality. And there's another thing is that our financial management is better. With the result, our credit rating is also AA+. We have not raised bonds so far, but we can, any day we can raise the bond. And so this all put together puts us in a better managed, we have a double entry accounting system, so it is in all put together, it's a better financially managed municipality.
Appreciate that. Very, very heartening to know that. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Coming to Mr. Nagaraj, so from HUDCO, I mean, you know, various innovative financing schemes have been put into place to finance infrastructure development projects across the country. What would be some of your learnings that you would want to share with everybody over here as we move from 100 to 4,000? What are some of those learnings that we can implement which will help us get to the Mars, as we say, from here?
Thanks, Dr. We HUDCO firmly believe that, as we all know, that urbanization is taking place much faster pace than ever imagined. For instance, on an average, 30 people are migrating to cities from rural due to health, employment and other amenities. So by 2030, almost 40% of the population is likely to be residing in urban areas, which is just from 17% at the time of independence. It is also estimated that by the time we complete 100 years of independence, more than 50% of our population is likely to stay in urban areas. By keeping that in mind, we give more and more importance to urban areas by way of funding housing projects. In fact, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana is the biggest housing program in the country, wherein HUDCO is a mission partner, both in terms of channelizing subsidy as well as also financing major projects we have done it in. So let me give you a small example, then I'll come to the main answer. So out of demand of 112 million, so far almost, 11 million, 0.2, almost 11.4 million houses have been sanctioned, out of which 90 million houses have been grounded, 9.0 million has been grounded, and out of which almost 60-70% have been completed and delivered. That is a kind of progress. I can say that nowhere on the earth this kind of affordable housing program is being done at present in India. Number two, we have been financing housing and urban development projects. Almost 80,000 crores we have funded, out of which 60% of our funding goes to housing. In that housing also 95% goes to predominantly affordable housing, catering to economically weaker section and lower income group. Plus, our main emphasis in core infrastructure is water supply and sewage, garbage collection and disposal, plus urban mobility. We have also associated with couple of urban mobility programs, especially metros, and affordable, again funding these buses, which in 3-4 cities we have funded buses also. Our main focus will be to see that how best we can raise the resources and match to the aspirations of these urban centers, so that more and more finances will get into the urban development. As we all know that 75% of our GDP is likely to come by urban centers by 2030. This is our main focus. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Nagaraj. It's very rare that all these experts come together, on one platform. So I think I would now open this up to our audience, who would be keen to ask questions to you and gather learnings. So anyone who has specific questions for anyone over here, please feel free.
Hi, sir. It's on. Hello. Hi, sir. My name is Varun and I'm from Shimla, Himachal Pradesh, and it is under Smart City Drive actually. So when we say smart city, there are a lot of things like solar energy is one of the things which can drive the smart city further, and similarly other energy sources also are coming in. Like, so when we say solar energy, because particularly I am working in the same domain, but the major problem in solar domain what we are facing as integrator is the subsidy part. Like sir was saying, the subsidy is being given. When we say smart, like EV vehicles are also coming, so there is also a subsidy which government is offering, but that sector is not very streamlined right now. Integrators are in a loop that when they will be getting the subsidized because we are being like in a way that we have to give solution in the pre-subsidized rate to consumers. That's what they are asking consumers, end customers. That there is a subsidy, you give us the pre-subsidized rate, but that sector is also not very synchronized right now. So what do you have to say, since Nitin sir has already had put this thing forward also, like with MNRE also. So I just wanted an update, like how soon we can get this thing synchronized, this subsidy thing, like.
So your question is to any specific panelist over here, please?
No, I don't have any specific name in mind, but it can be a generic question. I mean, yeah.
Okay, sure. Rahul, would you want to make an attempt to answer this?
Hello? Yeah. So the question is basically pertaining to the challenges that we are facing today in the energy sector, and especially in the renewables field, and not only solar, even wind. But I'd just like to say that when you are looking at technology and the time that it gets commercially deployed, it has to reach a scale-up level. And after that, that technology becomes viable. So with solar, it starts with subsidies, but slowly and slowly the model has to stabilize. And then accordingly, once you get your learnings in place, then probably it will take some time for the sector to basically mature. I think you look at it, any of the new innovation that comes out in the domain, it goes through the same kind of a learning curve, you know. Initially you have subsidies, for example Ola and Uber, when they started there were a lot of subsidies and offers and buybacks or freebies that were being offered. So that was also like a subsidy. It was to basically get a substantial user base that would lead to significant economies of scale that would make that particular sector viable. I think there have been challenges in the energy sector. Those are being addressed, and maybe in a few years time you'll probably see the sector mature.
Sure. Thanks, Rahul. Is the next question, I suppose, yeah?
Hi, I am coming from Bombay, and I have planned to initiate the North Mumbai Development Corporation, like vision of the smart cities, and fulfill the UNDP principle. So, like sustainability for the capital and corporate social responsibility, I want to know your views about going such kind of corporation into the stock market. So we plan already talking with the stockholder in my area actually, because this I am going to propose actually, and maybe want to start it actually with such kind of things. But all the city society should be a stakeholders and people who want to. And can we such kind of smart citizen going to the stock market where we can take the international investment and such kind of professional organization we can run. So I want to know you're already are running a lot of smart city project. So whether such kind of execution is possible, that's I want to know.
Your question is about cities going to the market for raising of funds? Okay. So if you see that over the last few years, a number of cities have been able to raise funds through the market through municipal bonds, and even in the smart cities, we have had technical assistance partnerships through USTDA and US Trade and Treasury Department, who have talked to 6 of the smart cities and handheld them to basically raise funds from the capital markets. So that is a process that is going on. We are encouraging cities to go to the markets, but before that they have to have their house in order first, for regard to the accounting reforms that they need to do, with regard to the ratings that they have, and regard to the systems to be in place. So a city which is already mature, like the 2 other cities that are representing here, NDMC and both Pune Municipal Corporation. Pune has successfully raised municipal bonds, and that too at a very effective coupon rate. And same with NDMC, they are very strong, they have got very strong balances, they have adequate amounts of funds available, so whenever they want they can definitely go to the market. So we are trying to build the capacity of smart cities through various programs, and even under the Amrit mission there are a number of cities that have been able to successfully raise funds from the market.
Great, thanks Rahul. We'll take just one final
to add to what you mentioned. The problem is not about raising money. The problem is with regard to well-structured projects. So if you have a well-structured, de-risked and completely planned project, there are n number of sources, as my colleague has just mentioned, either through municipal bonds or making some bilateral tie-ups or multilateral tie-ups. There is no paucity of money as far as the implementation of infrastructure projects is concerned. There is always the paucity of the well-structured projects. We just put half-baked projects to the market and expect the market to fund those projects, which is, to my mind, is not correct.
No, an interesting point you put out, Abhishek. Thanks for that. We'll take just one final question very quickly and we'll call it a draw.
Hello.
Hello, I am from British Standards Institution. My name is Rahul Shah. I have a question for Rahul Kapoor. You mentioned 3 points in your comments, capacity building, fostering innovation, and data governance. Do you mind just sharing some thoughts on how you see, public-private sector fostering innovation through the supply chain to enable smart city vision?
So when you're talking about innovations and you're talking about how do you basically foster innovation through engagement of startups. Today, if you see, most of the engagement that is happening, especially in the government sector, is mainly at the prototype or pilot stage. And actual procurement is something that does not really happen, and especially when you're looking at the urban domain. When, let us say, there is a single buyer for urban services, that is the government, and unless there is an assurance of procurement, probably you would not find too many investors willing to invest in a new technology or a new innovation to basically lead to that kind of a development, and then the scale up never happens. As a result, a lot of sectors, a lot of urban challenges, urban problems are deprived of such kind of innovative solutions that are more cost effective and efficient. As a smart cities mission, we did come out with a platform wherein we first created a meeting place for solution seekers and solution providers. So we built a city innovation exchange, and today there are more than 500 startups that have registered onto this, and all 100 smart cities that have got their own problem statements. But taking a step further, moving beyond the pilots, moving beyond the prototypes and through a development stage is where the actual procurement should happen, wherein you are able to create an institutional mechanism of procurement. And that requires innovation in the whole procurement processes. So we came out with the Smart Procure guideline very recently that tries to innovate the whole procurement of innovation in the government, because innovation procurement today is challenging considering the credentials, the kind of limited number of suppliers who are going to be there in that product, the uniqueness, the IPR issues, etc. So those are things that we are trying to address, and if this becomes successful, then probably it would be a replicable model across all government departments to finally crack the final problem of innovation and procurement.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Thanks, Rahul. I think with this, we would like to thank you, each one of you, of the panelists, to be here and the audience to participate in this very intriguing conversation. Very, very heartening to learn some real-life examples of how this mission has translated on ground and the benefits that it is actually helping our citizens and creating the, inspiring at least the roadmap for how we can reach the movement of 4,000 plus cities and towns in the near future to be smart, along with the smart city mission that is already in place. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you to all our panelists for decoding the 4,000 plus cities movement. And as we express our gratitude, may I request Mr. Pratik Kaushik from the Exhibitions India Group to present the mementos to our speakers. Thanking Mr. Rahul Kapoor. Okay. We'll start from anyways. That's okay. Yeah. So that's thanking Mr. Dharmendra, thanking thanking Dr. Sanjay Kolte. And now thanking Mr. Rahul Kapoor. Our gratitude, appreciation to Mr. Nagaraj. Appreciation to Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary. To our moderator of the session, Mr. Ashutosh Kapoor. And we'll close with a group photograph, the session. So thank you to speakers once again, and thank you to all of you also. Ladies and gentlemen, we are closing into lunchtime, but we'll have a short next session and then break for lunch. Now this is a session on building resilience through smart cities and communities. And especially as we talk about resilience, it is either about having a minimum impact or a minimum effect in the wake of any crisis or emergency, or it is about continue to retain your original processes and yourself in the case of crisis. But then I believe pandemic has given us a lot of food for thought and for action as we build these smart cities, build resilient smart cities. For it has identified various technological gaps and inequalities, and it's not only on the healthcare sector front which we have suffered, but also an economic and a social impact, and we think it has created. So we'll be talking about with our expert speakers here, can we work on our cities towards developing economic resilience, building people who are present here, ladies and gentlemen, as we are just into our lunch time, so we'll now take a break for lunch and then we start with our sessions, because just in the interest of everyone, apart from just the food for thought, also a lot of food for the material body. We'll 1:35 if we can, 1:45 or maybe, because we had a 1 hour lunch. 15 minutes we'll just pull it down. So 1:45 we are going to be reassembling here for our next session. That's going to be on building resilience. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be shortly starting with our post-lunch sessions in the Smart Cities Conclave. Requesting our eminent delegates and participants who are interested in being a part of it to kindly join us in Hall B.
Yeah, I announced 45, so I think
This is once again an announcement for the post-lunch sessions which we are going to be starting in the Smart Cities Conclave. That's Hall B. People who are interested in being a part of it, please join us. We are going to be starting with the session which is towards building resilience in our cities, and that's then going to be followed by a session which is on smart buildings and infrastructure, reinventing the city planning, where we are also going to be discussing the Delhi Master Plan.
you know, it's difficult in this kind of open space. When you're doing in hotels, it's easy. And people know you have fixed timings.
People come back.
Yeah, people come back. Or you have the pre-function area which is just outside, so getting people back in is easy. Here they are all segregated. Yeah, so it's very difficult.
You know what we should have? We should have smart ribbons. You know that smart caps. So it beeps. Now 1 o'clock session starts now. Make your way.
So there should be some sponsors for that also.
Well, the government said that, right? They were thinking about smart watches or something. I don't know whether it's.
But the government in any case is not going to be sponsoring. Maybe they will have it in their Surat conference.
So there's a vision. We need somebody to sponsor.
And they also they'll have those vendors. They will be. Government is not going to be spending money for sure on that.
When do they spend money?
They'll get some PSU or somebody engaged for that.
It's good. Look, this is my first time expo experience. I traveled from UK just to experience it. Let's see, I have a video, so what we'll do is just play this.
So this is your set.
I'm going to set the number.
working. There is a building environment, some school from Kadai. Kadai is getting the name of the school. I announced I've already done it twice, but yes, this won't travel only.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting with our post-lunch sessions in Hall B. That's the Smart Cities India Conclave. Requesting people to please join us in Hall B. Joining us post-lunch. We had, as we start this session, this is towards building resilience through smart cities and communities. We were supposed to have the session pre-lunch, but I'm sure now with satisfied bodily, you are good to take those now the thoughts for discussions as we take in this session. And as we talk about building resilience, this is a session wherein we are going to be seeing new smart cities bring in a promise of promising an economic resilience, a social resilience, environmental resilience. And when we talk about resilience, it is about either having a minimum impact or effect during a crisis or emergency, or almost no impact. But as we've been saying, pandemic has given us a lot of food for thought to rework our approach, how we are thinking and planning our smart cities. So this is a session wherein we have Mr. Rahul Shah, the Sector Director of Built Environment, British Standards Institution, who is going to be talking to us. They are taking us through the talk on building resilience through smart cities and communities. More on BSI, I've requested Mr. Shah to talk about and introduce BSI to us and further his thoughts.
Thank you, Vimi. Good afternoon, everyone. As Vimi said, my name is Rahul Shah. I'm a Sector Director for the Built Environment, BSI. Without wasting too much of your time, I would like to replay the video that some of you might have just seen, and then we'll take it from there. So just for 2 minutes, I will play who we are, BSI, as a global brand. started life back in 1901 as BSI. Back in the photograph that you see here on the screen is a photo of City of London back in 1901 when they had lots of trams with different tram track gauges. And back in 1901, the Institute of Civil Engineers met to actually standardize and scale up that network of trams and rail network. And one of the things they wanted to standardize was tram track gauges, from 75 to 5. And we heard a lot. I don't know if you attended the session before lunch, the panel discussion. We heard a lot about scalability, consistency, and working with startups and supporting them in terms of, scale it up. And having standardized processes help businesses of all sizes and shapes to standardize. And in this particular case, standardizing tram track gauges from 75 to 5 and standardizing material properties, and they captured that in some form of document, and that became the world's first standard in 1901. And since then, we've been busy working with the governments and countries around the world, creating standards, whether it's for safety, quality, information security. Now we're talking smart cities, digital twin, IoT, and so many things. So we have thousands and thousands of best practices. When we talk about smart city, when we talk about digital twin, IoT, sensors, the first thing we look at is, okay, what's the benchmark? What's the global benchmark? What does good look like, right? And this is where we started our life as BSI, and since then we've been working with the industry in creating best practice. But we don't just stop there. As a Royal Charter institution, we are incorporated under Royal Charter in the UK. Our role is to work in the good, for the public good, in the interest of public. So we are a non-profit distribution organization, not commercially driven or shareholder driven, so that we can work independently. We don't have any influence of governments. Although we are a UK's national body, we work completely independently so that we can protect the interest of people and businesses as well. So what we do is we create, shape best practices with the experts like yourself, but then we support you in terms of embedding that best practice by way of training, education, and we heard from Mr. Rahul Kapoor, I think, before lunch, that capacity building is one of the biggest sort of focus area as well when it comes to smart cities. We need to upskill our workforce. What does smart city look like, right? So in terms of embedding that best practice, upskilling, training. We also provide global benchmarking. When people say, we got the best smart city framework or strategy in place, how can we benchmark with the global standards, global cities? And we've been working with cities in Japan, in South Korea, and around the world, in China and elsewhere, in terms of benchmarking their smart city framework strategies and processes against global benchmarks. And then we can also support you in terms of providing strategic consulting as well, in terms of that sort of best practice. But I wanted to start with this because we heard a lot today from the earlier speakers that the main focus of smart cities is not about being just smart for sake of being smart. It's more about addressing that number one challenge the world is facing today, and that is climate change, and sustainability. And we heard from Pune Smart City, net zero goals. We heard from New Delhi Municipal, the council, about the carbon reduction plans and so forth as well. So I think sustainability must be at the heart of everything we do in Smart City, and at BSI, it is our everything we do around sustainability, UN SDG goals as well, and we support. These are some of the key goals as well by way of various activities around the world too. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the ISO International Standards Organization 75th sort of annual event in London last year, where we were privileged to lead London Declaration for the world in terms of embedding that climate resilience, the climate change and sustainability agenda as part of everything we do in every sector, whether it's manufacturing, IT, banking, construction, And that London Declaration, was signed by more than 160 plus countries and their standard bodies as well. If you want to find out more about it, you can go to that our 2050.world website as well. And we welcome, we partner with the UN Race to Zero, initiative in BSI. We welcome you to be part of that community and conversation as well. So how in India, we have a fantastic opportunity to be at the forefront of that initiative, because we heard a lot of cities already coming, the new greenfield cities, the brownfield cities, and I think we are at the really right stage to sort of take that forward as well. And in terms of having that mindset about consensus based, and when I use word consensus, you know how difficult it is to get consensus within just for your own team, let alone the 160 plus countries in doing something together, right? So that consensus based approach to embedding all the goals outlined in Paris Agreement, UN SDGs, and UN call for action on adaptation and resilience is a big step forward, as a world we are taking to embed that best practice, and BSI is really proud and privileged to lead that initiative globally. Again, it's so important that we just keep repeating ourselves at every opportunity we get that climate change challenge is a real challenge, not for our generation, but for the next generations to come as well. And if we don't do anything now, I think it will be too late. Now is the time, and especially for India, with all these, fantastic initiatives around, smart cities and technologies and the talent pool that we have, and as a manufacturing hub, I think we have a great opportunity in front of us to, take India forward in that space globally. The second challenge we heard a lot in the previous panel discussion as well is a rapid urbanization. And that's real. We know that's real. If you go out, this Pragati Maidan, the amount of constructions going on roads, bridges, rails, not just in Delhi, but around the world is real. 1.7 million people to global urban population every week. Do we have capacity to meet this demand? I think no. So we need to be innovative, as the panelists say earlier. We need to be innovative with the constraints that we have in terms of resources, and come up with ideas to address this rapid urbanization challenge, so that it doesn't put unnecessary pressure on the healthcare system, education system, transport system. Well, if you are living in Delhi, I experienced the traffic this morning, you experience that daily as well, that the pressure that it is putting on the systems, right? So these are the two, I think, key drivers globally as well, how we see working with 193 plus countries around the world in various sectors. What is a smart city then? Is it about having the smart lights or smart poles or control and command centers? Or is it more than that? I think it is more than that. And we heard this morning from all the eminent speakers and panelists as well, that it is about increasing the pace at which we improve sustainability. We can't be complacent now. It is about improving resilience of your cities and communities and nations, and states. But what's most important is to have that collaborative leadership driving this. Without leadership, it will be very, very hard and challenging in any markets, not just India, everywhere globally, to achieve that vision. And I think the environment in India is so great, because we heard from some government, ministers and representatives this morning, but also our honorable Prime Minister driving that digital India, sort of agenda for the past many years. So I think that collaborative leadership exists, and now is the time for the industry to actually embrace it and do their part as well. I think government is doing their part in terms of the interventions, in terms of the policies, in terms of providing the right platforms. And don't forget that smart cities, as somebody said in the panel, is about transforming services, whether it's at the municipality level services, as well as quality of lives of people. Okay, without that, smart city is just that, smart, but not useful. Okay, so bear that in mind. What you see on the right-hand side is, I don't know if you're familiar with that latest report published a few months ago last year by the World Economic Forum in terms of governing smart cities and policy benchmarking white paper in collaboration with G20 Global Smart Cities Alliance. And those are the 5 core principles of any smart cities around the world. You take Helsinki or any other city. Singapore, for example, is one of the best in ranking always, in terms of smart cities, and what are they doing that we can learn from them, right? They are doing really, really well in those 5 core principles in terms of inclusivity, social impact that they are creating, in terms of security and resilience, data security, that the citizens don't have that worry about, is my data protected, my identity protected. It's about privacy and transparency, right? Openness and interoperability, because in smart cities we would see lots of systems interacting with each other. It's a network of systems, right? The transport, the energy, water, waste, healthcare systems, and how can we have that interoperability between different systems, whether it's technology systems, the SCADAs, the GIS, the BEAM, and so many other things, and how can it improve? It was so great to hear from New Delhi Municipal Council, the representative, that the reason why they are so successful is because of their financial sort of management, that operational and financial resilience is so critical in terms of sustaining the smart city initiative. It's all well and good to start the smart city initiative, but sustaining it for the long period and achieving those benefits for the citizens is so important. Just wanted to highlight a few things here, in terms of smart city and BSI's commitment, in terms of how smart city projects and, different, panelists, again, we heard this morning, how, they can help the broader supply chain through smart contracts, for example, smart procurement, Mr. Rahul mentioned as well. And how can we support the Indian sort of, public-private sector to still, adhere to that Make in India, sort of agenda, and but take it to the global level, the global benchmark. And I think this is where BSI can bring that global dimension to India's already, forward-thinking smart city agenda and work with you and support you in establishing trust and resilience in what you're doing, whether it's your products, IoT products, whether your systems or whether your city-level governance, and we can work with you in partnership and support you in that space. Yes, I do work for Standards Institute, so I am a bit of a standards geek and nerd, but I think it would be helpful for you all to also, have this reference point as well, that, if you're aiming to take your smart city products, solutions, services, city-level governance to a global benchmark level, then these are the ones that you should be looking at and aiming at. And at BSI, we played a key role in not only developing these standards with the international communities, but also we can help you embed these best practices either as part of your city governance, strategy, processes, or your product level IoT strategies and so forth as well. We can go one step further working with you and benchmark your city framework against some global city frameworks as well, and give that perspective, global perspective as well. Because without having processes, and I call it in my language, without having some kind of method in madness, I think it's people are going to struggle to scale it up. So you must have some kind of method in madness, and these international standards give you that framework to put some method in that madness, what we are trying to do. So I highly recommend that, have a look at them. if you have any questions, then ask us or ask global community, whoever you want to ask. But these are the key standards. When we say, smart cities, it has many moving parts, which I'm sure you are the expert. I'm not, but what we learned from working with other smart cities around the world, you have to consider components, like you have smart products, smart sensors, smart systems, smart assets, smart communities, which rolls up to become smart city, which in turn makes smart nation, right? And the world smarter. So, and this is where at BSI, not only standards, but also products, we have lots of product manufacturers out there, that we can support, benchmark your product. If you have IoT product, for example, how can I trust that product, that if I install in my city or community, that it is safe to use, my data will be protected. And where is that global benchmark? And I talked about the previous, the standard slide. We can help you do that. And we've been doing that around the world. This is just one of the examples I thought I'd pull up. Sejong City in South Korea, fantastic city. I don't know if you know about their city plan and their vision up to 2030, really great aspiration and vision. And we've been working with Sejong City level, leadership team since 2017-18 and supporting them in embedding their ISO 37106 level framework in terms of the smart city operating model and what good looks like. Okay, looking at this client-centric approach. And we do that by on the top right corner, we provide that, sort of benchmark against that. And it's not a one-off activity. It's an annual commitment for the city to actually audit and validate their maturity and ensure that they are maturing in their smart city framework and not just stand still, right? And we could work with you, the city leaders in the room, if they are, we would be delighted to have this dialogue with you and see how we can benchmark your, wonderful smart city initiatives. And then they continued after Sejong City's success in terms of benchmarking against international best practices. They continued that with other cities as well, and that story then continued to other countries like Japan, China, and we would love to partner with the expert in India and bring that to India as well and help India to be at the forefront of this on the global stage. Finally, I don't know how are we doing time-wise, but we are okay, right? I thought I just, there are plenty of resources on internet. You will have plenty of resources as well. But these are 4 of my favorite resources when it comes to smart cities. You want to start off with something. In particular, I think it was Mr. Rahul Kapoor also made reference to the third from the left, like lessons learned from the smart cities in India in 2021, right? And that report and that lessons learned is being looked at by global community as well, not just India. It's a fantastic resource. So I'm sure you should be all proud of, contributing to it and bringing it to the global stage. But then you have, World Economic Forum lessons learned and policy levels, documents as well, and some BSI guidelines as well. And let's not forget the international level standards as well that can help you embed, that global best practice in whatever you do in smart city, whether it's product manufacturing, process, strategy, framework, and so forth, supply chain. And these are a bit of marketing and sales for BSI, but we do have offices, 12 offices around India, so do visit us. We have a stall as well somewhere in, sorry I forgot the number, but we do have a stall. 4, number 4, I don't know where, but we do have but anyway, the point is that we do have local presence. So it's not a guy from London traveling and telling you this good story and then flying back tomorrow. We have real people here, part of you and your community driving this in India. So do contact us, and that's our very purpose. our very founding purpose of BSI and why we do what we do is about inspiring trust for a more resilient world, right? And it couldn't be any more relevant than the times that we are living in today, you know, sort of post-pandemic, but, you know, at the edge of some kind of global, you know, war situation and so forth. So resilience is at the heart of, I think, what we should be aiming for. And one last point I would like to leave you with is my very talented host just shared her insight with me while I was coming up. Always, you know, think big. We have big visionaries, they thought big. We have big plans, big vision. So think big, start small, and act now. Right? Now is the time to act if we genuinely want to address that, you know, climate challenge, crisis challenge. So think big, start small, but act now. Thank you, Mimi. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for that mantra also. And any quick one or two questions you can take before we move to the next speaker? So I think we don't have any questions, but I'm sure there are people going to be connecting with you at your kiosk. So thank you once again, Rahul. And as mentioned, cities, yes, around the world, the governments. There's a question? Okay. Cities and governments around the world are now focusing more on building resilience and more on sustainability. And especially as we are talking about climate resilience also, many of you might be aware it was in fact in yesterday's news only that in Antarctica the temperatures have risen almost by I think 40 degree and in Arctic it is some 30 degree. So we need to, of course, reduce our carbon footprints, and towards that the Government of India has already set its target of 2070, net zero target of 2070, while the other countries of the world, some of the major countries of the world have committed at COP26 to reduce its carbon footprints and move to net zero by 2050. India has given a very realistic figure of 2070. So hopefully we'll be able to do that, and by 2030 almost 50% of we are the carbon emissions, reducing it by almost 1 billion tons. So we are hopefully on the path of building more resilient cities and sustainability. So the next session we have is Reinventing City Planning, Lessons from the Master Plan of Delhi. And needless to say that master plan of any city stands very significant in shaping a city's quality of life, its progress. It of course needs to have foresight, it needs to have a futuristic vision, how well it can respond to the various social, economic and the environmental problems. Delhi's master plan, the fourth master plan, is already in the public domain for inviting suggestions from the audience 2021-2041. So we have two of our eminent speakers, Kanak Tiwari, the lead urban planning and policy from the National Institute of Urban Affairs, and Nilesh Raj Adhyaksha, lead urban planning and policy, National Institute of Urban Affairs. We take this discussion with them on how to create a verified visit and strategic framework for the city, rethinking the restrictive planning framework towards future spatial and strategic planning, and ways to enhance institutional capacities to deliver spatial outcomes. I welcome both of you. I leave it to you. Who wants to come first?
तो इसको स्टार्ट करने के लिए ये
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll stand here. Is that okay? It's okay. यहाँ पर yeah.
Why it's too high for you?
No, they can't see me. यहाँ ठीक है? Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody again. Hello. Yeah. So Nilesh and I were responsible for, we had the privilege to lead a team that prepared the next master plan for the city of Delhi, which is for the perspective plan period up till the year 2041. So this journey of about 4 years now is what we'll try and cover in 20 minutes. So the mandate for the team was for the plan to be strategic and enabling. And as I said, a little more than 4 years ago, an MOU was signed between Delhi Development Authority, which is the agency responsible for planning in Delhi, with NIUA, National Institute of Urban Affairs, to prepare this master plan. And the mandate was for it to be strategic and enabling, which gave us the opportunity to actually redefine the way we think about planning in India. So Indian cities have had a very regulatory, land use based approach to planning. So we got this opportunity to redefine the way we think about planning and to reinvent Delhi into a city that would not only be great for its residents, but also be a sort of a lighthouse city for other cities in India to emulate in terms of planning practices. There have been 3 plans before the Master Plan 2041, and they have mostly been based on what I said, the monofunctional land use planning that has been the trend in India and also was in other countries across the world. However, they have evolved into a more strategic planning approach, and that is what we tried to do with Delhi. So while there were many things that, there were many ideas, there were 4 things we were especially clear on. That the plan has to change 4 of its characteristics. It cannot be norm-based or exclusive or regulatory or static. What did we want it to become? We wanted it to become evidence-based, that is based on ground realities, inclusive, thinking of everybody in the city, outcome-oriented, not thinking of, not counting what has been made, how many projects are done, but what have those projects given the city, and dynamic, that, it's not a plan written in stone. It can change, there can be course correction, there can be a U-turn in case, aspirations change or needs of the people change. So just to detail this out a little bit, what is required is for any city to take decisions or to plan for the future is strong databases. So a strong database can inform governance. A strong database can inform what kind of project should happen in a city and what should be the priorities for the city. Similarly, what are the ground realities? Right now, when you look at the map of a city, you can see a plethora of colors that represent different land uses, like commercial or residential or, so on and forth. However, instead of that, we said, which location in city needs what? Isn't that what we should look at, rather than going for monofunctional one-color land use? We also wanted to include people in the plan making process as well as create strategies or frameworks where the people can be involved throughout plan implementation also. So that is something that we did in a big way. Equity was one thing that we said should be the underlying principle in the plan. Plan should also be outcome oriented is what we established at the very beginning. That is, I'll take this example we give everywhere, is that you should not be counting the number of STPs, which is treatment plants. We should be seeing whether all wastewater has been treated in the city or not, or whether the river has become cleaner or not. So those are the outcomes that we are working towards, not at, how much land has been used and how many STPs were built over the plan period. And dynamic, as I said before, that the plan should be allowed to change as per changing contexts. So very quickly, I'll take you through the base work that we did was, for the first time in the history of master planning, we created a baseline for the plan. Where are we now and where do we want to go? So, and how will we get there is exactly what we tried to do. So, and a strength, weakness, opportunity, threat analysis for Delhi. We got inputs from experts across the world, and especially those experts who had already worked in Delhi. Various sectoral experts, because we wanted to build on the work that was already done instead of starting from scratch. We wanted to be a little smart about it. And citizen engagement was a major, I would say, a major input came from citizens, civil society organizations for the plan, and from academia, from other government agencies in Delhi. So these were the major topics or priority areas that came up while we were taking these inputs. And from these priority areas emerged the vision, the policies of the plan, and how will the plan now go about implementing these policies. And that is what makes up the master plan. This is just a picture showing the baseline studies that we did. And a very important thing over here to mention is that all of the agencies, almost all of the government agencies and service providing agencies in Delhi got involved in the making of this plan. I would also like to say a little bit about citizen engagement. Not only did we do this plan during the COVID pandemic, but despite that, we were able to get people to participate in online engagement meetings. A visioning exercise was carried out, and about 5,000 visions were sent by different people. CSOs really participated with a lot of enthusiasm. Approximately 400 experts were consulted. And I have to tell you, as ma'am mentioned before, the master plan is in the public domain on the DDA website, and we have received more than 30,000 suggestions from the public and government agencies, which are now being incorporated in the revision of the plan. So just to go back to the process, where from all of these priority areas emerged the vision and these goals. The vision for Delhi 2041 is foster a sustainable, livable and vibrant Delhi. Now, while it would seem like a general vision for any city, this is what every city should aspire for. And while you can read the three goals, an underlying or an overarching, whatever you would like to use, is that the plan has to work towards creating an inclusive city, which is for all, irrespective of age, gender, ability, background, all people. The plan has to be responsive towards all people, is one thing that was very important. So, as I've already said before, from the vision there were these three goals, and from the three goals emerged the 6 priority policies of the plan, which we like to call a 6-point transformative agenda for Delhi. It is prioritizing environmental sustainability, facilitating economic development, enhancing heritage, culture and public life, improving housing and social infrastructure, moving towards low carbon mobility, and developing resilient physical infrastructure. Now, as a lot of previous speakers spoke about, IT, digital technologies and all of this, in the physical infrastructure section of the plan, for the first time in the Delhi Master Plan, we have a chapter on digital infrastructure, given that it is so important for any city of the size of Delhi, or even small cities, I would say, but especially for Delhi, it is extremely important. So just very quickly, because after this Nilesh will take over, the 6 major policy areas that you see on the top left-hand side, these, how how will these, so these are big ideas that these are the areas that are priorities, but how will these changes or these transformations be visible to people? How will they manifest on ground? For that, on the bottom left-hand corner, you can see are two strategies, which we call the spatial strategies for urban regeneration, which is for the built-up part of Delhi, and the new development areas, which is the greenfield development on the periphery of Delhi largely. So combining these two is what makes up the master plan, and on the right side you see the contents of the master plan. So Nilesh, will you take over from this slide onwards? Are you, please use it.
Thank you so much, Kanak. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. So just to take off from what Kanak was saying, largely what we did to begin with when we were rethinking the master plan was to structure the document very differently. So typically what happens with master plans is you have a chapter on environment, you have a chapter on housing, you have a chapter on various subjects. What this master plan does, which is relatively different from master plans that have preceded it, is that we separated out what we call the policies towards environment, towards shelter, from the brass tacks, which is essentially how much FAR am I going to get on ground, what are the development controls that will apply to me when I'm actually building on ground, etc. So the line between what was policy for Delhi as an outlook over 20 years was really separated out in the document from the brass tacks or the real development controls, etc. And it kind of makes the document extremely readable. What I'm going to try and take you all through, and what is essential to understand is that all of the policies, so for example, if the environment policies has laid down 5 big agenda points for itself, all of those find manifestation in each and every spatial development policy that is developed for the city. So how does one go about doing this? For example, Kanak spoke about the fact that typically master plans tend to be land use plans, and that's a typical land use plan, which means that every plot of land in the city is marked a particular color. What we said is a yellow marked plot in the center of the city cannot be treated in the same way as a yellow marked plot, say, in the periphery of the city, or in an area that is environmentally sensitive, or in an area that has enormous economic potential. So can we therefore start working with overlays over this land use map? So the big question that we are always asked is, master plan ek tarike se banta hai. How does one begin to deconstruct a master plan within the statutory domain and start making it strategic? And our first answer is, I think you have to start moving beyond that colored map and start seeing a place for its potential or the outcomes that you want to desire out of it. So for example, as soon as I start overlaying small characteristics onto that same plan, I start seeing that there are areas which have the potential to become Delhi's green buffers. So therefore, a more green, low FAR kind of development must be prescribed there. You would have areas in the city which have extremely high transit focus, mass transport availability. Could we then look at them as high intensity mixed use hubs? You have areas which are dilapidated and old. Delhi is hundreds of years old, and parts of Delhi are perhaps even more than a century old. So how does one undertake active regeneration of the area while simultaneously building what you see the whites in the plan are areas that remain blank and are susceptible to illegal development over time? So how does one undertake plan development in areas like this? So what we started doing is we started overlaying character zones, so to say, over the classic land use map to give us broadly 4 large buckets of policies that really define the master plan. So on the greenfield side, you have land pooling as a large mechanism that really decides how development will come up in the greenfield areas. And you also have what I was showing you, the buffer areas, which will be relatively low intensity developments. And the brownfield part, which is the existing parts of Delhi, where one would have to both look at extremely intense mixed use developments in the form of TOD, as well as urban regeneration projects, where you're really renewing the existing fabric. It also enabled us, such an overlay also enabled us to say that, again to give you an example, residential FAR in the city on a plot is 200 as an example. But should it be 200 everywhere? Perhaps not. One will have to look at whether the intensity of FAR and the kind of development one wants in the city needs to vary due to particular circumstances. So for example, developments that are closer to mass transit, which have easy mass transit access, it is way more sustainable to have much more density and mixed use closer to those areas than in the periphery. So how does one begin to do that? So we, through our policies, were able to construct a larger FAR regime, a kind of a city level logic for how FAR is to be distributed. One of the aims that the plan also tried to take up was, let's not create wholesale policy environments, but let's look at a more strategic kind of viewfinder. So for example, when the TOD policy existed and when we started kind of dismantling the TOD policy itself, we realized almost 40% of what gets captured under the TOD policy, which means very, very high FAR, mixed use, etc. Many of those areas don't actually have very high public transport access. Just to indicate one, I have circled that area. You know, so what has been marked is 500 meters on either side of the entire network was considered TOD. We moved that to saying, let's look at a more strategic approach where we are identifying nodes that can take this kind of high development and where the surrounding area, the entire influence area, can be planned if we need to create a kind of a development that is able to give you multimodal interfaces, it's able to give you, intense high mixed use development, but which is supported by area level planning and therefore can take up the kind of traffic and other service issues that might happen. And of course, which can start giving back public spaces to the city, because many of the TOD developments will actually occur in dense areas of the city. We also started linking things like FAR to outcomes. Just to give you an illustrative example, in Delhi, the regeneration policy, regeneration meaning I have an existing plot which is developed and I intend to reconstruct it. If you see the kind of graph there is, if I'm taking up a normal regeneration policy where not much is being offered back to the city, I get, say, about 1.35 times the present FAR as an incentive FAR for undertaking regeneration. As soon as I achieve the highest green rating on the building, which means that my building will be greener, it will have lesser emissions and so on and so forth, and if I'm able to amalgamate a few areas and come up with better planned neighborhoods and also give back more public space to the city, my eligible FAR jumps up to 1.5 times. Whereas if I also happen to be in an area which the government thinks is a business promotion area, I need to promote businesses in these areas, it jumps up even further to 1.7x. And finally, by the time it reaches what we understand as the most strategic nodes in the city, which are the transit-oriented development nodes, it goes up to as high as sometimes 1.8 or 1.9x. So the idea was to step up or link FAR eligibility of plots to, can they give something back to the city when they are regenerating. So that kind of a linkage was established. Just to again give you an example, when we say typically cities across the world have found it very difficult to maintain green belts. We realize that, just by saying कि आपको यहाँ पे खेती करनी है या agriculture करना है, it's really not going to solve anything. So can one start giving them options where construction is not necessarily the only way in which you can exact revenues from land. For example, something like an Apple campus or a Google campus or agricultural universities, these don't require very high FAR, but they can be amply revenue generating. So what we tried to do is that we've given them a graded option of development, which allows them to retain large tracts of land as wooded areas and greens, but also allows them some remunerative component to work with. We also, as part of this plan, there was a lot of kind of dismantling that was done as part of the plan. So for example, FAR is typically linked to a plot. Every plot has a particular FAR. When it came to land pooling, we said, why link it that way? It's possible the FAR of two plots is combined onto one plot and the other plot just becomes green. One can have much more greener development, one can free up land. So that delinking of FAR and moving it to a kind of a build space logic from a land logic is something that the plan attempted. Also brought in several new innovations. For example, we've always had flat parking norms. Every residential building has to provide the following number of cars per house, etc. We started bringing in a more dynamic approach where we developed a heat map for the entire city for the public transport accessibility levels. So that map, for example, tells you exactly which parts of Delhi have very, very, very high public transport access. And if the public transport access is indeed so high, then you cannot also be supporting very high private parking. So, that entire logic of how the map deals with parking, etc., that comes into play. At the building level itself, we also brought in new ideas like a green-blue factor, where every building will be approved only if it meets a certain, not just the green rating, but a greening criteria of, green roofs, maintaining certain parts as pervious, so on and so forth. So that was brought in. Kanak mentioned a very, very important facet of this plan is that unlike previous plans, it's not output based, it's outcome based. So no more are we going to measure, हमने इतने रास्ते बनाए या इतने STPs create किए, इतने अस्पताल बनाए. We are actually more interested in seeing, has the Yamuna got depolluted? Has the per capita or the beds per 1,000 ratio improved over time? So we are looking at bigger KPIs, and the road towards achieving those KPIs can be very, very, dynamic. So we left it at that. Just a last slide, long-term citizen facilitation. I think that was a part of our brief of how do we actually get this to implementation. So one of the things that the master plan has simultaneously started doing is really engaged with citizens on the one hand, but also created a long-term approach for this engagement. So a citizen portal, it's already active, but we are of course working on it with guidance documents. For example, if I'm saying, apne gharon mein roof garden bana dijiye. Now, roof garden is not an easy thing to actually make. It's not about planting pots. So how does one go about it? Are there easier methods of doing it? And it's possible that this kind of technical handholding can happen from the government agencies themselves. Second, there will be a GIS-based portal which will allow people to access a lot of information spatially. Third, simultaneously, so typically policies get made but regulations get delayed. So all of that work has happened simultaneously. A data sharing protocol for the multiple agencies that Kanak spoke about will come into play, which will force everybody to share data in particular metric forms every year so that analysis can be done. KPI-based monitoring I have already spoken of. And importantly, the plan also has a buy-in from multiple agencies through service plans. And DDA itself, the main agency who's dealing with this, is beginning to work around internal capacity creation through single window portals, improving business processes, creating dedicated monitoring cells for the various policies and so on. So, there is a kind of a larger plan support framework that the DDA is also setting into place. I'll close at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kanak, and thank you, Nilesh, for introducing us to the Delhi Master Plan. I think any questions if anyone has, any clarification someone is seeking? Okay, so I think all clear to everyone. Anyways, it is there in the public domain. You can give it. Okay, this one, this someone? Okay. So thank you to both of you, and we would like to request you to please accept this small token of our gratitude and appreciation as we present this memento from Exhibitions India Group. So it's very interesting to see, as you said, this is an outcome-based plan, and second is that, as I say, same size doesn't fit all, so it is area-wise you're looking into what the needs and the requirements of that particular area is, and accordingly the plan is developed. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So this, we move into the next session. This is the panel discussion we have, innovations in urban planning. We have looked into what the India at 100 vision is, what is the smart city vision. So how do we deliver on that vision? We look herein we are going to be discussing some key case studies. We are going to be looking into the importance and the role of urban planning, city planning that is smart and sustainable, that is it focuses on perpetuity, implementable plans for the future cities, and as was mentioned that we need to build cities which are inclusive, cities which are able to neutralize inequalities. I request our moderator Nikita Krishnan to please join us, the Associate Director KPMG in India. Speakers Mr. Sanjay Seth, the Chief Executive Officer of Griha Council, Shruti Pandey, the co-founder, Structure, Dr. Rumi Aizaz, the Senior Fellow, Observer Research Foundation. I request them all to please join us. Mr. Guy Sadi, the Chief Executive Officer, Tondo Smart, Vinita Hariharan, the Chief Externally Aided Missions, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Nikita.
I believe Mr. Sanjay said that. No, Sanjay said it's not that. That's what Deepak told me, so you can remove the. Okay. Yeah, and maybe shift mine there. Yeah.
So, welcome to all our panelists, and I hand over to Nitika, the moderator of the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome you all to this session on innovations in urban planning. I would also like to initiate the panel discussion with a brief introduction of our esteemed panelists who have gathered here today to share their views and learnings on the subject. I would like to welcome them one by one. I have Dr. Rumi Izaz, Senior Fellow of the Observer Research Foundation. Rumi is working as a Senior Fellow at the ORF in New Delhi, where he is responsible for the conduct of the Urban Policy Research Program. The program is now in its 15th year, and during this time he has established research collaborations, conducted studies on urbanization related topics, smart cities, etc. Next we have Shruti Pandey, who is the founder of Structure. She has completed her master's degree in construction management from New York University and is a BTech in civil engineering from India. She is the founder of Structure Eco, which is India's first carbon negative building material startup. She is also a TEDx speaker, Forbes 30 under 30 honoree, and is a United Nations Social Impact Challenge awardee. So welcome, Shruti. Second, we have Guy Sadi, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Tondo Smart. Guy leverages his unique combination of business acumen and technical experience to lead the Tondo team to create an innovative, world-class leader in smart city solutions and smart lighting. So he brings with him about 20 years of experience in solution and leadership of communication networks. So he is an IoT turnkey solution specialist, and by which he is able to leverage the distinct advantages which it brings to the industry and the solutioning. Next we have Vinita Hariharan, who is the Chief of the Externally Aided Missions in the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. She is a qualified engineer with a master's in urban planning from School of Planning and Architecture, and is also a master's in public administration from the National University of Singapore. So she is a very serious public speaker and a thought leader in diverse issues of public policy affecting the nation building. She is also helpful in designing several national policies and has led the implementation of certain flagship programs of the Government of India. And she is also the founder of Sankasa Foundation, which is focusing up on micro-level community issues in Kerala through a series of networking dialogues. So as you could see from the introductions here, we have a very diverse panel where we've attempted to invite people with diverse backgrounds so that they can share their professional acumen and their nuggets of knowledge with you. So we have representation from academics, training, specialized avenues of sustainability, design consulting and public policies as sectors which are finding a voice on this platform. So keeping this introduction in view, I would just like to make a little bit of a contextualization on the topic that we have in hand, and after which we will take up the discussion with the individual panelists. So as we are all aware, traditionally urban planning has been a kind of a forward thinking process whereby your towns, cities and urban areas are laid out basis a set objectives which are defined by the centers, states or the urban local bodies at the local level. So by which you have an overall guidance, vision for planning globally, centrally as well as locally, which are being usually dictated by master plans. So urban planning is supposed to affect the quality of our livable spaces, the common spaces, thereby providing solutions for transportation, infrastructure, area layouts, while meeting the prescribed norms and densities which the governments and the systems are laying out. So without such a vision with urban planning, our cities may become inefficient or uninviting for its residents. But over the time also we have seen urban planning has evolved as a vocation as well as a tool for growth. So new design ideas, inputs from technology, mapping techniques, automation of design development, softwares are some of the ideas which have propelled the stream. And with the last 2 years development of the COVID-19 pandemic has raised the issues of weaving in sustainability and quality of lives in our living spaces. So while we can look at global examples, whether it is Copenhagen, which is talking about a first carbon neutral city, or Amsterdam talking about promoting electric vehicles, Stockholm talking about elimination of fossil fuels, these are all innovative ideas and interventions which are going to ameliorate the quality of life. So with this in mind, I would like to call upon our panelists to first speak about their ideas on using sustainable materials. So I'd like to start with Shruti, and I would like to pose this question to you, that while you are working in the field of innovation in construction practices, how widespread is this, in terms of market adoption, its penetration? Please share your views with us.
Sure, definitely. So the way we see the current industry in India, that when we're talking about sustainable buildings, it has to address both embodied and operational carbon footprint. And we usually address the operational carbon footprint most by clean energy initiatives. But soon, by the end of 2030, 90% of the building's footprint will be embodied, which is the choice of the materials that we work with. Could be the exterior or the interior materials. And that's where we as one company in India feel that if you use more sustainable materials that are made out of local and upcycled resources, which essentially are considered waste. And at our organization, we believe waste is only a waste if you waste it. So if you can upcycle waste, could be construction, could be agricultural waste, could be unwanted discarded plastic or other municipal waste, into sustainable building materials that can really address the performance of the buildings. You will address the energy footprint as well, because the heat load goes down when you're using sustainable materials, because they're always, if without any exception, more permeable, more energy efficient, and in total you are then building a long-lasting building that's healthier and durable. And we have seen widespread adoption in India in last 3 years, being in this space both by commercial, government and residential builders as well as architects who want to use sustainable materials. The only thing I feel is that we need to measure it more tangibly. At least for India, we are still comparatively at a nascent stage versus Europe. But if we can further measure it more tangibly and show the result to a builder, I don't think there are very few builders and architects out there who don't see the merit at this point of time, at the current period, of not using a sustainable or less carbon intensive product that's there.
Thank you, Shruti. I'd like to bring in Dr. Rooney here because he's also working from a larger perspective of policy making. So, Dr. Saab, we'd like to hear your views on the role and change in urban planning with reference to development of smart and sustainable cities.
Thank you, Nitika. Thanks. Although Nitika has already explained what urban planning is, we all like to describe what it is, because it's a very powerful idea and concept. Unfortunately, its full potential is still not being utilized insofar as Indian towns and cities are concerned. and also outside the Indian borders, there can be inequalities in towns and cities which are quite prominent. I would also like to give my idea of what I think about urban planning. I think it helps in guiding future development in an orderly manner, in a disciplined manner. That's what it's intended to do. And this work is done by preparing and implementing a plan. We just heard about the master plan for Delhi, and in this, the plan preparation exercise ensures that there is optimal utilization of available land and also proper location of facilities and services. That is to say, this is the area designated for residential purposes, for commercial, for institutional, for industrial and recreational purposes. This is where the infrastructure and networks are going to be, laid down in the city. And this is a statutory document. It has a legal basis, and therefore everyone has to abide by what is provided in the plan. And the overall effort in this exercise is to create a city that is people friendly, it's environment friendly, it is livable, it's inclusive, it's sustainable and resilient. But we all know from our experience and of our visiting to different urban centers in India that not all cities are equipped with such a statutory instrument. That is to say, a city plan. Even if there is a plan, in many cases that plan is not being implemented properly, and this leads to a number of problems. Problems such as irrational conversion of land use, which in turn leads to haphazard growth of built structures. We see this in peri-urban areas and census towns. And also there is emergence of informal areas, what we know as slums and unauthorized colonies. And overall there is an inferior quality of life that prevails in places where plans are not followed. And you will be surprised to know that there are still many statutory towns in the country that are evolving or developing without a proper plan. So this is the introduction to urban planning.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Sir. I'll follow this up with further questions after I've taken everybody on the call. So I'd like to bring in Mr. Sadi, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Tondo Smart. So Tondo is a smart city solution and a smart lighting provider, which is a very niche intervention within the urban space. So I would like to ask you, Mr. Sadi, how do you think big data technologies can help us achieve sustainable urban development?
Thanks. So first of all, I would like to thank for the great honor of being part of this an honorable place. I would like first to speak about the Indian-Israeli relationship. Israel and India are celebrating 30 years of diplomatic relationship, and I think what is combined between those two countries, first that innovation, and I think one of the two most innovative countries around the world, and this unique combination between the companies can cooperate and succeed more and more. Regarding the question of big data, I think that first, big data is a big word that it's not always understandable what we can do with big data, and the importance of planning how we want to put the data and what we want to collect in the next future, it's something that is very open question, and we need to answer it not only today, also in the years to come. So what is the importance when we are planning and putting big data technologies in each one that can help and make successful in all around the world, because technology at the end needs to serve the environment, the people. We are not just making technology for the technology. and I know a lot of companies that making technology for technology. Technology need to serve the environment, the city at the end. And we can give a lot of examples of how big data, for example, can help the environment and the citizens, and I will give several examples from our world, okay? We are dealing with smart lighting, and smart lighting at the base are saving energy. And saving energy is something that is very essential for all the public area and answering one of the most challenging things that the city will need to answer in the near future. But the big data that is behind it, that is coming with all the collecting of the data from the smart lighting, but not only this. The combination with the other big data technology can serve and protect the environment much more. And I will give another example. We have an Israeli road tender that having operational of the road from north to the south with more than 120,000 devices connected for the street light. And the combination of the big data, not only from the street light, also from the next step that they are going to do on top of a platform that my company is bringing for traffic monitoring, environmental sensors, all this combination of big data can serve much more when they are combined together. For example, I will give an example that they are doing with their things. If, for example, the traffic monitoring identify that there is not any movement in the road, yes, then it can decrease the amount of light and save more energy and also protect all the ecosystem of the animals, for example, that is something of the sustainable of the society. Another example, for example, the combination of traffic monitoring but also environmental sensors can identify if there is in a specific area a lot of traffic that cause environmental problem. For example, in the specific road there is a lot of truck that is going, and according to the environmental sensors there is a huge pollution over there, then the operational road can take the places of the trucks for different places that will decrease the pollution. So big data will be something that will be very important in making the sustainable of the environment, but it's okay that sometimes we don't know to define today because the solution must live for us for a lot of years. And it's okay that the solution will be enough flexible in order to understand in the future what the big data can influence and have big effort of the environment and sustainable.
Thank you, Mr. Sadi. So while we've talked about the traditional role of urban planning, niche construction practices, smart solutioning, I would like to bring in another dimension, which is the human and the management aspect. And for this, I would like to bring in Ms. Vinita Hariharan, who is the Chief of Externally Aided Missions in the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. So Vinita, you work closely with ministries and the central government. So please share your views on the key management strategies that can be adopted by city leadership to make our urban areas smart, equitable and also more humane.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me here on this, my core subject of urban planning. So beginning with urban planning as a discipline itself, if I may just begin with that, since we share the same, we are alumni of the same School of Planning and Architecture. So when I began in '97, urban planning was ahead of its times in India, and it still seems to be ahead of its times. So we still haven't caught up with this concept of what is urban planning in India and what is its utility in the, and how we actually can roll out the urban planning systems, like Dr. Rumi just mentioned about how enforcement is the key to all of urban planning, urban planning designs and the discipline itself. So while we don't have a lack of master plans and scientifically designed master plans, which are spatial plans, which are mostly stuck in the shelves of the town and country planning organization departments even now. So there was this move to unshackle it with the smart city mission that was rolled out by this present government. But I think that was a radical shift from traditional planning to a very reactive kind of planning with the smart city mission. While smart city is also good because it caters to the immediate, it troubleshoots on various aspects of the city planning elements. But there needs to be a balance between the two, I think, the traditional forms of urban planning, the master planning, and also the kind of very efficient, management practices that come with the smart city mission. And so when you speak of the humane and the management aspects of it, I think we go back to this old, thing of, well, I started off in 20 years back, we still had a problem of lack of professionals and in the municipalities and in the towns and in the local bodies. So we still, I think, suffer from that quite a bit in terms of actually capacitating our urban local bodies, because none of the urban planners who graduate from schools want to really go and serve in local bodies. So I think that's a big gap that we need to address in terms of human resource management in urban planning. While we compare the urban and the rural dimension, so if you see the definition of an urban, what is an urban area as per the census of India, it's just that 75% of the male working population should be non-agricultural. So it's male working population. So that itself needs to be redefined. We need to start with redefinition of what is an urban area. So there's a very thin line dividing an urban and a rural area. So like most of our towns, around 8,000 and odd towns we have, are actually, many of them, almost 60% of them are actually urban in character but rural, administratively still rural, called census towns. So because local bodies prefer to be rural because they get a lot of grants and from the subsidies from the government of India. So still the rural aspects of the rural areas are given more trust by the government of India, I think. So I think that's another area. While we start with the definition, redefining what an urban area is, and move more towards territorial development, I think, not really have the silos between an urban and a rural area, because that kind of border is kind of thinning down in India. So we look at more of territorial development and also look at local economic development. I think we need to move towards the concept of a local economic development in this whole urban planning ethos of our country.
Yeah, true, and that is what will bring up the development from ground up.
Absolutely.
And make the necessary change in the urban landscape of the country. Keeping that thought through, I would like to go back to Dr. Rumi and ask him a question on what are the challenges which arise due to a lack of maybe a focus or a methodological approach towards city planning.
Thank you for your question. I have a couple of responses in this regard. The first point could be that there is a shortage of planners in the country. So often it is shared in discussion groups about an acute or immense shortage of planners in India. That's one of the major challenges in the country. There is so much of urban planning required. There are, if you talk about statutory towns, there are 4,000 plus statutory towns. But if you follow the census definition, there are over 7,000 or 8,000 urban areas in the country, but not getting into the definitional aspects. The point is that there is a tremendous need for more number of planners in the country. So that's challenge number one. The second point is about the urban planning education in the country. There are still, although in the recent past some effort has been made to increase the number of educational institutions offering courses in town planning and related disciplines, but we know that India is a big country. It has a huge urban population, at least in terms of absolute numbers, not in terms of proportions, but in absolute numbers. And therefore, more educational institutions offering courses in town planning, according to me, is the second most important challenge. The third point could be the eligibility criteria for people who are entering into this profession. It is a big issue still in India. Some steps have been taken in this regard, but the problem was that not enough qualified persons are entering into this discipline, which meant that an eligibility condition of being a town planner was not the only criteria. Some state governments are trying to amend the recruitment rules to ensure entry of qualified candidates in this profession. The fourth aspect could be, according to me, is the non-availability of GIS based master plans, urban plans. It is very important to know the changes that are occurring in our towns and cities on a real-time basis, I would say, on a real-time basis. And technologies such as GIS, they relate data to a map, and then using which you are able to take some of the best decisions insofar as planning is concerned, planning for a city. And then there is another big challenge of the capacity of planners themselves. There are town planning departments in different states of India, but it has been a concern that their capacity to prepare a master plan which is smart, sustainable, resilient, ensuring all those parameters, participatory, representative, inclusive, engaging, etc., etc. Some kind of orientation program should be held for the planners who are working in different positions in the government. So that's another challenge. And the final challenge could be about the lack of a multidisciplinary committee on matters related to making of urban policies, on capacity building, on planning and implementation. You know, planning or city planning, town planning is such a field that you have to have diverse knowledge. It is not possible for one person to acquire that knowledge, and therefore specialists having expertise in sociology, in geography, in architecture, in engineering, and economics, they all have to work together to make the best plan, which is people friendly and environment friendly. So according to me, these are the challenges that should be urgently addressed if the transformation that everybody is looking for is to be achieved.
Thank you, Dr. Rumi. And in this direction, we've also seen that Niti Aayog in the last 6 months, well, actually in September of last year, came out with a multidisciplinary report on capacity building for urban planning in the country, which is one of its first kind of initiatives undertaken at the central government level. I'd like to also bring in Shruti here. Shruti, while you're working in the innovations in construction practices, I would like you to share your views on how such innovation in materials will be adopted or assimilated by the government sector, which spearheads the major projects in urban planning and development vis-a-vis cost effectiveness and usability.
Definitely. So in last 3 years, we have actually seen that, as you were mentioning, Niti Aayog and different bodies of the government has been extremely supportive to do a lot of mock-ups, to do a lot of demo structures with different technologies that are faster and sustainable in the country. So the government came up with this LGFS, which is Smart Cities mission, where they tried to, in a very quick manner, explore a lot of faster technologies. And we were one of the entities which got an opportunity to build COVID hospitals, childcare centers, primary healthcare centers in the outskirts of the country, even as far as the northeast, to do construction and showcase to the government that these are viable technologies in the building sector, which takes time to innovate versus, fintech and other industries that are there, and give government the confidence that they can faster adopt and replicate these. So we have done a lot of model structures with government at the local level, state level, as well as the center level. So I have seen tremendous support there from the government to faster use new technologies, considering, as my fellow speaker said, that is sustainable for the human as well as the environment, and has to be faster considering the pace at which the Indian construction and the entire pace at which urbanization is happening. So when it's faster and sustainable, government is looking to adopt new technologies.
Thank you, Shruti. Mr. Sadi, here I would like to seek your views on how can India or any other developing nation achieve energy efficiency in their urban spaces?
Yeah, so first of all, the energy resources is one of the biggest challenges of the new modern city because, and we're going to see it more and more as the urbanization is getting bigger, by the way, not only in India, all around the world. People are coming more to the inside the city, and the challenges are getting more and more. Energy efficiency is one of the most important things. I think there is a lot of things that separately can reduce the energy consumption. If you're going to take, for example, the replacement to LED, the replacement to LED is a revolution that is already happening all around the world that can reduce energy by 50%. But sometimes it's not enough because the challenges become more and more big. And if, for example, for my world, we are adding smart connectivity, we can reduce the energy consumption by additional 30%. But again, as I'm speaking, sometimes it's not enough. And the ability to have a system that is ecosystem, full ecosystem that is talking with each other can increase the reduction even more. The cities will be also occupied by making new resources of energy, but also need to have the ability to save. And if we're going to have solution that can be talking with each other with a lot of AI capabilities and smart capabilities, and again, I will give the example that I gave before of the traffic monitoring, for example, that if we identify a traffic of the cars, then we can have a multidisciplinary case studies and solution that will change the amount of the lights and turn it off, for example, if there is not any movement. Or for example, EV charging, okay? And I'm going to the question of why it's so important to plan from in advance things that will be in the future, because when cities, if cities will not plan in advance what will be the future and how we're going to save energy, even not now, in the near future, they will have they will suffer from how to implement it. And if I'm going to the example of EV charging, and that today more and more cities want to have an EV charging on the poles that they are looking for, in my world, and that's what is closing the ecosystem. If the cities will not have a smart lighting, it will be very difficult, almost someone say impossible, to implement EV charging, because if you don't have control on the street light, you will not be able to have EV charging at the bottom. So everyone can save separately energy efficiency by the LED and the smart LED, but if we're going to have an ecosystem that is talking with each other, with one platform, with multidisciplinary scenarios together, we can save much more energy together.
Thank you, Mr. Sadi. Vinita, I'd also like to bring you here into the dialogue and take it a little bit further, because you also work with micro-level community issues, wherein you do a lot of policy engagement by which policy issues are sorted out and even moderated, generated and created for local aspects. So I would like to ask you, how do you look at the social aspect, or what are the key issues that you would like to imbibe into the urban development?
Yeah, sure. So, like I just mentioned in the previous conversation, that this while rural development has gone leaps ahead in terms of actually integrating the community into the planning aspects. So, we see a lot of these Gram Panchayat development plans being prepared by the community, and there's a lot of grants going into actually capacitating the rural local bodies to prepare their own plans, the community engagement, and engaging the communities in preparing the plans for their own local bodies at their own communities. So I think that is a thrust that's missing in the urban dimension of our country. So while there's a lot of momentum and there's a lot of activities happening in the rural space, the urban space doesn't see that kind of thrust, I think. So I think it all boils down to that definition which we are still sticking on to. And so if we can actually move towards a territorial development where we integrate the rural and the urban aspects of community engagement, I think that will do a lot good. So in terms of social aspects and of planning, as we all know, the URDPFI guidelines are there, wherein we actually prescribe what are the kind of clinics and primary health care centers that you need in a community, per capita norms, etc. So, but I think it's all about enforcement and how you actually train the local bodies to use these plans and to enforce them and implement them and roll them out. So I think with that we can see, and also engage the community in actually preparing these plans. So I think that's the answer that we need to look at.
So that's a very important aspect of bringing the people in from diverse stratas, whether it is urban or rural, because the aspirations of quality of life remain the same for everyone, and that can only come with inclusivity of whether a person is within a rural hinterland or within an urban hinterland. So while we've had this varied discussion where we've spoken about innovations in technology, bringing the human aspect while keeping the tradition of urban planning in view, I think one of the key takeaways from this session has been that innovations in urban planning may see more fruition once the management policies, strategies at the ground level up is disseminated, so that the bottoms up approach can be formalized for the nation at large. And while we're sitting here looking at the next 25 years of development, when India at 2047 would be a major economy and a force to reckon with, I think urban planning in itself would be a major tool which would be a driving force for it. I would now like to open up the forum for any Q&As that the audience may have. Yes, Amit, please. Amit is a colleague of ours. Right behind you, Amit.
Hi. Well, thank you so much. I think it was a very honest and open conversation that I heard, and thank you so much for that. Just a couple of questions that I have. One is, we have this green buildings, the LEED, right, certifications. Has, to be honest, has it really captured up in the market? Has there been a pull up in the market? Because we don't see as many LED certified buildings or homes being marketed per se. So that's one question. The other question I have is, if they have not, and considering the kind of climate change issues that we are facing with, there are two questions under this. One is, Vinita ma'am, is it possible that, through policies, through notifications, government resolutions, that these can be mandated? So today they are encouraged, they are incentivized, but can they be mandated? Is there a time today that, we don't have a choice but to mandate them, A? And B, to Dr. Rumi, are there urban planning tools available to ensure more sustainability from the climate change perspective in the urban planning? Three, the third thing that I want to ask is, some of the urban plans that I've looked at, unfortunately do not seem to have the economic perspective to it, the economic overlay, and that's why you see a lot of lopsided development driven by the market forces. And I think having economic triggers or having economic impetuses drawn into the urban planning becomes very important, and that's what I think Dr. Ruby also said, is having economists as part, as a discipline to come in also. So these are my questions, please.
So I'll first ask Virita to respond, and then Dr. Rumi, please.
Yeah, sure. So I was just going to mention about this point of actually integrating the certificates, the green certificates into the building bylaws. I think it's high time we do that, like we did for rainwater harvesting. I think most of the city governments have rainwater harvesting as one of the mandatory construction practices. So similarly, I think we need to look at ecologically friendly building materials and promoting the use of such materials integrated into our building bylaws. It's something that can go maybe as a part of the findings of this entire proceedings of this workshop. And about the economic development, I don't know, maybe you can add on, or I just wanted to talk about the local economic development as well, as it's so important to actually have the economic dimensions integrated into urban planning, because one of the biggest issues that most of our city governments face today is the revenue deficits and the lack of actually budgetary resources to actually implement things. So whereas the rural local bodies have gone ahead and they know how to do their budgeting for themselves. So.
Dr. Rumi, if you would like to respond.
Yeah, I would like to, but the voice was not very clear. There was a little more bass and less of treble, because of which I could not follow your question properly.
Yeah, so my question was that are there urban planning tools, okay, which can actually help enhance the climate change that we want to effect, which is reduce the impact of the climate change? Are there urban planning tools that are available? That's one point. And the second point was on the economic overlay that seems to be missing from the overall urban planning or in the urban plans, the developmental plans, etc. that we see.
Second part again, please.
The economic overlay that is required in urban planning. So the urban plans, the development plans, for some reason I do not see an economic perspective being put into them, and that's why we see a lot of market-driven, lopsided development.
Okay, I will make an attempt to respond to both parts of your question. About the first one and also about the second one, if you might have heard the previous panel presenting the master plan for Delhi, and their description of the scope of the plan. There are chapters on both environment and there is a chapter on economy. And what do these chapters provide? They provide information that helps us understanding and helps implementing agencies in guiding that these are the measures that you have to take if you have to bring down the emissions or have a better environment, or how can the economic condition of a city be enhanced or strengthened. In the case of Delhi's master plan, if you ask me, very recently I wrote about it also because we are expected in our office to write frequently on a variety of urbanization related aspects, and I did attempt an appraisal or a critique of the environment chapter provided in the Delhi master plan. From whatever I remember, a number of measures have been proposed. That's how plans provide information. They propose a series of ideas, or you can say policy statements, which are broken down further into projects and programs for implementation. And insofar as environment is concerned, they talk about having a green buffer all around Delhi, protecting natural resources by creating buffers like planting vegetation, or shifting to better fuels and electric provision for of infrastructure for electric vehicles. So, and a variety of other things which I am unable to remember at the moment. But according to me, a master plan or a plan for a city or a smart city plan, which some of our earlier speakers referred to, in my view, they address this aspect in the best possible manner. And even with regard to economic aspects, from the point of view of planning, planners propose or assign or allocate land for starting various types of economic activities. They propose if I've understood your question correctly, you're marking spaces for street vending or hawking facilities. So that's the role of the planner. You assign a space and you reserve it under a law, and then you try to conduct an activity which is of most importance to a person who lives in informal areas, to ensure that they also get a space to operate in the city. These are the things that come to my mind at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Rumi. We have another
With your
question
permission,
here.
can I refer to the last question that you asked regarding the economics?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, please continue.
Yes, I think this is, first of all, not everything is measured, can be measured directly with saving or things like this, and this is exactly the place that the government need to take place. Because in the long term, every plane of a city have economic benefits. If we're going to take, for example, sanitization of water, also electricity saving, even though electricity can be measured immediately. In the long term, if you make the water sanitized, then you will have people that are more healthy and reduce the cost of the healthy society that you need to put on people. So this is exactly the place that the government sometimes needs to interfere inside. And for example, we have a project, even though, as I said, that we can measure the saving directly, that the government fund for cities full project. And once that the cities will make this project of smart connectivity and smart lighting, and it's fully funded. So this is exactly the place that combination between the government and the business industry together.
Thank you, Mr. Sadi. Please, sir, your question.
I'm Ajay Datto from Bangladesh, and I'm so grateful that I have attended here. And here is so big and experienced person about the smart city. So I came here on 15 March for the survey purpose, and I have a unique idea for the smart city, and I visited in Delhi and another city, more places for the survey. So I have an idea that here in Delhi on the Pune can be unique idea and the unique project which you have done and doing and running the projects. And after then the idea, my unique idea can be a good one. So how can I propose you, and how can I share you with the government and any kind of companies of here? This is my one question. Another question is, Joshua district established in 150 years ago, and the oldest municipality in the all over the India and Bangladesh. So we started some idea in Joshua. So in 2012, government has declared that Joshua is the digital district.
Okay.
So just now you are doing, running, having this project in here in Delhi, but we are starting. We wish to start.
Right.
So how can I help? How can I design and a good project proposal? So we need your help. Who are you doing more idea about the smart city?
So that's a very interesting point. I wish if we could connect after this session.
Yeah.
I would like to maybe introduce those aspects wherein you could share your innovative ideas at a government platform.
Yeah.
Also, if you wish to establish any connects with the smart city SPVs which are functioning out and rolling out the mission,
Yeah.
maybe I could share immediately after this session for the benefit of time for everyone with you one-on-one.
Okay. With us, I have a one government officer. So if you agree, then the government officer can be joined with us and with me.
Yeah, surely that would be wonderful.
Okay.
Is there any other question from this forum? Yes, please.
Yeah, I have a basic question regarding this, that the cultural mindset that we are seeing as far as this environment sustainability is concerned, that is something very terrifying, simply because, we see with the electric vehicles also, we see with the housing also, same thing is happening with the, even with the lighting and the electrical equipment also, that people overuse it, and basically use it basically beyond their self life, because of which, I mean, once they are using it, beyond their self-life, obviously, there are issues with the social ramifications as far as, waste is concerned, they can't be easily disposable, because most of these things are not easily biodegradable, and once the government regulations come in, simply because, throwing all this junk at one go is not environmentally feasible, so how can that be made, much more, sustainable? That is my point. So, I mean, can you enlighten it? My question is to Guy.
Shruti, would you like to respond?
Sure. I'm not sure if I've garnered the question properly, but I think we need to build more. So instead of using the word sustainability, I think saying building technologies that are climate responsive is more open-ended. It sort of takes in the the multiple variables, because what might be sustainable in one as part of India might not be sustainable for another part of the country or another part of the globe. So I think if we have climate responsive technologies, and I think he mentioned about biodegradability, so I think that circles back to using the approach of circular economy. So traditionally most businesses and products that we use are linear, you use and you dispose of. So if yes, we build products, especially in considering urban planning segment here, that are circular, cradle to gate or cradle to cradle, then definitely we can explore more technologies that are biodegradable, more products that are biodegradable, but as the fellow speaker said before, there has to be more requirement of making these mandated than a suggestion. But yes, we should be more tangibly measuring the cradle to cradle footprint of all the technologies that are there to build more climate responsive design. I think that might address the solution.
Thank you, Shruti, for that response. I hope there aren't, okay, sorry, we'll take the last question, after which we'll wrap up this forum.
Thank you. Shruti ma'am, actually we are in a stage of rapid advancement of technology. So in recent 10 years, the construction which we have done, and we are expecting in another 100 years, means in the stage of advancement, the construction which we have done yet. So what would be the criteria, how we can maintain the future projects in such case of construction management?
Sorry, can you repeat the last leg of your question?
Means in our last decade, means last 20 years, the construction which we have done. So in coming 100 years, the construction which we have done, how we can make up to mark?
How can we bring construction up to mark?
Yeah, means the building which we have constructed, these are all constructed. I mean, in near future, how we can make up to a level so that it can be sustained up to a long time.
So are you talking about retrofitting?
Retrofitting also, in case of advancement, approach, technology, means in near future you will decide in the next 10 years that technology definitely will change. So these technology, the technology which we will implant in near future for the projects, but for the last, those constructed, how will match these are things.
I definitely agree that there's a lot of scope to address the existing buildings that are already there, because they are, as I earlier mentioned as well, once they are built, they already have a footprint that we should further first address before the new buildings that are going to be coming up in the future. And there's a lot of scope to retrofit existing buildings from the point of view of reducing the energy load, of retrofitting some of the materials that could be more sustainable, more permeable, more performance oriented for reducing the acoustics, making it more thermally insulated. I think if we could retrofit by consuming less new resources for the existing buildings, that can make a huge difference before just, even just thinking about the fresh buildings that are coming up.
Sometimes what happens, the services which we laid in roads and in the infrastructure which we have already laid down. So these are the things. If we go deeper into the details and we go to the advancement of the technology, we have to go again and again on the procedures. So these are the things. So these are my things which I discussed.
No, definitely. If there's no need to reinvent the wheel and we can make minor changes to the existing roads, the existing buildings that are there, and enhance their performance, that is definitely the best way to address urban constraints.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your question. So on behalf of the organizers here and also the audience, I would like to thank all my esteemed colleagues, panelists for their knowledge sharing and their contribution to this session. And your guidance and your comments with this forum is important for us in terms of your encouragement and knowledge for this session. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for this very excellent session, thanking all the speakers for raising certain concerns also and then coming up with very constructive solutions and ideas and inputs towards shaping a more better and a sustainable urban planning. Thank you. I would like to invite Ms. Chandrika Bahel, the Managing Director of Exhibitions India Group, to kindly present the special token of our gratitude and appreciation to all our speakers. Dr. Rumi Aizaz. Appreciation to Shruti Pandey. To Mr. Guy Sadi. Thanking Ms. Vinita Hariharan. And a big appreciation for our moderator, Ms. Nikita Krishnan. In fact, tomorrow as we start our sessions, we'll be having the mission heads and the city planners of various cities which stand out outstandingly on the smart city scale, and they are going to be sharing with us their insights. Some of the success models are going to be shared and a lot of learning from them. Certain concerns as we have been voicing here as we are talking about the Delhi master plan or our cities as we are planning them to be more resilient and sustainable and improving the living standards, smart transportation, smart energy, classifying and qualifying on those levels. We will have tomorrow various city leaders who are going to be talking to us on that, and various experiences across the world coming tomorrow. So this is as we are going to be moving straight into the next session, and as we said that we within the urban development we are addressing the various pillars of urban development, and one of them is smart transportation and EVs. Now, when we say smart transportation, it is about smart mobility with smart automobiles, smart fuels and intelligent transport system. And the Government of India has been now aggressively taking it up. And in fact, if you see smart transportation, if you are able to move from the very concept of taking transportation as moving from one place to another, by shifting our focus to making mobility more as a service and more as an experience, probably we can make a dent there. As far as EV is concerned, again, the Government of India is aggressively taking up. The budget recently announced a lot many incentive plan also for building up the EV infrastructure and the EV ecosystems. We already have the EV buses so the EV public transportation, the government is looking, so we have EV buses, EV four-wheelers, three-wheelers, and even the EV cycles shortly we are going to be seeing on the road. So this is, in this session, as we have this panel discussion, it is about accelerating the modal shift to more a public and a shared transport system, for as we've seen, the future of mobility is more about being shared, connected and electric. So we look into the public and the shared transport system, shifting focus from mobility as a way to travel more to mobility as a service and as an experience. We are also going to be looking into discussing which Indian cities classify to be a little closer to some of the cities which classify as smart cities, Helsinki, Vienna, Berlin, and what is the role of integrators in this process. We are also going to be discussing on the real-time parking monitoring and management, the type of mobility we should be looking into for the benefit of citizens, whether Metro Neo or Metro Light, and then what is the way forward for the electric public transportation, the role in the multimodal integration. Taking these discussions forward with our eminent speakers is our moderator, Karun Raj Saveen, partner KPMG in India. May I request a moderator to please grace the dais. Our speakers for the session, Sudhendu J. Sinha, Advisor Infrastructure Connectivity and Electric Mobility, Niti Aayog; Diego Grafe, the Chairman and Managing Director of Piaggio Vehicles; Mr. Sharachandra, the Head of Public Policy, Uber India, South Asia; Dr. Avleen Malhi, the Senior Lecturer, Data Science and AI at E. Parkley; Mr. Basti Dilip, South Asia Director, Institute for Transportation and Development Policy; Ms. Revati Pradeep, the Progress Manager, Transport Sustainable Cities; and Mr. Abhijit Sinha, Project Director, National Highways for EV.
Anyone missing?
So when is it not here?
I was told about Pavan. Now on it. So with that, I would like to request our moderator, Mr. Sareen, to take over from here as we take these discussions.
So thank you, Vinny, for the introduction. I am privileged to be part of this panel, August gathering of eminent experts in the area of urban mobility. It's going to be a 1-hour session. The target is to, I'll put some questions across to the panelists for about 45 minutes, and then I'll throw the dais open for questions from the audience for another 10-15 minutes. So I will, before I start my discussion, I would just want to lay out the context. There are various studies which have shown that there is a strong correlation between economic development and urban mobility. In fact, the multiplier effect of urban mobility is about 1.5 in terms of economic development. Come to think of all the major cities which have grown over the last 50 years, whether it is Hong Kong, Singapore, London, Paris, all these cities have one thing in common, which is a strong urban mobility facility, right?
for meeting country's aspiration in the next 25 years for India, it is expected that the urban population is going to double its size from the current 35 crores to about 80 crores. That is, by the 100th year of independence, the population in urban cities will be about 80 crores. And it is also expected that the number of urban trips, they are going to increase by 3 times. So that is where the complexity lies. Urban mobility today is standing on a burning platform, and it is grappling with 3 big challenges: congestion, emissions and safety. Modal shift from private to public and shared transport has become imperative, and for us to ensure that urban mobility is in place, we will have to look at from a triple bottom line perspective, which means that it has to be sustainable for people, it has to be sustainable for planet, and it has to be sustainable for profits, which means financial profitability. Otherwise, investments will become very difficult in this space. So with this, I would now start the discussions by bringing in Shiva from ITDP, and I would want to ask him that what are the key ingredients, Shiva, in your view, which are required for sustainable, equitable and inclusive urban mobility?
Mic working? Okay. Firstly, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us. Thank you for the question. I think before talking about a sustainable environment, it's very important to also consider and talk understanding about public transportation, which is prevailing right now. So firstly, we need to understand, like with the MOHA guidelines, which has told like any city with 5 lakh population should have formal public transportation. So in that line, we have only 110 cities which qualifies to the requirement, and also in that only 30 cities in the qualified cities have a formal public transportation, in which even those 30 cities have shortage of buses. So currently with this 30 cities, we have overall around 34,000 buses available, and which is all in shortage. We need more 40,000 buses to be taken up for taking to the satisfaction limit. So and overall, if you see in the for the country, almost we are in need of around 1,75,000 buses currently, which is a requirement. So there are various schemes and many things being applied by the government in terms of addressing this. Recently there was also a bus augmentation scheme. Previously there was a JNRM scheme, which really brought in a lot of evolution in terms of bringing buses on street. But when you say sustainable environment, public transport plays a very important role, and when we talk about buses are very critical in terms, because that is the only feasible mode for any sort of a citizen to access from point A to B. Though we have various vast variety of options available, but still this is a very important aspect to be considered before we bring in other aspects here.
Okay. On this, Shiva, I just want to have another question for you. Of course, we know that there is a lot of investment which is taking place in the urban transport sector, with about 18 cities in the country where the metros are operational. Also, there are 28 metro cities where the construction is on, and in the next 4 to 5 years, the metro would be operational. But there is a gap, and we have seen this from the ridership figures also. The traffic estimates that are done at the time of the planning of the project, it is not realized. And one of the gaps is the last mile connectivity, which means that while people would want to travel on a metro, because it is not very seamless, it is not very integrated, there is a gap. So what do you think? How can we solve this last mile connectivity problem?
Sure. Actually, this is something which been addressed everywhere where there is a mass transport is in place. Eventually, if you see every metro, when they are trying to go to a DPR stage, there is a projection which has been done. But we say this with ridership can be attracted, but we never see like how this ridership can be attracted. I think that sort of gap when during the planning stage is not been addressed properly. Many cities I have seen, they try to do the station accessibility after the metro is been implemented. So these are something which is fundamental, which needs to be addressed, because until I know how do I reach the station, or until we try to plan it how people will reach the station. Because when you see in public transport, we have different type of audience available. Audience in terms of metro, BRTS, or even a public transport user. Like when we do a lot of public consultation with people, we understand to see there are people using public transport which have itself has a different audience. Like a general service user will never use a deluxe service. So that's all sort of details when we try to get in, when we try to evolve with working with the city. And that's how when we plan out to work with so many cities, we see that these gaps needs to be addressed from the planning stage, and also can be addressed during the implementation, where lot of non-motorized, especially in terms of connecting to walking, which is very much lagging in terms right now into connecting the mass transit, and also bringing IPTs and also cycle. These are the three fundamental things which can be brought in with good feeder services, can bring a lot of riderships, and also some sort of parking mechanism needs to also be worked upon, because initially when you ask people to shift, they cannot just lift things and come. So we need to have a slow process of moving the shift from people to, from car to taking the mass transit. I think that's how we need to address.
Okay, thank you. So my next question would be to Mr. Abhijit. So we know, Mr. Abhijit, that the aspiration that we have for a urban mobility system is that it should be based out of 6 C's, and this has come out from Niti Aayog. The transport system should be common, connected, convenient, congestion-free, clean, and cutting edge. So what, in your view, is the outlook for the mobility sector? And I know you are working on this National Highway for EV project. It is an e-highway project, the first and the longest in the country. From that perspective, what do you think is the outlook for the mobility sector for us?
Hello. Thank you, Sreen. I think the sector, the way it is changing, and people have changed their mindset from shifting to an ownership of the product, being as the owner, and now they have moved to using mobility as a service, is going to change a lot of things in coming time. So I don't know, people who are there in this hall, if you can just give me with your hand raised that how many of you are from Delhi, from this local region? All of you are from, most of them, and few of them are from outside. So you know the space how we have reached. If you'll ask me, the urbanization of mobility, or people who have 4 or 5 cars in their home, how it has turned out to be a very difficult situation for them when they are stuck into a traffic jam. So when mobility is going to become a service, then definitely the control of a regulatory body, infrastructure, the way we are going to use, quality of the vehicle, quality of the service is going to be changed, is going to be more elevated, and all of those countries who are holding a very good urban and intercity transport in today's scenario are very focused on these 6 C's which you said. But how do we achieve this? Number one, cost of infrastructure is very high if you are going to put this up on highways. I know the project, I am heading National Highway EV, and this takes us to a very, deep, enrooted discussion of how are you going to meet this cost of infrastructure. If I'll suggest it in this way, that someone who has to take a budgetary decision in your family, my family, if it has to be, mostly it is our mother, it is lady of the family. Yeah. It looks like that father has taken the decision, but actually mother takes decision. First decision or first cost of billing और सबसे बड़ा खर्चा अगर आप मान लें घर में क्या है, तो that is the cost of rent if you are not having a house of your own. This is exactly same situation with the country. The largest bill which country pays is the bill of oil import, is the oil bill. And how do we reduce this is the only way we manage our transportation, because that's the most lowest hanging fruit which we can achieve. You cannot go jump on the industries and ask them, okay, stop. We will not be able to survive without them. But when we are talking about mobility, definitely it can be done. And the way we design resources, the way we provide services, these are two very common things which makes it fit into our pocket. One person who has to use it, and second person who has to own it. So investment on highways, investment on making a new infrastructure in cities for charging, or for a clean bus which can be hydrogen, which can be lithium, which can be electric, it can be biofuel, fuel cell, anything. And then these two people take this forward. So here are the people who are going to use mobility. आप में से बहुत सारे लोग कार का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, बहुत सारे बसों का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, बहुत सारे साइकिल का इस्तेमाल करते हैं. तो आप जिस तरह से भी उसका इस्तेमाल करना चाहते हैं, उसके लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, उसके लिए आपका यूज केस, इन दोनों का एनवायरनमेंट के हिसाब से, आपके पॉकेट के हिसाब से फिट होना बहुत जरूरी होता है. So when you will see the comparison between oil import या oil based transportation and any new transportation which is electric, renewable, कम से कम 30% की कमी होती है सभी कॉस्ट को जोड़ने के बाद पर किलोमीटर पे. तो आप कितने पैसे में अपने डेस्टिनेशन पे पहुंचते हैं, कितने पैसे में आप अर्बन डेस्टिनेशन पे अभी पहुंचेंगे. हाईवेज में वी हैव रिड्यूस्ड इट टू मोर देन 30%. So when we talk about electric highway, then we talk about a car which is electric, but you don't have to buy this. A car which can be delivered at your doorstep without you spending 30-35 lakh rupees to it. And when you drive in that car, you don't even need a driver. It is delivered to you, it's a self-drive car. You have to drive, it is giving you a very, very good, very smooth interaction. Let me change your navigation to a charging station. By the time you take coffee break in 5 minutes, your vehicle is again ready. So we are not necessarily asking you to stop on the highway, e-highway, because this is the first model, this is the first program where four-wheeler is going to practice a substitute of battery swapping, where battery is not pulled out, it is called relay.
Yes.
So 100 vehicle deployed on one side, 100 vehicle on another side, 30 from the destination start, 30 on the final destination, and 40 are distributed on the station. So the moment you reach on the station, same color, same variant, same company, car is changed with your car. And within 5 minutes it is given to you. So it gives you seamless services, and the most important part which these people must know, your cost of ticket is 60% lesser what you are paying to buy or to book a Swift Desire or Toyota Innova today to go to Jaipur or Delhi or Agra.
So it's very fascinating to know, Abhijit. I think this is the first e-highway that you're talking about, right?
In India, this is first electric highway which has 4 integration.
Yes.
If you shut down, within 30 minutes we reach you. If you deploy a vehicle, you only pay 70% for the vehicle cost. Third, the capex which government, PSUs, private entity which they are spending on these stations, they get the break even into 36 months. And last, the utilization of charger is 30% against national average of 5%.
So yeah, that's what I was talking about, the triple bottom line benefit, which means that it is benefiting the people, it is benefiting the planet because environmental, it's battery, so it is environment friendly. and also it is financially sustainable, right? So it is perfect example of this triple bottom line that we talk about in the ESG context these days. Now coming to, I have with me Sarath, who's basically the head of public policy in Uber. And when we talk about urban mobility, I think shared mobility is something which is one of the imperatives for an efficient urban mobility system. So I would want to have your view, Sarath, that what are the trends or outlook which Uber sees evolving in the next few years as far as shared mobility is concerned?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Karan. Thank you, Karan, for this opportunity. At Uber, we believe the future of mobility is shared, multimodal, electric, and inclusive. And in the complex urban environment of India, we believe that shared mobility is essential to provide the kind of connectivity solutions that the people of India would need. Now, how does that translate on the ground? It could happen in a number of ways. So for instance, we have, of course, the standard cab solution at Uber, which is, to put it simply, four-wheeler taxis. But it would interest you to know, Karan. So those are the two ends of the spectrum, and in fact for buses we are even we're in touch with a number of city administrations even as we speak to provide the service to the people. I'd also like to touch upon two other areas which I believe are popular or very important themes for the future of mobility in India. The first you briefly touched upon, which is first mile, last mile connectivity and transit solutions. So basically ensuring a seamless ride end to end for people. So related to that is of course integrated journey planning, which is the first step, which is live in India. So for instance now in Delhi, if you have the Uber app on your smartphone and you were to open it and click on the transit option, you would find information related to nearby metro stations, when the next metro is arriving, nearby bus stations, which buses are arriving when, and that could help you plan your journey. And hopefully maybe someday in the near future or sometime in the future, you would actually have one app which would provide you seamless end-to-end connectivity, so that sitting here at Pragati Maidan, you might plan an entire journey to Meerut, say, and that would involve multimodal transport, multimodal travel, and you could perhaps book all of it on your smart device. So that's one. But the other very important concept which I would like to introduce is this entire idea around peer-to-peer rideshare, which basically, in India, if I may use the term, we still tend to use 20th century solutions to solve for simple things like commercial permits and license plates, for instance. But India is also the country with the largest number of digital transactions. And urban India is the place where pointing a smart device at a QR code to make a digital transaction is absolutely normal now. And one suggestion could be that we use some of the same technology and the same QR code-based solutions to solve for simple problems like commercial registration, permits, and so on, which would effectively allow simple ways of registering cars for rideshare or even two-wheelers for rideshare. And thereby you would unlock millions of vehicles, millions of idle time, a lot of idle time of vehicles onto rideshare. And this would effectively open up a lot of mobility options, mobility solutions for people in the big cities, in the smaller towns as well, and at the same time also unlock a lot of economic opportunity. So those are the two areas, first mile, last mile and transits on the one hand, and peer-to-peer rideshare on the other, which would help shape the future of shared mobility even further in India.
Very nice to know. I think talking about technology, I would want to bring in Dr. Avleen here. She's a senior professor on data science and AI, and she's based out of Finland, and she's doing a lot of work around this area. Dr. Avleen, I want to understand from you, what are the emerging digital solutions and transport systems which are going to shape up the urban mobility of the future?
Hello. Yeah, thank you for the question. So first of all, talking about the transportation, I will suggest that what if we have just one transport system which connects metro, buses, trams, and whatever public transport is being organized in the city. So there is just one app, and you have source and destination, and you just get one ticket, and you travel on all the modes of public transport just with one ticket. So you don't have to worry about getting the bus ticket first and then going to the metro, and then from metro going to another bus and so on. So just have one ticket which covers all modes of transport, making your life much easier. And that is the best way you can promote public transport to the public. So taking an example of Helsinki city, so there more than 50% of people use public transport, just because public transport is so easy and it is in vicinity of every household. For every house, within 5 minutes of walking distance, there will be a train stop or a metro stop or a bus stop. So it makes it very easy for every common man to use the public transport. And also, if you have just one ticket which is valid, for example 80 minutes or 100 minutes, then you can just use that ticket or any public transport without worrying about different modes. And secondly, digital parking is required. So that is one of the area I feel that India needs more digitization. We talk about digital India, but parking needs more digital solutions. For example, parking, whenever we go to the parking lot, we still have this person to whom we pay some money and then we book the parking. So what if there is a digital solution for that? You have the parking before you start driving from home. You know that the parking is available at a particular destination where you are going, and you have your parking reserved beforehand, and you drive hassle-free without worrying whether you will get the parking or not. And parking is a big problem when we talk about metropolitan cities. So that is imperative need that we should go digitized in parking. And the only solution is that to provide the app with the real-time availability to the end users, so that they know whether they are going to get the parking at the destination, and then they are driving hassle-free. And it also reduces the drive around time and also carbon dioxide emissions in the city, which is a big problem for the pollution. So it will solve multiple problems at the same time. And we have already developed the solution in Finland, where we are providing this real-time parking availability and pre-booking facility to the end users, and it has been run successfully in one of the cities in Finland. So these are two most important changes which I think will transform the public transport and urban mobility.
Okay, here I would want to bring in Dr. Kale. I must admit I met Dr. Kale only this afternoon, and I asked him, what do you do? He says, I am a parking enthusiast. So I said, okay, what does that mean? So we would want to hear more from Dr. Kale and hear his experiences and what he means by when he says he's a parking enthusiast. You have to switch on the mic.
So thank you for the invitation for this very ad hoc position in this role. Some difficulties with Indian accent in English. Could you repeat?
Parking enthusiast. You are into parking solutions.
Yes.
So we want to hear more about the parking solutions that you are developing, the project that you are taking up, as it's soon going to get into commercialization.
So here
in Finland.
In Finland.
Yeah.
So in general. Yeah. So in Finland and whole continental Europe, the mobile payment is the big thing. It's rising for last 20 years, and income for cities of parking has been multiplied simply because of mobile payments. So people are paying for parking instead of trying to avoid it, and it's done easy. And people are happy to pay 49 cents, so euros, half euros for the payment only, whatever is the payment charge. And that's crazy. I mean, 20 years ago, if someone would have asked that, would you pay half euros, let's say half a dollar simply for parking plus the parking charge. No one would be, saying that it's a good thing. Now everybody are doing it because it's so easy. So that's the success story of parking, the mobile payments.
Okay. Can you talk about this initiative called e-Parkley? And Avneet, I would want to bring you in here. You're putting up a project and it is funded, e-Parkley solution. So would you want to talk more about it? Dr. Avleen?
Sorry, was it for me? I thought it was.
Yeah, it's for you.
So, so as I previously said, e-Parkley is a digital parking experience to end users, where we have one platform where we get a real-time availability of the parking spaces on the platform, and then you can just book the parking space right from the app, and you don't have to go to the actual parking lot to pay for it. You can just pay online, or you can even just book it even if it is free. So in this way we are having computer vision technology. So we are having cameras installed in the parking lots, by which we are getting real-time availability of the parking spaces, and it helps us to give this real-time availability to end users, and it helps them to get the actual idea about the parking where they are going to. For example, if I have to go to any parking lot, then I will be always worried about if there will be parking or not. So in this way we are making the experience easy for the users, so that they are not concerned about the parking, and it is a big problem in metropolitan cities. So e-Parkley provides the solution, and we have tested this pilot in Turku city, where we have done with the city of Turku pilot for multiple parking lots, and the end users were really happy to have this kind of app where you have real parking lots, parking spaces available on the app. So it is not present at the moment, and it will be a big change if we have this a platform where we can see the actual parking spaces, rather than just driving to the parking lot and then checking if there is parking, and then again checking the next one, and so on. So it will be a big change if we make this parking digitized, especially in India, where there is a big need of digitization.
I have a question for Avleen and Dr. Kale, if you may allow.
Please.
This space of parking which we are talking about is, we are talking about diesel and petrol vehicle, or your this e-Parkley is also keeping electric mobility in account, where the parking is going to be rather long, maybe 1 hour if it is in city, and also the availability as per the specification of vehicle, what charger is available there on that particular parking slot is going to decide a lot of future about that slot, whether electric vehicle will be able to come up or not. So are you keeping e-mobility also in account? That's my question to Mr. Kale and to Ms. Avleen.
Yes, so we have done one project in the past where we have just developed the solution for electric vehicles in the previous project. So where we have the electric parking spaces available, and the user is able to book these parking spaces online beforehand, depending on the availability. We are giving the availability of those parking spaces, and then you can also book the parking space for 1 hour, and then you can charge your vehicle before for that. So it was specifically done for electric vehicles, and this was done in collaboration with BMW, and BMW was the one which tested our pilot in Helsinki, Finland. So but now this e-Parkley is mainly only dealing with the normal vehicles, but in our future the plan is to incorporate the electric vehicles and disabled parking as well, as one of the as one of the element or one of the feature in e-Parkley. But at the moment we are just dealing with the normal vehicles.
Thank you.
So Dr. Avleen, parking is a huge problem in India. I know you are doing a lot of, you've taken a lot of initiatives in Finland. When are you bringing the solution to India? Any plans for India?
Yeah, we want to make India digital. And since India is going for 100 smart cities, so I think these solutions will be very viable for the next smart cities for which India is aspiring for.
Okay. So my next question would be for Revati. She is from the World Research Resources Institute. And the institute is working at the ground level with the state and the center government. And they are promoting livability in cities as the main theme. So I want to understand from Revati, one, that when you say livability, what does livability mean in context of urban mobility? And second, what are the three imperatives? And I'm asking practical imperatives because you guys are working on ground and doing a lot of research for accelerating the modal shift from private transport to public transport system.
Yeah, so I'll take up the first question actually first. So when we talk about livability, it's not just clean air and it is not just happy people. It's also about accessible transport, because transport is the means to cities development. So that is one thing that we work with when we work with the cities, that the transport, that's the backbone of the city, is accessible and affordable to all. And equitable transport is something that we are specifically focusing upon. Now, talking about the modal shift, I think there are two different parts of it that we need to look at. One is that the urban cities that we have already, cities like Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, these are the cities that have already reached a space that the population has a higher value of time. They want convenience over affordability. So there is a huge section in the city that needs convenience, and this is where all the apps, trip planners come in. All of these app-based ticketing and app-based single ticket for without transfer charges come in. Delhi per se is doing a trial for the charter app that is going on, and we have charter app right now being trialed across all the fleet in Delhi. And what we have seen is regular passengers have a very good uptake of this ticketing, and Delhi soon expected to transfer to a One Delhi app. That is a very good initiative, I would say, because the app per se is what Aveline had said earlier. It is a single ticket. The vision is to have a single ticket irrespective if you want to use a metro or an auto or a bus without any transfer charges. You can book a single trip ticket and go across all the modes in Delhi, be it Delhiite or a new visitor who is coming for a tourism purpose in Delhi. And I look forward to something like that coming in Delhi. So that is something that is in urban areas. And again, when we are focusing on this app-based demographics who have smartphones, the surveys have shown that our buses are currently not used by people who have smartphones. These are the people we also need to plan for. And as per the user surveys, they need physical infrastructure. They need a bus that is 500 meters from their house and some frequency of close to 50. They're ready to wait 15 minutes. But they want physical infrastructure. They want that if I go to a bus stop, that is like a walkable distance from my home, I should be able to get service at 15 to 20 minutes, and I should be able to rely on this transport. This is where I think route optimization and route rationalization comes in. Cities like Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, these cities already have a sizable amount of fleet. But I think the routes need to be optimized. These were routes that were planned long ago when the city was up and coming, and after that they were never optimized. So while there are routes that are overcrowded and there is no space for people to get into the buses, at the same time there are multiple routes that are running empty and at lower EPKMs. We need optimization of these routes so that people our demographics who are currently using for an affordable transport are not left behind when we are speaking about app-based solution for the, larger demographics that we want to shift to public transport. Now talking about the other or the up and coming urban areas, the smaller cities that are soon to be 5 lakhs plus, 6 lakhs plus, these are the cities I think should not follow the path of the existing urban cities who are relying on private vehicles. These cities should develop public transport network now so that the public is used to public transport. They know it's reliable and I don't need to buy a car or I don't need to buy a bike to reach anywhere. And I think that is the concept behind our ministry's, I think the budget proposal for buses in smaller cities, that the cities need to have a public transport system now. Anything above 5 lakhs should have a public transport system, so that by the time they are million plus, the population is already used to a reliable and accessible, affordable public transport system. The third point I'd like to make is gender and mobility. Surveys have shown that women use public transport system 5 times more than men. But I think today our system is made for a middle-aged man who does not carry bags, who does not have a child attached to him, or without any disability. We need to plan more for an equitable transport. I think that covers it. Thank you.
Very relevant points made by the speakers. Given the time that we have, I would open this up for the audience. If audience has any questions, we will take up the questions, and then if we have some time left, then I have a couple of more questions, I will answer a question. Yeah, please.
Question for regarding this car parking. We are seeing that as far as India is concerned, it is seeing a lot of complicated scenario as far as car parking is concerned. Because in the urban centers, we see that people are not that much incentivized. So they basically try to park their vehicles in very much unorganized areas. So how can we incentivize them by giving? I mean, some of these car parking areas do not have some kind of what you call infrastructure. For example, one can have for example, pollution checking, emission checking, or for that matter, car vehicle maintenance, I mean, shops, etc., establishments, etc., so that car parking can be much more, can be brought into their, what you call into their, culture, So because we see that they are parking in very much, I mean, very in rural areas and in, not in the main, urban centers, where they are meant to be. And my second question is regarding the, we are seeing that the heavy vehicles, for example, the trucks, etc., they are again parked in very, what you call, not in the, there is no parking, as far as, infrastructure for them, and the government is simply not concerned with that, regarding the trucks, etc., which, due to which they basically, what you call, basically completely, stall the main, what you call the movement, as far as the city is concerned, So regarding these two questions I wanted to. Yes.
So who is this question addressed to? Sorry sir, we didn't get your name.
I am Vinesh Sharma. My basic question, Avleen or anyone on the panel can.
Dr. Avleen, you want to answer this question?
So the digital parking solution will work best for the metropolitans, because metropolitans are the ones which have more unorganized parking, and if we have and it's very messy, like parking is everywhere. So if we have a proper solution, organized way of parking, then it will be more organized, because rather than having like 100 cars just parked like that everywhere, but if we have like all the cars which are following the rules, and they are, one is parked 2 hours and it is parked at one spot, and they are more organized in this way if we have digital solution, because that is the only way to make it better and structured if we have the like digitized parking. Otherwise no one cares the person standing at the gate, okay, just go in and park anywhere. But if we already know that parking is not available there, then no one will go into that parking, and no extra cars will be there in the parking. Because I have seen some people just park on the way, on the driveway in the parking, because they couldn't find the parking and they have already paid the ticket. So that will be the advantage of going digitized, that it will work best for the metropolitans. But when we talk about the smaller cities, I think in smaller cities parking is not a big problem, because parking is mostly free and there is a common trend of on-street parking in India. So that will work best in the smaller cities, but it is more unorganized when it comes to metropolitan, and also the space is limited in metropolitan, especially if you talk about New Delhi. The space is so limited that you cannot even think of like having any other way out apart from going digitized. But in smaller cities there is more space and there are less cars, so it can be still managed. But obviously once we have to start with the bigger, like where the problem actually lies from the metropolitans, and then obviously the things will move on to the smaller cities eventually as we go along.
Okay, any other questions?
Can I go?
Yeah.
So myself Smith Makwana, I am a designer student and I am working for EV infrastructure as my thesis project. So I have a question regarding the EV infrastructure. So what is the India's plan towards the EV infrastructure as a clean and affordable adoption? Good. And one more is a system design. I am working as a system design structure.
Yeah. Abhijit, would you want to take it?
EV, when we talk about EV infrastructure, I guess you are necessarily talking about charging infrastructure. Yes. Because that has to support the mobility. And when we talk about supporting mobility, I'll tell you electric vehicle as a machine, it is very simple. It is more reliable actually than IC engine, the diesel and petrol, because it has very less moving parts, it has very less chances of getting shut down until and unless there is a very big or some surprise issue. Still you can minimize the surprises and you can keep it running if you have a spare part. So why we could not succeed is something part of your question, and also how we wish to challenge that, address that challenge. Why we could not succeed is because electric mobility to us in India was presented in a very, very wrong manner, that it's a stand-alone vehicle. It's not a stand-alone vehicle. This has to have a network, which is the digital network, to understand where is my charger, and for charger to understand when is my vehicle coming, so that both remain sustainable in terms of finance. And second, this network also have to have an infrastructure which is capital incentive, very, very capital intensive, and they need to reach and break even in a certain time to remain profitable and also remain good to the user. It has to win the confidence of the user. So two things here which I would add. One, two-wheeler, three-wheeler electric mobility will definitely shift to swapping. Very soon you will see all vehicle going out who does not provide you a removable battery, and all charging station upgrading themselves from normal charger to have a swappable chargers for two-wheeler, three-wheeler. This is not for four-wheeler. Now coming to four-wheeler, people are still into debate whether swapping will work on it or not, because in two-wheeler, three-wheeler it is technically possible and safe. In four-wheeler it is bit tricky and quite unsafe. So four-wheeler would not develop on swapping, but it would develop on the relay. Now relay is not something you can buy or I can buy. Relay is always a fleet operator can buy. So what we are discussing all together here is the transport, the mobility is shifting from the product ownership to the service ownership. Relay will give you no downtime. You stopped on a station, you stopped on a charging point, and you got 5-minute time to change the vehicle or to relay or to change the services, and then you can go ahead. As good, as strong as your IC vehicle and your petrol vehicle and diesel vehicle, but on a very, very low cost. So definitely this is fit to your pocket. You are going to use this service, he is going to provide the service. So we have all combination who are here to talk about this. But one very, very last and very important thing is this capital intensive infrastructure cannot be owned by people. You, as somebody who is traveling from metro, what do you give to metro? And ticket price, and you look at couple of advertisement which earn some amount to them. Metro is the most expensive mode of transport in India as of now per kilometer. If you look at the costing, it has to have overhead or it has to be tunnel. After metro, there is going to be e-highway, electric highway. In between there are rapid metro and other metros, and all of them, they break even in somewhere around 6 to 7 years. And all which you pay to them is ticket and advertisement. So if you are ready, if nation is ready to take up that I don't want to buy a car, but still I want to travel in electric car, this is going to be your future, where you don't have to spend 40-50 lakh rupees. Still, with your family, you will be able to go to Jaipur, Delhi, Agra. I think there are more than 18 highways which Power Ministry has marked to be converted into electric corridor. And all these corridors will not ask you anything. They will not even ask you the cost which you are paying to hire a Swift Desire or a Toyota Innova. These two are mostly used vehicle in urban transport. They will only ask you that move to electric. When you are booking, pick up electric first and then you go ahead. So I think the infrastructure is very sorted. Numbers I don't want to repeat. Confidence I have already given you. The last part is freight. Freight is truck, large trucks. In Delhi, because all of you are living in a very, very dangerous situation. The quality of air which we are inhaling is equivalent to smoking 26 cigarettes per day. If nothing is happening to you, then you have developed, you have evolved. There should be a study on you. Or you are being, on the count that any time, any day, any year after Diwali, when you hear all this, fog aa gaya, smog aa gaya, someone is going to report that, okay, I will have to go to hospital now. We are on that verge, because what is human body is meant for, we are already above that. And if we are not going to stop, particularly in urban transport, all diesel and truck buses or trucks which are coming with heavy load should be stopped on the border of Delhi. Entire load which they have inside them, it may be refrigerator, it can be microwave, it can be vehicle, bike, anything. This all should be unloaded there before they enter in the city, and all this load should go inside the city on two-wheeler electric and three-wheeler electric. Swapping is something very good for giving these services. Charging station we have made already in Gurgaon. India's two largest charging station, National Highway EV has made, called Electrify 1 and Electrify 2. Two more charging stations we are making in Noida. Once these parameters are done, then we would try to advocate and recommend this very strongly, that any truck which is diesel and creating a lot of emission should not enter city.
And one more question was, how can we plan a clean renewable energy source for electric vehicles?
You mean the charging station should be powered by solar?
Charging station is a renewable and clean energy.
Charging station as of now cannot. Charging stations as of now cannot be powered by solar until and unless the grid balancing is on an extent achieved. Because to produce certain type of energy which is at least required to charge 20 vehicles together, it takes a lot of space behind the charging station for the installation of solar. So what gradually we wish to achieve is to make a standalone charging station which can be installed anywhere without a grid connection, but it would not be able to provide fuel or power or charge to a lot of vehicle. It will only be able to provide 2 or 3 vehicle. So that standalone can be shifted on a independent grid which is coming from solar power or wind power or anything like that. But as of now, the balancing of the main grid from where these stations are getting charged, that balancing can be contributed as solar source. That's for now is achievable, but we have designed 2 chargers, one on Delhi Jaipur, Delhi Agra. This one charging station is 100% solar, and that's the prototype. That how much time we are going to take, it's a very good question. I think everyone asks me this, that are they going to be solar powered or still they are going to be powered from the thermal. So in a loop we are doing same way. This is not going to be same way. Right now it is not possible, but definitely in coming 4 years you will see one charging station which has no connectivity. It is directly powered by solar and giving you a very good charge.
Yes, please.
India is giving a star.
Hello.
Yes, that target I think our Prime Minister has very well spoken in the COP26 Glasgow summit, that how we are going to reduce this. And the best part with India is an ideal country to become fastest net zero, not other countries. Those other countries are much dependent on it, but if we look at the mobility is more on verge to convert itself from IC and petrol economy to electric economy.
Good afternoon, sir. Hello. My question to Mr. Abhijit, I hail from Nagpur, that is where Mr. Nitin Gadkari is from, and he has been pushing e-mobility a lot and HEVC vehicles and developing of EV infrastructure all across the country. Now, living in a city which is now getting connected to Bombay by the Samruddhi highway, and a lot of development is going on in Bombay as well and in Nagpur as well, because the metro is, most of lines have started, a lot of places have started with EV charging stations over there. So being a private player who wants to get into this infrastructure development, how can we work along with the government of India to set this up in a faster way so we can increase the pace of adoption for EV, and the infrastructure setup, how can the government in conjunction with us work, and how can we set it up along with the battery swapping also that was mentioned in the budget that has going to be given a big push. So I am interested in where as private players can get into this business also, and getting it, giving the government also push, because it is not one person's job to get into this, or everyone has to get along with it to make India a complete carbon emission free. Yeah.
I think ये सबसे बढ़िया सवाल है, पैसे का सवाल है। बहुत सारी जगहों पे बहुत सारी बातें होती हैं। हम सबसे पहले इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी के फायदे गिनाते हैं, उसके बाद उसका फ्यूचर गिनाते हैं, और आप सबको शिफ्ट करना चाहिए। यहाँ तक पहुँचते पहुँचते कॉन्फ्रेंस खत्म हो जाती है। आप पहले आदमी हो और आप नागपुर से हो तो आप पैसे तक पहुँचे हो कि पैसा कौन देगा ये सब बनाने का। देखो, इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी सक्सेसफुल तभी होगी जब आप, हम, गवर्नमेंट, प्राइवेट प्लेयर, ट्रांसपोर्ट अथॉरिटीज सब मिलके साथ में सब कोऑर्डिनेट करते हैं। इस कोऑर्डिनेशन का पैसे से जो लेना देना है वो मैं आपको बहुत सिंपल शब्दों में समझाता हूँ। इंडिया इज करेंटली एन ऑयल इंपोर्ट country. Economy and mobility is based on the oil. If we are shifting, then the first and very strong reform, you come from Nagpur, it is a constituency of a very progressive leader. The another leader which we have in Power Ministry, they very specifically in 2018 cleared that the kind of licensing system which is there on the petrol pumps is not there on the charging station. So what does it necessarily mean is you, me, anybody who is sitting in this room who could not get a petrol pump. हमें पेट्रोल पंप बहुत आसानी से नहीं मिलता, बहुत मुश्किल होती है तब मिलता है. But all of you are eligible to own a charging station. And when it comes to owning a charging station, what you need is, जब आप start करते हो पेट्रोल पंप के ऊपर काम करना, you know what is the design, how it is going to look like. 3 nozzle, 6 nozzle, 12 nozzle, कौन शेड बनाएगा, कैसा कलर होगा, कैसा डिजाइन होगा, सब पता है. लेकिन चार्जिंग स्टेशन के बारे में लेआउट नहीं पता है, स्पेसिफिक स्टैंडर्ड्स नहीं पता है, आपके सेफ्टी स्टैंडर्ड्स नहीं पता है, कैसा डिजाइन होना चाहिए, कैसे चार्जर लेने चाहिए, ये पता नहीं है. दिस इज व्हाट द पायलट इज. इट इज क्रिएटिंग अ प्रोटोटाइप विच इज गोइंग टू कम्पीट विद द पेट्रोल पंप. डिजाइन इज नोन टू यू. नाउ सेकेंड पार्ट, जब आपको पेट्रोल पंप मिलता है, आपको बैंक के पास या कैपिटल इंसेंसिव ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के पास नहीं जाना पड़ता है. बैंक आपके पास आती है कि आप में से इतने पैसे ले लो, हम आपको वर्किंग कैपिटल एडवांसेस जो भी है दे देते हैं. जब चार्जिंग स्टेशन मिलता है या आप चार्जिंग स्टेशन बनाने जाते हो, यू डोंट इवन नो whom to approach, who is the right organization to give me money for that. So that's another part. We have made a financial model called annuity hybrid e-mobility, AHEM. Yesterday I was in Dubai. I was awarded by Money 2.0 Summit, Money Asia Pacific Summit, for making this highway, and very, very glad to share with you that annuity hybrid e-mobility, AHEM model, is an inspired model from HAM, hybrid annuity model, and hybrid annuity model was invented by our Road Transport and Highway Minister Sri Gadkari ji. Before annuity hybrid model, we used to make 10 kilometer roads per day. Today, we make 38 to 40 kilometer roads per day. The difference is very simple. When we are allocating this charging station, it can be allocated to government, it can be allocated to a petroleum and power PSUs in the second mode, it can be allocated to a company on CSR, and last but not least, it can be allocated to you. So if it is left, we are doing a pilot with 30 stations. I think most of them will be taken by the government or the large corporates. But this is not end of highway. Not only Delhi, Jaipur and Delhi, Agra. We have to make 5,000 kilometer more highways, and these all are going to create lot of charging stations. These charging stations does not require a license. It required three things. Design, layout, I am giving you. Money, you know where to get it. I am giving you the banks and the consortium. And third, चार्जिंग स्टेशन लगाने में कमाई कितनी होती है किसी को पता ही नहीं है. Nobody knows how much money you are going to get it. Everyone knows petrol pump और metro कितने टाइम में break even में पहुंचता है. Petrol pump takes around 22 months to reach to its break even. For your information, first time I am giving it out, is a charging station requires 36 months. If it is a full-fledged charging station on highway, to reach to its break even, I have 2 stations in Gurugram which is running on 38% utilization and 38-month break even. Their utilization is 72%. Sorry, I quoted wrong. Their utilization is 22% and break even is 36 months. So now you understand, most of these infrastructure are going to be owned by you. Is going to be owned by public. In last 10 years, you could not succeed. The reason was only one. All tenders are tendered by government. They are floated by government. All purchasing has happened by government. Because what we thought, it's a loss-making business. If a utilization, you know the national utilization of a charger in India, 5%. If it is 5%, your break-even is 40 years. Who is going to invest into that infrastructure? Nobody is going to invest, but government had to do that investment. So whatever we have done into last 10 years is not going to happen again. We are going to create that kind of history which our Prime Minister is saying, that what did not happen in last 75 years has to happen in next 25 years. This is what Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and this is what we refer as Azadi Ka Amrit Kal. So in next 25 years, 500 kilometer is my pilot, 5,000 kilometer is Power Ministry for this e-highway, and then more and more in charging station. I think parking you heard about, mobility you heard about. Uber has a very good promising transition plan from fossil fuel to electric mobility. He spoke very, contentful and very important about the buses and their network. So all together this is going to be charged by a station, and that station does not require funds from government now. That is why it was very, very much important for you to understand.
So just a small question. Mr. Gadkari, a couple of days back at the Sugar and Ethanol Conference, has pushed a lot on flex engines that are going to be coming up. So what is your take on green hydrogen fuel and HEVC engines that are going to come up in the next couple of years, and how viable it is going to be for the country in the next couple of years? Will EV, progress ahead more, or hydrogen fuel engines?
You want to know about that's it, green hydrogen fuel future and how it is conflicting with electric mobility. There is no conflict actually. Mobility is divided into 3 parts. One is 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, which you guys use. 4-wheelers definitely going to be owned by fleet operators and public transport. Buses are again going to be owned by fleet operators and public transport. What you are referring is hydrogen is for the large vehicle, which are freight vehicle, which are going to run and which are going to carry a lot of load in the country. I think that area is very, very well going with hydrogen. That area is not going very well with the electric, because battery बहुत बड़ी हो जाती है. It requires a very heavy battery, very high load battery to run a truck, which is also running on a load. They also have to carry a load. So hydrogen is a very promising. Biofuel we are talking about. There are some different type of hybrid flux engine which our minister says. These are the features. This will continue happening. And for your information, one more addition to Delhi-Jaipur and Delhi-Agra, these two highways are also having a parallel pipeline of gas disbursement, gas vending. So these stations are also might be using, we have our co-chair and chair from Niti Aayog, Sri V.K. Saraswat, Padma Shri and Padma Vibhushan. Yeah. He was in last working group meeting of National Highway EV. He said, look at the possibility if these stations which are coming between Delhi, Jaipur and Delhi, Agra are also can be used for dispensing hydrogen and fuel cells. So this innovation is not going to stop. This will continue, but two-wheeler and four-wheeler is going to be very, very cheaply to be available to you. On a very available matching pocket ticket size is going to be available to you if you will compare it to the existing vehicle. Thank you.
Okay, I think very insightful, and I wish there was the session was planned for a longer time given the interest that we are seeing on this session. But very relevant points covered, and ranging from, of course, clean fuel is dominating the discussions as we see, but there are other relevant points.
Hello,
yeah.
sir.
One more question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have time for one more question? Please.
Very little.
Yeah.
Very. I have two questions. One is related to these days we are talking about the first and last mile connectivity, right? And how prepared we are with that one, right? Say, for example, if I am taking EV to from home to a metro, few cities allows and few cities are not allowing. How prepared are we in the future? This is on the urban side. How prepared are we in the rural side of using the EV segment? So that's my second question.
Okay. So Shiva or Revati, you would want to take this question?
Okay. Especially on the last mile connectivity, it's something we've been discussing for last, I think, a decade or more than a decade about solving this particular aspect. Right. I think now there's been a lot of choice which has been given to the people to address or take the choice of taking the last mile connectivity. Previously we were only talking about walking and feeder buses. Now we have shared mobility, we have taxis, two-wheeler taxis, and many things are coming. So it individually tries to see in terms of the individual choice how they want to take, especially like if they want to have a public bicycle sharing, they want to take a cycle, and at to what distance they want to take it. Everything decides in terms of how do we bundle it up and give it to the end user eventually. So it also matters in terms of how he is trying to make his trip that particular day. Time value aspect also comes in place. There might be a PBS, but he needs to go urgently, he has to take something else. So the choice is openly available right now, but eventually to bring those infrastructure and also give the choice rightly, I think every city and state is trying to work on that. And especially to understand that angle right now, we've been working with the ministry right now to working on challenges like cycle for change, street for people and transport for all challenge, where we are engaging with almost 130 cities, and to also we are rolling out a lot of data aspect to collect a lot of surveys to understand the people's need and how that can be given to the people in terms of various options. Like in transport for all, we are trying to engage the startup community to work with the city to develop an indigenous product which is needed for the city and which also addresses last mile connectivity as one of the options. So things have been happening, and it eventually ends with the personal need. And if things are, if the need is still be addressed, I think the government is working on towards to achieving that. Is what I've said.
Okay. So there was a question on EV in village. Yeah, please. I think since the organizers are not objecting to it, we don't have a problem, and I hope the panelists also don't have a problem.
I just need to make a last one closing remark. Like, we are definitely into a very space of opportunity where we are into this EV space, especially when more than saying EV, we are saying green energy. So this is a very good opportunity in terms of the transition where we are trying to address ourselves, going to a new era of electric vehicle or clean energy. And it's also high time for the state and the country and the cities and the citizens to understand how we are going to pan out to this. Are we going to envision a similar kind of a scenario where we are going to have a congested city just because EV is just going to change the especially in terms of the fuel technology is getting changed, but the vehicle is going to be the same. But eventually we have an opportunity here. How are we going to address that? And if we have that address, I think when we all come together, we can definitely make the aspiration towards making the city and the future a sustainable future, not repeating the mistakes again.
I would add one thing to it. What you are saying is how EV is going to change in the rural perspective. In the rural side, EV is not growing alone. EV is also growing with a new trend, which is called e-commerce. आज आप जितना सामान खरीदते हैं शहरों में होने के मुकाबले, जो टियर 2 और टियर 3 सिटीज के लोग हैं, उनकी ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रही है. और जब ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रही होती है, तो आपको डिलीवरी करने के लिए वहां जाना पड़ता है. सो द फर्स्ट एंड point of cargo, first point of download which you can see are going to be the stations at the highways जहां आपका पहला सामान ड्रॉप हुआ, and then the product or material depending on the weight and size it has to be carried. अगर मैं दिल्ली जयपुर और दिल्ली आगरा की बात करूं तो वृंदावन से मथुरा से कहीं अगर किसी ने कोई ऑर्डर किया है या उनको लैपटॉप लेना है या माइक्रोवेव लेना है, तो पहले वाली बात खत्म होगी कि आपको वृंदावन के शोरूम में ही जाके वो लैपटॉप लेना था या वो माइक्रोवेव लेना था. नाउ यू कैन ऑल्सो सी व्हाट ऑल अवेलेबल देयर इन दिल्ली, बिकॉज Amazon is promising you delivery not tomorrow, day after tomorrow, it's promising you today, by evening, by night. So the time of e-commerce delivery is shrinking day by day. If you will buy something in Delhi, they will say tomorrow morning it will be delivered to. In morning, if you check your app, they will say by late night it will be delivered to you. How all these deliveries are going to happen? These all deliveries are not going to happen on the IC engine of diesel petrol bikes or their three-wheelers. These all are going to happen on electric. So rural transportation has this one way which I told you, e-commerce. The other thing what you need, मैं जब भी वृंदावन या जयपुर जाता हूँ, उधर से वापस आते समय सिटी लिमिट के थोड़ा सा पहले रुक के ढेर सारी सब्जी खरीद के लेके आता हूँ. क्यों खरीद के लेके आता हूँ? इधर मिलती नहीं है और वो बहुत अच्छी मिलती है, बहुत बढ़िया टेस्ट होता है. आजकल मटर का सीजन है, तो अभी मैं जाता हूँ तो मटर लेके आता हूँ, वहां से वो एक आध हफ्ते चलता है. This is what a metro need: a fresh vegetable, a fruit, something which is grown in the village area nearby, and that is what we search on our applications कि कौन fresh देगा. So this is again going to come back to cities, and this is where a very poor farmer, maybe somebody who is selling 30 rupees, 20 rupees per kg, is going to host their material, their product on the application. So e-commerce is going to go hand on hand with electric mobility. The infrastructure we need to create is, we need to work together, is to keep it into mind that we need both of these transactions, both of this traffic, vice versa, coming and then reaching us to us. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Hi, my name is Santosh. I have a couple of questions. One a bit more contentious than the second one. Electric mobility, we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, etc. But the 90% of the materials used in a battery or an electric vehicle is owned by China or comes from China. We saw war in Ukraine, the nickel prices went up 10 times. I mean, how sustainable is lithium and the charging technologies around it going to be the next oil actually in the next few years? Yeah, and if yes, then how are you going to address this, and if not, then why not? That's one. Second, we have been talking about specifically the mode of transportation, that is electric mobility or hydrogen mobility, but we have not been talking about, say, the metal used or the materials used in constructing a bus or any vehicle. Are there any discussions around it to go towards either things like green steel or maybe retrofitting vehicles? Doesn't it make sense to look at the cradle to cradle kind of emissions rather than just the emissions of the vehicle operating for the period of 5 to 10 years?
Very intelligent audience you have, I must say. The gentleman who asked about the financing, the other person is talking about Make in India, absolute
supply
chain
India. And other issues.
So you want me to respond?
Can be Atmanirbhar as far as EVs are concerned? That is the question.
So I wish all of you can join in answering him. That how are we going to plan this? If everything we are going to buy from China, what is the point of this transition? it's absolutely not going to happen this way. There are certain type of capabilities which are related to digitalization, the digital IC and the BMS part, which we were not. I will be very, very honest. I would not hide you anything. I have no reason. I don't have a company. I don't have a product to propose. I'll be with you on this, that it's true that we were not manufacturing a lot of the component. And because of this, our dependency in the component part of vehicle and its ecosystem, not only vehicle but also on EVSE, electric vehicle charging equipments, the charger, they were also much to a wider extent, the component was imported from China. Yeah. But this is not going to continue. Our Ministry of IT has announced a 50,000 crore rupees fund for developing all those materials which we were importing from them. A lot of companies like Samsung, Intel, many, I don't remember the name, but they have shown interest. They have also, submitted their proposal for doing this on this PLI scheme. At the other side, the battery, which was the handcuff, which was to most lithium ion, which we are talking about, lithium ion is going to be replaced very soon. I would not comment at this stage of time whether it would be sodium or cobalt or zinc or what, but it is not going to remain lithium ion. There are parallel, very intensive and very high level of research going on. PLI scheme on electric mobility to develop manufacture vehicle in India has been picked up by industry very, very high, very, very well. The other scheme which has recently came, advanced cell, you must be knowing where Ola is one of the partner, Amara Raja is one of the, they are going to talk, they are going to manufacture the cell. That has also been very well picked up by the industry and by the government. In the numbers which we are expecting into electric mobility is very, very high. 24,000 crore rupees with recently CRISIL has announced that this might be coming as an investment to us in India. So altogether the scenario and the projection of Indian electric mobility looks sorted, but still there are nuts and bolts we need to fit in. We need to bring you guys in the picture. We need to bring private sector more into picture to own this infrastructure, and more is we need to share this knowledge that IC engine, petrol and diesel or electric में सिर्फ एक ही difference है, knowledge. If you have the knowledge, the generation of electric mobility is not going to come. It has already come. There are people who are using electric mobility despite of all challenges and constraints, and if you will talk to them, they are sorted. They are very knowledgeable. They know what they have bought and how much money they are getting. You will be convinced that why should not I buy my next car?
I completely agree. Like before this, I was in Amsterdam, so I owned a Tesla for 3 years, so I know everything about electric mobility. The question is, whatever you are saying is like 5 years or 6 years down the line, right? But for the next 5 years, we are still dependent on China. I mean, in that regard, I know in EVSE, for example, the government is working with basic custom duty increasing and those kind of stuffs, but still with the CKD route available, I mean, you do see components still getting imported from China. I mean, I was in Karol Bagh the other day for some 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler chargers. They're like, yeah, सब कुछ तो China से ही आता है, हमारा India में कुछ नहीं बनता है. I mean, luckily I did see some startups here who are manufacturing it here, but still the components are coming from there. So, I mean, I do agree there's a good future, but then today and for the next 2 years, we are still dependent on them, right? I mean,
in two-wheeler, you have a very, very promising company called Ola. Whenever they release couple of vehicle, you guys book it within, within hours it's sold out. In four-wheeler, you have Tata, Nexon, you have now Kona is also been a part of it. Hyundai is also there. There are a couple of more vehicles which are coming for India. These all are production of India. They are not coming from outside. In EV, if you will say, MG is the only vehicle which is financially owned by a company in China. Otherwise, most of them whose EV which we are using are Indian. The components which again I am talking to you, they are also using the component which is coming from China. That component is under production. The bidding and the allotments and the tenders has happened already. This may come sometime, this may take some time, but it will come very fast to you because demand is very high. If you don't know, I don't know it's right to share here or not. Whenever we put up a demand for vehicle, it takes at least 6 to 8 months waiting. If it's a bunch of demand, it's bunch of electric vehicle. So demand is very high. This demand is going to drive this crazy, very, very crazy.
I think supply chases the demand, and if there is demand, I think solutions will come. So, okay, I think with this, let us close the session. It's truly a very interesting and very insightful session.
Sir, I have a small question.
You have another question?
Small question. Sir, since India being a land of engineers, we have a lot of engineers, and as sir said, there is a very small difference between ICE engine and electric vehicles. That is knowledge. And India, you know how many engineers are there. So jugaad comes into play. It's already happening, like in two-wheelers and three-wheelers, it's already happening. People are doing that. ICE engines are being converted into EV vehicles. So how will be this transition happening, and how safe it is, how organized we can do it? Right now it's happening in a haywire situation, like people are illegally also doing modifications of two-wheelers and three-wheeler at least. It is already happening in India, what I have seen. And sir, second question, I have it is a continuous question to one of my fellow who has a first question on e-parking, like the digitalization of the parking. So what I understood his question was like how, because already if you see like people in India don't want to get into the parking space because it's already very costly. Now when we go into digital and booking of the booking and making our own space means constraining that parking for someone, because there are elite people who can obviously they can afford that much of a pricing. Maybe they can book the parking for the whole day. But still again in India there is always a jugaad type of thing happening. So how this thing will also help in India? I mean, what is the backdrop of this thing? Is there a thought process behind this?
Can I suggest we can take these questions offline now and happy to answer. Of course, the question needs a lot of explanation. It is from the policy perspective also we will have to look at whether we want to promote parking. That's also another issue that has to be taken up.
So if we can have a first question answer.
Okay. I mean, so anybody wants to answer this question, please?
First question.
Just a second. Revati, you want to answer it?
So I would like to answer the first one. There are multiple startups that are already coming up with retrofitment kits. So it's not jugaad anymore. There are retrofitment kits that are available, and our cities are going ahead with these kits already for working on creating retrofitment kits for e-rickshaws or creating a three-wheeler fleet. So that is the first one. Second, about the parking. Parking is, if on-street parking is costly, I think definitely people will go to off-street parking. So, कहीं अंदर जाके पैसे देने से अगर रोड पे पार्क करने के लिए 100 रुपए है, people will definitely go inside and park for 50 rupees. What we need is area parking management plans. That will solve the issue, and that should be public. And I think that answers your question.
Yes, so the digitalization itself is not rising prices, but there should be sort of consensus of parking policies per city or the whole region, and the digitalization of course helps in that, but digitalization itself is not rising prices when there are users enough.
Yeah. Basically a consensus plan for the entire area so that people know where the parking is available and not create their own solutions.
Okay. May I have one little sort of epilogue type of notion as a total outsider? We talk about here about digitalization and the smart digital solutions, how they help in traffic and smart city issues, but for example, my hotel is 2 kilometers from this venue, and it was impossible for me to walk here. Nice weather and everything, but totally impossible. So please make your sidewalks to funk, and that would help the air quality, the amount of vehicles on the streets, and you know, everything. Enable the bus network. That's basic, and simply the maintenance thing, and little improvements. Just a notion. Thank you.
I think this session is refusing to end, but I think we should call it an end. I must thank all the panelists for such a insightful and very engaging discussion, informative discussions, and we can take a lot of questions offline also. That's not a challenge, and it has been well received also. I thank you all for the participation. Thank you the audience for asking some good intelligent questions. I don't know whether we were all prepared for such questions, but we should clap for it.
Yeah, it was a very informative session. I think definitely all our panelists deserve another round of applause. Thanking you for sharing this information. And I agree with you, as we are talking about building these, smart driveways, we need to think about walkways also, something which we are actually missing in our planning. So may I request Tabish Ali from the Exhibitions India Group to express our thanks to all our eminent panelists.
Okay, starting from here. Moderator.
So we'll start from our moderator itself. Thanking Mr. Serene. Thank you. Thanking Mr. Sharad Chandra. Many thanks to Mr. Abhijit Sinha. Thank you to Mr. Jayaraman. Our thanks to Dr. Avleen Manvi. Thank you to Dr. Toys Kabio. And thank you to Ms. Revati Pradeep. We'll close with a group photograph of all the panelists. May I just request the gentlemen and the ladies, please, for a group photograph. So, ladies and gentlemen, we close this session looking into the future of mobility as e-mobility and hydrogen and a seamless multimodal connectivity. We are going to be now taking a short break of half an hour. 5:45 we have a fire chat session wherein we have the Cisco president joining us in conversation with the KPMG representative. We take the conversation with them. Cisco, as you all know, they are market leaders in innovative technologies in IoT. So the smart technologies which and technological solutions which they are to offer towards smart mobility and towards sustainability, we are going to be in conversation with them. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be starting our next session in a short while from now. This is a session wherein we have the president of Cisco in conversation with one of the directors of KPMG. So people who are interested in being a part of the session, requesting you all to please join us in Hall B. This is going to be the last session of the day, close to half an hour to 40 minutes we have this session. May I request people who are outside or someone can send across a message for the session.
स्मार्ट सिटी इंडिया कॉन्फ्रेंस एंड एक्सपो, जो कि ITPO और एग्जीबिशन इंडिया ग्रुप के द्वारा 23 और 25 मार्च के बीच आयोजित किया जा रहा है। इसके लिए मैं उन्हें बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। पिछले 6 इस प्रकार के कॉन्फ्रेंसेज में भारत सरकार ने कार्य करते हुए मुझे लगभग हर बार भाग लेने का मौका मिला। मैंने देखा कि किस प्रकार से ITPO में देश से विदेश से विभिन्न प्रकार के स्मार्ट एलिमेंट्स, चाहे वो बिल्डिंग के बारे में हो, सैनिटेशन एंड क्लीनर्स के बारे में हो, वाटर के बारे में हो, एनर्जी के बारे में हो, ट्रांसपोर्ट के बारे में हो, इनका जगह जगह प्रदर्शन होता है। और पूरे देश भर से न केवल स्मार्ट सिटी बल्कि वो तमाम सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स जिस प्रकार की व्यवस्था पे काम कर रहे हैं वो भाग लेते हैं और उससे बहुत कुछ लर्निंग लेकर के वापस अपने क्षेत्र में जहां वो काम कर रहे हैं उसको करने का प्रयास करते हैं। ये साल हमारे लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण साल है, जब पूरा देश आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। ये साल हमारी स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन, जिसका शुभारंभ 25 जून 2015 को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया था, और उन्होंने पहली बार हमें बताया था कि स्मार्ट सिटी का क्या मतलब है, गेटिंग मोर फ्रॉम लेस। कैसे हमारे शहर अपने सिटीजन्स की आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति करेंगे अपने संसाधनों के माध्यम से, कैसे हमारे शहर इस प्रकार की व्यवस्था देंगे जिससे कि नागरिक अपने हर उस सपने को पूरा करने में सक्षम होगा, सहूलियत के साथ, ईज ऑफ लिविंग के साथ, जो कि वो करना चाहता है। क्या किसी भी क्षेत्र में कैसे हर एक नागरिक देश की अर्थव्यवस्था का एक अभिन्न अंग बन सकेगा, इसके बारे में पिछले 6 साढ़े 6 सालों में काफी प्रगति हुई है। आज जो 100 स्मार्ट सिटी थे, किसी भी शहर में आप जाकर के देखेंगे तो वहां पे लोगों के जीवन में काफी ऐसी सहूलियतें आई है, ऐसे उनकी लिविंग इतनी आसान हो गई है, या उनको ऐसी व्यवस्था जो पहले नहीं थी वो अब मिलनी चालू हो गई। अभी पूरा रास्ता कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ, लेकिन अभी भी बहुत कुछ चीजें हो चुकी है। उदाहरण के लिए चाहे स्मार्ट रोड की व्यवस्था हो, स्मार्ट वाटर की व्यवस्था हो, स्मार्ट सोलर सिस्टम की व्यवस्था हो, स्मार्ट लाइफ स्पेसेस की व्यवस्था हो, जहां पे सिटीजन्स उसको जाकर के देख सकते हैं, तमाम सारी चीजें जो हमारे सिटीजन रिलेटेड एक्टिविटीज को कर सकते हैं, स्मार्ट पार्क की व्यवस्था हो, वाटर बॉडीज के मैनेजमेंट की व्यवस्था हो, हमारे कल्चरल एलिमेंट्स जैसे कि म्यूजियम या अन्य हमारे कल्चरल या हमारे जो स्वतंत्रता संग्राम से चीजें जो जुड़ी हुई है उनकी व्यवस्था, इसमें बहुत सारे परिवर्तन हुए। ट्रांसपोर्ट के बारे में परिवर्तन हुए। इनफैक्ट लगभग 4.5 साल से ज्यादा अवधि में सचिव आवासन और शहरी कार्यक्रम के वजह से पूरे देश पे आगे करने की कोशिश की। और आज हमारी स्थिति है कि हम तमाम सारे बाहर के लोगों को भी, बाहर के देशों को भी इस बात को बता सकते हैं कि किसी शहर को स्मार्ट करने के लिए क्या काम करने की आवश्यकता होती है। जहां तक हमारे प्रदेश उत्तर प्रदेश का सवाल है, उत्तर प्रदेश में 10 शहर स्मार्ट सिटी के रूप में चयनित किए गए, 4 शहरों के 40 प्रोसेस में। इसके अलावा राज्य सरकार ने अपने स्तर से जो बचे हुए 7 नगर निगम थे उन सबको भी राज्य स्तर का स्मार्ट सिटी घोषित किया और उन सब में भी वही व्यवस्था लाने की कोशिश की जो कि स्मार्ट सिटी भारत सरकार के द्वारा 50-50 फंडिंग के आधार पर शुरुआत की गई थी। आज हमारे 10 शहरों में 5 शहर पूरे देश के स्मार्ट सिटी के क्रियान्वयन में प्रथम 20 में आते हैं। बाकी शहरों में भी बहुत तेजी से विकास हो रहा है। आप सोचते हैं कि आखिरकार स्मार्टनेस का मतलब क्या हुआ? मैं आपको बताता हूं। हाल में जब महाकुंभ हुआ था प्रयागराज में, 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोगों ने एक दिन में स्नान किया। कई करोड़ लोग वहां पे, इतनी सारी फ्लोटिंग पॉपुलेशन थी, कोई घटना हुई? बिल्कुल नहीं, क्योंकि हर जगह हमारा इंटीग्रेटेड कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर की पहुंच लगभग उन सारी जगह पे थी जहां पर पब्लिक का मूवमेंट था। कई किस्म की आपदाएं, चाहे वो काकीनाडा में साइक्लोन का असर रहा हो, बड़ोदरा में बाढ़ का असर रहा हो, ऐसे तमाम सारी आपदाएं आई जो हमारी डिजास्टर जिसको कहते हैं। लेकिन किस प्रकार से उसको मैनेज किया गया, इंटीग्रेटेड कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर का कमाल था। बहुत सारी बड़ी बड़ी रैलियां, जुलूस या ऐसे धार्मिक आयोजन हुए, वहां पे भी इंटीग्रेटेड कमांड कंट्रोल सिस्टम के माध्यम से नियंत्रण रखा गया। आज कई सारे शहरों में क्राइम के ऊपर कमी आई है। लोगों ने जो ट्रांसपोर्ट के लिए उसको पालन करने के लिए एक और बेहतरी हुई है। कैसे? क्योंकि उन्हें मालूम है कि हर जगह आपको एक आई है, वो आपको देख रही है। अगर आप किसी प्रकार का वायलेशन करेंगे बगैर किसी रोका टोकी के, आपको सीधे आपका नोटिस पहुंच जाएगा, यानी आपका कंप्लायंस बेहतर हुआ है। तो सबसे बड़ा एग्जाम्पल में हाल के समय में कोविड-19 का एक त्रासदी, जो वैश्विक महामारी थी, पूरी दुनिया को हिलाकर रख दी, पूरी दुनिया की अर्थव्यवस्था को, वहां के तमाम सारे मेडिकल सिस्टम को हिलाकर रख दी। ऐसे में हमारे स्मार्ट कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर से बहुत बड़ी भूमिका अदा की। इसके बारे में पूरा विदेश मंत्रालय के वेबसाइट के ऊपर एक अलग से डॉक्यूमेंटेशन हम लोग देखा है।
If I can be heard outside the hall, we are starting with the session here. This, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a very important session as we are talking about building a digital and smart India. We have a fire chat session wherein the President of Cisco India and SARC is going to be in conversation with KPMG. KPMG is our knowledge partners, and the Director KPMG, and both of them are going to be sharing great insights. One bringing in a lot of research and study which has been done by our knowledge partners KPMG, and the other of course stands as the leaders in the IT and networking. So an important session. May I request people to please join us. We have Ms. Daisy Tutulapalli, the President Cisco India and SARC joining us, and Mr. Alok Tiwari, Director KPMG, is going to be in conversation with her. As mentioned, this is a special session which we have. As you know, as we talk about building smart cities, that is where we are looking into these integrating various smart and transformative information communication technologies towards urban development. And as we talk about building these smart cities, it is not just about making our cities smart. As Niti Aayog has also reflected, as we talk about the India at 100 vision, it has to go hand in hand with the path of decarbonization, reducing our carbon footprints. So there is a greater stress on building a sustainable, bringing in a climate sensitive growth, sustainable growth, making our cities more resilient, connected, more informed cities, more efficient cities, and that is where we are looking into these new and emerging technologies. And we have the Cisco President India and SAC joining us. She is going to be, in fact, Alok Tiwari is going to be in conversation with her, and we are going to be looking into these new emerging technologies and maybe IT solutions which can make India smart and digital and help in realizing the India at 100 vision. So I think with that, may I request both our speakers to please grace the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Daisy Chitulapalli, President Cisco India and SAC, and Mr. Alok Tiwari, the Director, KPMG. So the floor is all yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I just want to make one announcement before we start. This is going to be a very exciting session, so it's very nice to see you all here this evening. It's been a fantastic day and a fantastic opening to Convergence India and Smart Cities India. We were expecting Shri Nitin Gadkari, the Honorable Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, this evening. We had 100% confirmation until very recently. However, the Minister had to travel to Dehradun for the inauguration of the new Uttarakhand Chief Minister, so he's unable to join us. He has sent us a short video message, which is just in the process of being downloaded. So after the session, we will play that video message. Unfortunately, he's unable to join us, but we have a very, very exciting panel, and I'm not going to stand in the way of that any longer. I will hand it over to you, and please go ahead, and thank you for your presence here this evening.
So am I audible? Okay, I hope I am now. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have a very, very topical session towards almost the evening of the first day session here. Today's session is focused on digital infrastructure driving smart cities. Smart cities is not a new concept. It's almost more than 5-7 years. India has been working on so many smart cities, and each of these cities have a lot of smart components which power the city. There is mobility, there is focus on safety, there is focus on lighting, surveillance, lot of infrastructure elements. And many times what happens is, and even when we look at the smart city RFPs and cities looking at building a city into a smart cities, they look at many of those components, put them all together, get one system integrator to bring multiple of those different OEMs to fix different components, and thinking that through that the city becomes smart. Digital is at the core of many of those smart components. While it is infrastructure, it's also powered significantly by digital. Command and control systems are again at the core of monitoring the entire health of the city. Digital is not only in terms of the infrastructure for the city, but also the delivery of the G2C services, delivery of how citizens interact with each other, with the government, with the infrastructure. And hence we focus on how do we look at digital infrastructure in totality while powering a smart city. Now it's a broad topic. I'm joined in by Daisy Chitalapalli. She heads Cisco business in India. And of course, Cisco being one of the largest companies in India driving digital transformation as its core. Without further ado, just to begin, Daisy, the first question is, how do you look at digital infrastructure for a smart city? And maybe if you could also draw in some parallels from Cisco has been driving digital infrastructure not just in India but outside India as well. Maybe some parallels on, you know, what is the future of digital for a smart city and how would Cisco look at it?
Thank you, Alec. And, you know, thank you to the Convergence team for having me. This is a continuing conversation for us for many, many years. Just to step back a little bit, right, before we talk about technology, I think a little bit of context on why we are in this space. I think if you look at the report from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, by 2030, 40% of India's population, that's almost 800 million people, will be living in India's cities. That means that an additional, over the urban areas that we have today, another 700 to 800 million square kilometers has to be developed in cities in the future that will get built. I don't think I need to explain to this audience the problems of urban areas anywhere in the world, right? Over congestion, pollution, all the fun stuff that citizens like us, if we wear the citizen hat, don't want to face. So really the concept of smart cities is about livability. It's about, you know, fundamentally it's about livability index. And yes, if there is something that maybe the last 2 years have made us more conscious about, it's the fact that everything we do to make cities livable, we also have to do in a way that makes for inclusive. It's leading to an inclusive future for all types of citizens who live in that city. And it's a sustainable city. So essentially as we build out smart cities in India, the focus also has to be on inclusion and sustainability for the long term. So, of course, I'm from the tech industry, so I always look at this as the problem statement. And then and technology is something I'm very passionate about. So we look at this then and say, okay, what can tech do, and therefore what can Cisco do to make this a reality? What's the role that we can play? So there are 3 areas that we broadly look at it as, and I'll talk about them. You're right, every infrastructure project today is 30 to 40% communications and information technology led. So there is this element, for want of a better word, I'll say smart internet. And if you think about smart internet, that's what's happening to us every day, right? The citizen is sitting on a mobile phone, is connecting to an application which is somewhere in a cloud or a data center. So there's this whole concept of the cloud is the data center and the internet is the network. So there's that whole element about smart internet. There is the element of smart infrastructure, and that's both physical infrastructure that uses technology to become more efficient, and there is digital infrastructure which is powering physical infrastructure. So infrastructure itself is in 2 pieces, and I think there is recognition today that digital infrastructure is infrastructure. If you look at the government of India, they've recently classified data centers as infrastructure, right? It's no longer roads and buildings that are infrastructure. Data centers are also deemed infrastructure by the government of India. And the third piece, which typically has to also be looked at to make any city smart, is industry. I will call it smart industry, but essentially all the economic activity and the players, the economic activity generating players in that space, that makes that, who also have to come to the party to make a city a truly smart city. So if you look at the internet side, and this is something that I can, as Cisco, we can speak with a degree of expertise as well, right? So there is, as more people are connecting, as more applications are being powered, citizen services are being powered, most devices are connecting, there is a need to reimagine connectivity, and that's where I think Convergence is talking about technologies like 5G, etc., which is next generation. But there's this whole concept of looking at how we can scale more and more people joining this network. And I don't mean just the technology network, but this whole network of citizenry. Think about it as 1.4 billion people on a connectivity highway, right? Think about it like that. And what can we do in terms of technology to make that happen? Now, when that happens, obviously it has to scale. There is a problem of scale which is involved there. But there is also the aspect of experience, because it's not just about being on a information or internet highway, it's also about if I'm accessing an application as a citizen, what is my experience when I'm doing that? When I'm talking to the government, the application is nothing but the way that I talk to the government of India with, right? So what's my application? What's my experience of that as a citizen? So there's a need to make this whole technology infrastructure a lot more predictive, a lot more smart. That's the technology piece itself maturing. So that's one side of it. On the infrastructure side, there is the physical infrastructure. So it's all the things you talked about, right? Power, it's water, it's about making, we are a country, have always been a country of rare resources. So making those resources more, how do we make sure that we make the best use of rare resources, and can tech play a role in that? So if you look at the way we are thinking about airports, thinking about roadways, thinking about ports, and how technology can help with making all of these, since the minister was supposed to be here, all of the mobility, physical infrastructure of mobility more efficient. So that's one way of using technology. But the other way of using tech is, I talked about data centers earlier, but there's digital infrastructure, and how do we build digital infrastructure, and how can that again be smart, etc. And then in cities, there's no escaping the build, right? The real estate build in buildings and homes and so on. And how do we make that infrastructure also smart? As an example, if you look at the building code in India, we are designating 45 liters per person per day as the minimum requirement of water. But we now know that if a building is smart, you can bring that 45 liters per day per person down to 25 liters per person per day. And some of the smarter buildings which are platinum, LEED certified, etc., you will see that they've already made this a reality. So on the infrastructure side, there's the physical infrastructure using tech which gets more smarter, more efficient, more sustainable. And there's the digital infrastructure which also is continuing on its maturity piece. And the third piece is industry itself becoming smarter, which means if a city is in the NCR region, it is very manufacturing heavy. So how do you make that industry more efficient, less polluting, more sustainable using tech? That's the third element of how we look at the industrial vector and make industry smart. And related to that, so these are the three elements or the three lenses with which we look at a city. It's not an isolation of, I know we have a certain definition of smart cities in India, but the way that we need to look at cities is a bit more holistically, because you don't have a city which is separated from its citizenry or from its physical infrastructure or from its mobility and backbone conversations.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful, because I agree, right? The current way of looking at most of the cities is it's a a la carte model, right? You have multiple smart components, and I put those smart components together. Does that really define, the smartness or the smart quotient of a city? I think the element on the problem statement which you define, that it should be more sustainable, a better way of living, right? And if that is the problem statement, we work backwards towards and see what is the future of a citizen 10 years down the line living in a city. How does, when he gets up, what are the tools he will have access to, how digital it is. Then he gets ready, let's say needs to book a car, gets into a EV car, he needs to park it, get it charged, work in office, work from home, hybrid environment. So it's really putting the persona of the person in future, and then building backwards now to deliver that digital experience for a customer in one day, right? And maybe in the evening, then he will come back, integrated with Alexa and other things, uses home automation. So those things put together, and of course with the concept of sustainability, sanitation, water, power, which are at the core problems of most of the cities, right? Which is a little bit on the back end, but directly impacts the sustainable quotient of a city. So how do we look at it together and then define the digital journey for a city?
No, so you're right, actually. We have the concept, and you're absolutely right. We follow the journeys conversation, the persona and the journey of that persona through the day, right? And through 60-70% of their day, what will they do? So if I'm a knowledge worker, what does my day look like and what will I do? If I am if I'm managing a city, what will my day look like? It will look very different from the person who's living in the city. If I'm an operator of a city, how does it look like? If I'm a service provider in the city, what will it look like? If I'm another constituency, what will it look like? So we do have, when we put out a technology conversation, we always look at it from a journey of a persona who lives in that city. And you touched on another very important point. If we just bolt on technology into existing processes, I am not sure we can achieve some of these outcomes that we want to go towards. So there is an element of co-opting people into the change management. There is an element, very large element of rethinking processes before we bring technology. Technology is probably, if you ask me, it's the easiest thing to solve for. The change management with people, which is citizens, administrators, service providers, city operators, and the way in which all of these pieces will fit together. One of the things which has been our experience in Indian cities is the silos, right? Because utilities is, folks make their own decisions. The road transport and transport companies make their own decisions. City is another conversation altogether. How do we make sure that there is interoperability and information sharing and joint decision or intelligent decision making, data exchange and decision making between these entities that are operating in our cities is also a big concern. So the whole process re-engineering, the people change management and technology and digitization is really what it calls for, and I would say it's a conversation, work in progress on that front.
Yeah. And since you mentioned Cisco is a tech company, so I'll get in a little tech on this, which is the entire debate around a decentralized network driving the city versus a centralized network, right? So I'll elaborate on that. Many of these, the way the network is also evolving, a lot of analytics today that happens for a city, it used to happen mostly at the command and control center, right? So the entire feed will go from all the smart elements, whether it is the IoT devices, the cameras, all the devices connecting various smart points, goes to the command control center, and that is where the triggers and alarms are created. So if there is a traffic violation, for example, right, the feed will go, the software will sit at the command control center, it will realize that the light has gone red, but the car is still crossing, and hence it is an alarm created at the center. Maybe a camera takes the picture. Camera also is taking the live feed, and then the software at the command control center will actually scan the image of the car which crossed when the light was red, and will do the processing and will create a traffic challan. Now with more and more analytics moving to the edge, which means the components where the cameras are deployed on the field, there itself there are analytics capabilities that cameras themselves are building. So they can themselves do this assessment then and there, and will only pass the triggers back to the command control center. And if you have so many of these devices running on their own analytics, it becomes a very decentralized network. Less pipe, less traffic moving through the pipe, a lot of analytics happening on the edge, right, and insights going to the center. That's one model. Second is, of course, a lot of bandwidth keeps on moving, and the entire analysis happens at the central layer. Now both these networks, so two questions. One is, how do you see evolving? Is it from a technology perspective, is it more edge network and decentralized, or more centralized? And also, does it create, or how do you manage the challenges around security, right? So many intelligent devices sitting at different places, how do you make the network secure, or is it better to have a centralized because of security and such kind of challenges?
So I think in the IT world, there's always this centralized versus decentralized conversation that keeps on happening. But I think in the world, this is a boundaryless universe, right? More devices are connecting and disconnecting at speed, and not really in a very predictable fashion. So our philosophy, and I think that's a philosophy, pragmatic suggestion from everyone, is there is just no way that we can drag all of the data from the edge into a central store, compute it, and it also costs time. You may get a great decision, but you need some decisions in real time at the edge, right? So that, if somebody has to be caught for a traffic violation, it's better done in real time rather than have a ticket which probably goes later. And the fine is not the point. The point is somebody who jumps a red light could create an accident, and that's what you're trying to avoid. Or you have an organ being carried from one hospital to another hospital, you need a green corridor to be created on the go, right? These are the types of things you want. The fine is not the outcome that the city wants. The fine is not the outcome. If you look at developed countries, they don't collect a lot of traffic fines, right? That's not the primary agenda of doing smart cities. So, to come back to your question, a lot of data that needs to be, so as much data as can be processed at the edge and decisions can be made at the edge, that's going to make for a more efficient city or any ecosystem, any subsystem if you talk about it. But at the same time, you will also need to have enough. So the model will be a lot of, any localized decision can be done at the edge. But if you need to look for patterns, and if you want to run deep analytics and make decisions which are long term, not in real time, but which have long term implications, then a centralized model where data, just the necessary feed, the intelligence comes back, the intelligence repository is central, and then you can look at massive amounts of data, look for patterns, and then make decisions to change processes. For example, if somebody cuts a red light at 11 o'clock in the night in a particular part of town, you want the decision of whatever to be done, that car should not cross the next red light also, right? So you need that decision to be in real time within the next 5 kilometers. But if you want to say that, for example, this particular area of Gurgaon is more prone to traffic violations versus another part of Gurgaon, and therefore you need more traffic wardens and cops in this part of Gurgaon versus the other part of Gurgaon. Or, from a crime statistic point of view, you can see that there is, and this is something we are doing real time in some of our cities, we can now tell from looking at data that certain parts of the city, in certain time windows is more unsafe than some other parts of the city. This we can already do, right? So, and if you look at the broader data worldwide, there's a 40% reduction in crime if you do predictive policing, as they call it. So you want to do predictive policing, it can't be an edge decision. You have to look for patterns and you have to have intelligence in the command and control centers. But when a crime happens on the spot, then you need a cop or a petrol van or whatever to go to that place immediately, right? If there's if I'm walking down the street and I get attacked, I need to be able to push a button on a smart pole that should alert the closest petrol van to come to me if I'm in distress at that place. Maybe I can call 100, maybe I can't. Maybe I'm only in a position to push that button. The petrol van in that direction closest petrol van should find me, or the closest ambulance should find me if I have a heart attack in my car. Let's say, isn't it? I don't want to be there, but if that happens. But if we know that on that street between 11 to 2 is when this happens every day in the night, then a petrol van can keep going up and down over So it's this decision. Anything real time at the edge, anything that needs analysis and process change and decision making at the center. That would be broadly what it is. And cities are already doing this. Indian cities are already doing this. It may not be very publicly known, but this is the data I used is from an Indian city, right? So
on that note, of course, Cisco has done a lot of smart city work globally as well, right? So what are the key differences you see with a good, let's say, an Indian city which has reasonably deployed a lot of maybe smart digital elements versus a global smart city, and what are the core elements which are naturally to be different, or vis-a-vis what are some of those other elements which India could possibly borrow from some of those global smart city deployments?
So I think the thinking is, everybody has the end goal is very clear. Right? The end goal is on a sustainable city focused on living index of the citizen. Priorities differ from city to city. It happens in India as well. So for example, when we did Jaipur was very clear that for them tourism is a big thing. They had one persona they had was a tourist, right? So they had tourists as a big persona. They put a lot of effort around making sure that they had use cases which were tourist friendly in Jaipur. Not every city in India does it that way, right? So there is this prioritization is also different city to city. We are always in recommending that there is a base case of common things, because otherwise our cities will look very, very different. What is smart in Jaipur will not be smart in Bangalore, will not be. So there should be a common criteria of what every citizen wants, right? Finding parking space, having good waste management systems, crimes, so, traffic management systems that ease congestion, pollution sensors. So there's some common themes that all of us want, irrespective of what cities we live in. And then there are the 20% change flavors of what it is. I think we can do a bit more work in that space. And also the way that we are organized. A lot of international cities have the mayoral system, where the mayor you can have multiple silos, but for a city there's a centralized decision making that happens. I think maybe that's another space that we can do a bit more coordination and collaboration. I think we tend to have, for example, smart lighting is a electricity board conversation. Smart, so we do see these silos very often, which are, and I'm not saying it's perfect or good or bad others, but I'm just saying from an Indian standpoint, these are two things perhaps that we need to definitely get over. And I don't think the conversation about cyber has still arrived. I think that's broadly, not just in the smart city space, but in general, I think we are still, we don't have a privacy, our privacy bill is still heading to Parliament, right? So cyber on one side and privacy on the other side are both two sides of the same coin. So I think we have a bit more work to do in terms of making sure not just how about having secure transactions in cities, but also about privacy of data of citizens. I think this is another element that is still a maturing conversation. So not making any comparisons, but just from an India standpoint, I think these are three areas that need a little bit more broader consultation and clear thinking around.
Okay, good. So I am from Jaipur, so good to know about the tourism persona. I hope the Jaipur city becomes a classic example for other cities to follow as well. So I'll not go to the cyber part, and maybe just one last question from my side, and we will open it up for audience. I'm sure they will have a lot of questions to you as well, or maybe to me. Now, one of the other themes today has been $1 trillion digital India, right? The $1 trillion revenue or $1 trillion digital opportunity. How, besides the usual GDP, how do we bring an additional $1 trillion of digital opportunity? There has been some reports and studies done on it. They have identified almost 9 themes of driving a $1 trillion digital opportunity. Many of those themes also focus around elements like elements of, say, a service delivery, efficient service delivery to the citizens. So it's around e-governance, it's around how do we make power supply equal, equitable, available 24/7 power supply to all the citizens. It also talks about rural areas like doubling the farmers' income, talks about e-education, and we have seen a lot of those e-use cases, even the e-citizen service delivery by the government. Now, a lot of these use cases are more service-driven, application-driven, SaaS-driven, which means the infrastructure plays, it's mostly inherently there will be a cloud play here, right? And infrastructure may be at certain location. So the concept of cloud becomes very integrated with the future smart city, right? Cannot be just infrastructure in isolation. When things and applications, and so many of these applications delivering the use cases are residing on cloud, there is data flowing through the cloud, data getting stored. I will keep the cyber part or the security part out since you have covered it. And Cisco has been more of a infrastructure focused or IT infrastructure focused firm, right? And of course it has a different strategy as compared to maybe Microsoft and others which are doing very heavy on cloud part of it. Though I know you are focusing a lot on Meraki and those components of cloud. But what is Cisco's view on the cloud adoption, and what is the integration of the infrastructure with the cloud?
Yeah, so the only thing we don't do, we are not a public cloud provider, you're right about that. But it's not a secret that many of the public cloud providers have our technology as part of their stack, and they also carry our products to market. Maybe that is not as openly known. But let me answer your question about the $1 trillion economy and maybe move from there and give you some examples of the work we are doing, and that will answer your question, I hope, Alek. So if you look at the $1 trillion plan, it's, for want of a better word, it comes from value creation because of the digitization of India. And in that, there are three or four big themes, and you talked about agriculture being one of them. And agriculture is a very simple one. 50% of our people are in agriculture. It only contributes, more than 50% of our people are in agri at this point. Less than 16% of the country's GDP comes from agriculture. And if you compare farmer incomes in India, $1,800 I think, and compare it to the Western world, if I look at the US, it's $83,000 plus in the US. So clearly, this is a conversation about improving productivity and farmer income, right? Productivity of our farms and farmer income. So this is a space we're doing some work in, so I have some real projects to talk about. And yes, you're right. So what we're doing in one of our projects is we've put in sensors, which is the edge part of it. So there are sensors in the farms. We're doing 2 crops in Kerala, paddy being one and prawn being the other. So it's an aquaculture conversation. And sensors are collecting data on the ground. But there's also satellite data, which is freely available from ISRO, which we are looking at. So it's soil data, there's weather data, all of that is being massaged and analyzed centrally. And that, it is consultative with the farmers because they actually send in pictures from crop infestations and so on and so forth. So there's a whole host of data being collected, being processed centrally. So data analytics run centrally. And that is being used by the Krishi Bhavan to then give advisories to the farmers. So the ecosystem is all of us who are technology players. There is the farmer and there is the Department of Agriculture and Krishi Bhavan who is part of it, and the IT department of the state as well, because they are ultimately they understand technology better than the Agri Ministry understands it, right? So Agri department understands it. Before and after, so they have a call center for farmers to call and ask for advice. Otherwise, they keep getting pictures and advice on their phones about what to do and what not to do. So, before and after the project, the incoming calls to the call center of the Krishi Bhavan asking for advice has gone up more than 40%. Because farmers have bought into this idea that this tech is, whatever analytics is, and weather has become very unpredictable. If you look at the space where we've done this project, Kerala has had floods every year and very unpredictable monsoons every year. So weather is changing. So all age-old wisdom systems have gone out for a toss. So the way to measure this is not to say we've done a great implementation and here's fantastic thing, but to say that is the advisory that Krishi Bhavan is giving, is there a pull for it? It's a push, but when it's a pull, it means there is some value in what was disbursed the previous time, and so somebody is calling in and saying, I'm seeing this, what do you want me to do? Right? Now in terms of the conversation about is it cloud, is it not cloud, there's the edge, there's a small data center which is the knowledge center of the government, and there is all this information lying in the repository of satellite images which is coming from a third-party center, right? So the concept of a cloud, and we call it cloud, but it's really not one cloud, right? It's not one data center. It's typically a collection of clouds, and it's a collection of public clouds, and nowhere in the world do we see one public cloud provider in any instance. Everybody uses more than one public cloud provider. They have their own data centers. And typically what they're looking for is a way to orchestrate everything from cloud to from edge to a multi-cloud world, right? So, and that's what we do. We don't play in the public cloud space, but what we do is help everybody make decisions about where should you do what. Should you do it at the edge? Should you do it in the data center? Should you do it in the public cloud? And irrespective of where you place your work, or your IT infrastructure, or your workloads, or your applications, how do you have sovereignty over this whole process? That's what we do as a company, right? We don't make suggestions that you only do public cloud, only do private cloud, or don't do one cloud versus another cloud. Our job is to advise customers on where is your work best done and best suited, and how do we help you gain end-to-end visibility of your process and of your outcome, and therefore manage for it and manage its security also. And have flexibility. You don't want to be locked anywhere, right? In your data center, in a service provider's data center. So how do you have flexibility to decide on the go where is what served best? So that's really what we do, Alik, as a company. And
got it.
Yeah.
Well, that's a fantastic example. Just to share, we have done a study somewhere last year where we are looking at which are those industry supply chains which are not completely digital, where there is a huge disintermediation happening today, a lot of disintermediaries, where there is a lot of loss of information happening or loss of money happening because of disintermediaries, which can actually be connected digitally, right? And what are those big $1 billion plus supply chain opportunities? So of course, farm to fork was one of those big themes. Healthcare delivery was another one. Insurance delivery to the farmers was another one. Those are all supply chains which are massive supply chains where there is a lot of opportunities to kind of remove the disintermediaries through the use of technology. And of course, a lot of ISVs are already creating very, very innovative solutions. India is a hub of startups and startups and unicorns, and there are excellent point solutions made by many people to bring it all together and solve the end-to-end problem. Each one of those could be really big problems to solve for the country.
yeah, and if you look at, manufacturing is another one, right? Same thing. We've got 16 to 18% of GDP, but if we have to become that 5 trillion economy, manufacturing has to be at least 25% of GDP. Now, the common thing between, and you'll say, what is it and what part of smart cities matters to this conversation? It's the mobility conversation, right? So, if I know this session was initially supposed to be mobility, but you can't get to manufacturing efficiency, or you can't get agri farm to fork to the $1 billion promise of farm to fork unless the logistics cost in India, which is currently between 14 to 15%, is brought down to 7 or 8% that it is in UK or US or China or Germany, right? So we have on the mobility side also a lot of work to be done. So these things are interconnected to each other as well. Talking about it's good to have an ambition in one particular industry, but the way that cities and urban centers and even rural centers are connected to each other has a big play in how our industries also become smarter, more efficient, and contribute to that 5 trillion goal. So, yeah.
Good, thanks Daisy. Before I pass it on to the audience for the question, slightly out of the course or out of the context question, since you represent Cisco, and Cisco is one of the largest technology companies, it's also one of the key clients for me personally as part of KPMG. What are Cisco's focus areas and priorities for the India market in the near short term, maybe next 1 to 2 years?
So, so we are working to the point about the digitization of India. We are doing a lot of work in manufacturing, agri, utilities, power and water. Cities, we've been on this journey for a while. Cities is a space we've been working in for 4 or 5 years now. But these are the newer spaces which are set for technology disruption, disintermediation, and it's work that we are doing. We've always worked with service providers, banks, and the government of India. Those have been for us. Those spaces are also changing. Technology is transforming, and people are rolling out in new business models enabled by technology in those spaces also. But I think the one I want to mention here is the non-traditional sectors, which really are ripe for disintermediation through technology, and there are some very interesting pilots that we are doing in each of these spaces that I mentioned. And we continue to push the envelope on the smart city side as well, because I don't think we are anywhere. Most cities that have got rolled out have only rolled out phase 1, and mostly they are not enterprise-wide, city-wide projects, right? So that conversation is still going on, but some of these newer areas, I think there's a lot of promise of technology solving problems at scale in this country. and some very interesting projects in those spaces on the ground. Getting potable water, frequency and quality of water delivery, that's one. How to, power leakage is another problem that we have very much in our country, sometimes by design, sometimes because of inefficiencies in legacy systems. That's the space we're working at. We're working in some of the airports on a very particular problem. If anybody's traveled by a plane, you know how much time it takes you to get to a gate and get away from a gate. So we're working on that. So a number of things in the space of transportation, utilities, agri, manufacturing. Not about selling to the CIO and the tech buyer, that we've always been doing, but really focused on some of the use cases that have, that are outcomes that these industries want or these sectors want. So that's what it is. But 4 things we do broadly as a company. The application space, because that's being reimagined. The whole cloud and application space is a focus. Cyber is a focus. Hybrid work, very topical right now, has always been a focus for Cisco. And yes, we are, if not the largest, one of the largest cybersecurity technology providers in the world. So that's the 4th space. But that's not the outcome, right? That's not what people want. So the outcome is through the lens of the domain that we focus on.
Okay, great. I'm opening it to the audience. If anybody has any questions, you can kindly raise your hand. We can have the mic come to you, and they can ask your questions. Yes, that's it. You have a question?
Yeah, I thought I would start. A quick observation and then a question. So you mentioned that there are a lot of silos in city leadership, and to try and overcome some of that, tomorrow, for instance, we have a full day which is a city leaders conclave. So we have city leaders coming in from different parts of the country, and the idea is for them to be able to sort of communicate with each other and different areas of leadership and try and break some of those silos. You mentioned mayors as well. It's well known that in India, mayors are not really very empowered. So in the past, we've had sister cities conclaves where, especially last year because of COVID, people were connected digitally. So we had city leaders who were connecting from different parts of the world with city leaders in India. And it was very clear, especially that the mayors in India are not very empowered. So clearly, if that were to be the case, then perhaps it would overcome some of these issues. In regards to a lot of the pilot projects that you mentioned, or projects that you mentioned in cities, or even in regards to agriculture or at airports, or from the point of view of safety, etc., how do those become scalable? How do those projects achieve scale so that they can actually be implemented in different parts of the country? And sorry, one more question. You also mentioned security, data security, and while you said that not to compare, but how does India compare with other parts of the world from a data security point of view for its citizens?
Yeah, so I think I'll give you a Cisco perspective, but I think it could work for anybody. One of the things when you do something very new in the world, very new in India as well, is it's, you can sit in a stage like this and talk about it, but till you get into a production pilot, as we call it, it's just talk. So when we started in cities, we started by building what we then called, I'm talking about 2015-16, the Golden Mile concept. So we set up Golden Miles by adopting a stretch of road and smartifying it, for want of a better word. For all of the areas we are focused on, we pick a client who has a problem to solve and then see whether we can craft a pilot that solves that problem. And that's it. And we do before and after, very tough, stiff. Even if the client is maybe a little bit easygoing, we do very stiff before and after measurements. Once we are able to prove that this is an idea that can work, then we take it on a roadshow pretty much, right? We call other people to the work you are doing. When we started in cities, we did the same thing. We brought in a lot of municipalities, city governance boards, etc. And we show and tell. We show them the pilot, and we ask them to talk to the end person who sponsored the pilot. And then usually people, when they see something live in front of them, working in a live environment, then they are a lot more convinced about taking maybe a more ambitious step themselves, or at least a subset of it themselves. And that's the way it happens. So For example, for many of the newer areas that I mentioned, our pilots are between 2 to 3 years old, but now you can start to see the green shoots of the conversation spreading and other people picking up. Like we started with 1 airport, then it went to 2, then it's gone to 3. We started with 1 port. So you start to see people who adopt. Otherwise, it's an idea, I think. And I think we must also put ourselves to the test of what we, because ecosystem readiness, like if I be very honest, as Cisco, we don't do everything ourselves, right? For example, in the agri project that I talked about, the ecosystem that looks at the satellite images and makes sense of it from an agri perspective is different. The sensor app, we don't make sensors, so there are sensor vendors, and sometimes we have ecosystems overseas, but they can't work in India. So we have to find a local ecosystem in India. The stakeholders, right? You need the IT department of the state, the agri department of the state, more importantly in that case the farmer. Because ultimately all of this is focused on making the life of the farmer easier, better, making their incomes better, their productivity per acre better. So if they are not part of the project, then this is what I said in terms of change management. They are not part, and you can do a technology project, and we've done many pilots in the past where we learned the hard way that if the primary stakeholder is not equally accountable and interested in the project, you can do all the projects we want, it will never create any sustainable change, since we're talking about sustainability. So that's one thing on building a pilot that's real, and then putting it to the test of what is the outcome it has achieved, and then scaling it. I think in terms of cyber, it's an ongoing conversation, so you have, but I think if COVID has done anything, it has actually spread our attack surface even more. Because earlier we used to be able to look at boundaried environments and create forts around it. But in a flat world, and with all of us sitting at home and accessing all kinds of things, workplaces we work or government or anything else, it's really flattened. And so we've had you can look at the CERT's report about the number of attacks that have happened in the last year. I think it's a 300% increase in attacks in India. The bad thing about cyber attacks is nobody talks about it because everybody is worried about their image So we are encouraging people to talk about it because, then the whole ecosystem can learn and guard and defend itself better. That's one. Big companies to small companies, there's a lot of awareness happening. Not just us, but government is doing a lot of awareness. Industry bodies are doing awareness. Providers like us are doing a lot of awareness exercises. And we're seeing it should be in the design of whatever you're building. It should be in the core design. It cannot be a bolt-on conversation. You talked about persona. As a person traverses through the day, which are the weak links of their interactions which could expose them, expose their data or expose the systems that they're connecting to. So it needs to be built into the core design. It cannot be an afterthought. I think that's the big shift, and we are conscious about it. And like I said, the other side of it is the whole data security, privacy, sovereignty conversation, for which the PDP bill is in consultation right now and heading to Parliament sometime soon. So India is definitely thinking in the right direction on that one. And people have had head starts. GDPR is already out there. There are models from which we can borrow, figure out what is working, not working also, because some can be very draconian, and for a developing country that needs to definitely grow at 8 to 9%, we need to make sure that, we don't regulate ourselves out of growth. So that is also in a flat world, right? So that's also very important.
Thank you. Yeah, in addition to personal security or cyber security, we've also seen with the Ukraine war that even nations can be susceptible to vulnerabilities in their own communications infrastructure.
Absolutely. You can shut down electric grids, you can shut transportation systems, etc. So if you digitize without paying attention to security, everybody, when you think about security, thinks about servers and laptops and my phone at best. They don't think that your access control, your air conditioner's got an Ethernet port. These types of things can get hacked and then bring your systems down. And there's a number of cases of governments being asked to pay ransom money to, allow their websites and things to work. So, there is an increasing line of thought that the next war will be fought in cyberspace and not in physical space, right? And we are definitely in that world at this point in time.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Maybe just last or last but one.
This is Zarina here, and I'm feeling, first of all, I'm feeling privileged to ask you a question in front of sitting over here. Ma'am, I just want to ask you out of box a question that we are talking about cyber security over here. There are so many protection security over here. We are talking about rural and urban development over here. There's one question always coming to my mind, that how can we use this kind of technology on that kind of VCS or against a hidden crime like human trafficking to stop this kind of to stop this kind of VCS technology, to using this type of technology to stop this kind of crime. So that a question come into mind.
Yeah, it's not a technology question, because tech can do whatever you want it to do, but it's a very it's a double-edged sword. So let me tell you what tech can do. Tech can today already make sure you have whitelisting, which means, let's say on the internet, you talked about trafficking, child pornography, all these types of things, right? You can put rules and policies out there, so you can whitelist. You can whitelist or you can blacklist, right? So, so as Cisco, we have one of the world's, probably the world's largest threat hunting tech called Talos. It's a before day zero. It can look at patterns and determine an attack of which kind is coming. So a lot of federal as well as large companies, everybody uses that. It can do whatever you want it to do. It can be used for good, it can also be used for bad. So where do you draw the line, right? The whitelisting is a great way of talking about it. So you can stop people from accessing certain websites. Sure, can you do it and using technology? Of course you can do it as technology. But it needs to be, it's not a technology decision, right? Then there's a question about freedom of the internet, etc., citizen rights in a democracy. That's a different conversation. So it's not, that's why I'm saying it's not a technology conversation. Tech can do, with the right policy, technology can enable anything, but the right policy, the right guardrails need to be in place. So we have to, and that's why I talked about the data privacy bill quite a bit. In the absence of a structure and framework and a guardrail, anybody can take it in any direction, right? So we get requests from governments for good things and bad things. Right? So, or from enterprises for good things or bad things. Is it right to check on an employee and every site they are, what is illegal? Yes. But should we be checking on what every employee is going to the internet for? Should we be doing that or not, right? So this is a question of what is right for an enterprise, what is right for a country or a government, and having a strong framework. Technology can enable any framework and stop many of these things. I'm sure you've seen the more public conversation around Apple, right? And the way that they're going to be reporting images, child pornography images. So tech is not a problem. Every company has the tech. But I think companies also need the right framework from governments and institutions to make sure that we also don't overthink, don't over-exercise our technological capabilities in unintentional ways.
Okay, yeah, maybe one last question, please. Yeah.
Good evening to both of you. This side Akash Dubey. My question is a quick observation on, like you have said, like connecting 1.4 billion people on an internet highway. So I just want to know, like, what's your perspective on the public Wi-Fi space? How public Wi-Fi spaces or like public Wi-Fi hotspots can create or bring a digital economy to, as we are talking about India, creating a 5 trillion economy. So what public Wi-Fi hotspot
can do in bringing that particular target, achieving the particular target. Meanwhile, giants like Facebook, Google has already failed in India providing public Wi-Fi space. How public Wi-Fi spaces can achieve that particular target of bringing in like rural areas to the digital world, and the government has now initiated a scheme known as PM-WANI. What that can do to bring the rural areas and connecting the rural people to the digital economy?
Yeah, so I think this budget mentions BharatNet, right? BharatNet is you can think about it as every state is building out their own part of the BharatNet, but ultimately that will be India's internet highway. But the last mile, the question you're asking is about last mile, and the last mile connectivity can be public Wi-Fi, or maybe it is 5G. Maybe it is 5G, right? So I know in India 5G auctions are still 12 to 24 months away, but there are two options for us. We can either do public Wi-Fi for last mile, or we can do 5G. And frankly, that is the promise of 5G, because 5G will not be as complicated. You know, India has been fantastic. India leapfrogged laptop and went straight to mobile. So maybe the answer is for citizens, maybe 5G will be the answer. But for enterprises, small businesses, etc., it will be a combination of 5G plus public Wi-Fi, right? It will be, so citizens, I think 5G, but for like the village knowledge center will need Wi-Fi. Right?
Yeah.
That's how it's built.
So actually it's, maybe just to add to this, see this, it will not be a one size fits all solution. For urban areas and we have seen how quickly India as a country has moved from 3G to 4G, right? And 4G, suddenly with 4G, so many use cases have opened up which were never really there in case of 2G and 3G. But at the same time, there are 300 million users who are still using 2G. So the challenge with Wi-Fi in the urban areas has been largely around monetization. Right? They have not been able to monetize it sufficiently. People don't want to pay for it. So which means the monetization does not have to be from the customer, but from other sources of advertisements or from telcos. So the drive for public Wi-Fi in urban areas would be really dependent on how that monetization problem gets solved. The answer for rural could be different. With BharatNet and with the rural use cases around hospitals getting connected, schools getting connected, post office getting connected, community centers getting connected, village level entrepreneurs coming to teach people how to use internet over a Wi-Fi. There are some alternate solutions being made by companies which are specially tailored only for making a rural Wi-Fi work at a much cheaper price of the overall deployment as compared to an urban Wi-Fi. So it's likely that the rural may see a different use case driving public Wi-Fi vis-a-vis the urban centers.
Yeah, so I don't want to underestimate the monetization conversation. Some of the examples you mentioned are classic, have failed not because of technology but because of the monetization conversation, right? So what BharatNet is expected to do is drive a number of use cases to rural India primarily. That's education, healthcare, citizen services are the three big ones, and maybe agri and some of those other things. But whatever it is, there needs to be a monetization even at the edge, because ultimately I'm not sure that the government can indefinitely continue to fund the project, right? So at some point, and that's why the value perception of the end stakeholder is very, very important in this conversation. So in India, driving to the bottom of the pyramid is always about two things: affordability and ease of use. And you know, in that space, our work with Reliance is an excellent example. It was the first world over IP network that we built. But what it did for Reliance is Jio to be able to then make it affordable for every Indian almost to be able to afford a phone, right? May not be a smartphone, but definitely a phone. And it did then create a ripple effect in terms of telecom affordability in the country. But it comes down to monetization, and both will coexist. I mean, to the point that Alec is making, both will coexist. If you are in that space, you have to think about the monetization element technology, Wi-Fi 6 is already on the go. And the other thing which we also have to, from a tech point of view, if you are a player in tech and working with tech in your use case, open roaming is still a conversation in India, right? The ability to switch from 5G to Wi-Fi may be a bit technical, but what it means is seamlessly when I walk into a place with public Wi-Fi, my phone should switch to Wi-Fi. And when I go out from a place where public Wi-Fi is not there, it should switch to 5G. This in India is still not a reality. In many markets, this is a reality. So that also is a monetization conversation, because the telecom network is owned by the SP, the public Wi-Fi network is owned by the government, owned by you, owned by some other service provider, right? So this ecosystem marriage also has to happen if monetization has to work.
Some of the organization, I'm forgetting the name, they have already set up the open roaming standard, and you come to them, you become part of them, and like open roaming, as you said.
So we are the proponent of open roaming worldwide. Okay. At Cisco, we first talked about open roaming. Okay. It may have different versions in different places, but we're a very strong proponent of open roaming. But I think in India, there's still some work. This is about ecosystems who are competing, necessary to collaborate also. That is the other thing about the new world. The world of digital, nobody can do it all by themselves. So people who have traditionally seen each other as competitors may also have to come together for the greater good of both parties. And open roaming is one such conversation.
As I'm working on PM Vani project. So in past 12 months, we are just, as you both people said, monetization. So we are just figuring out how public Wi-Fi can be monetized, so that if someone is taking, installing the device and taking bandwidth for someone, and if it starts selling, will it be a benefit for that particular person? So we are just figuring out that from past 12 months only, whether public Wi-Fi hotspots can be a business model can be sustainable or not. That's I have given the example like Facebook, Google, they all are failed.
I'll be very happy to listen to you if you crack the code on that one.
Oh, definitely, if we can, then I will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, gentlemen, all of you for listening patiently. We are already at top of the hour. We ran longer, but I think it was an absolute pleasure listening to you, Daisy, for all the perspectives that you have shared, not only for me, but I'm sure for everybody here. Thank you very much, Daisy, for your time.
My pleasure being here.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your perspective and how technology can actually be leveraged towards solving the problems of today towards creating a better tomorrow. May I request Mr. Dhruv Bahel, the Director, Exhibitions India Group, to kindly present a token of appreciation and gratitude to both our speakers.
Play the video.
Yeah, after that. So how technology can be actually leveraged in optimizing resources, in bringing in greater cost efficiency, making India smart, digital, connected, driving a more inclusive, sustainable, climate-sensitive growth for India, and breaking the silos. We'll have a group photograph with the three of you, and then we'll have the message. We'll be closing the day with the message by Honorable Minister. Thank you. So as we said, the Honourable Minister was supposed to join us, and it would have been really enriching to know his views, especially this was a session where we had the future of mobility, and the Honourable Minister sounds very passionate about the EVs, and we heard that the future is going to be more shared, connected and electric. Unfortunately, he's not been able to join, but he has sent across a message. If you can play the message, please.
Namaskar. It is a pleasure for me to interact with you. India is the fastest growing economy, and for that reason we need to develop the technology of 21st century. I really appreciate in the exhibition the way in which you are developing, particularly the smart city vision for the country. we need smart cities as well as smart and very, very important infrastructure for development India up to the world standard. I am really happy the vision in which we are all working 100%, it is going to create more employment potential and growth for India. The most important sectors, water, power, transport and communication, our progress is very good. I feel that about the future planning, we need to use futuristic technologies. For that reason, we need more research and presentation of new technology to the stakeholders. I am really happy with this exhibition and the convention. 100% it is going to qualitatively contribute for our vision for development of new India, and appreciate the role of all industry and the organization which are organizing this great function, and I am giving my best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
So we thank the Honourable Minister in absentia for his very inspiring message. As you could see, this was a message which he recorded. He's in the aircraft only going in for the swearing-in ceremony at Uttarakhand. So thanking him. With that, a big thank you to all the participants and delegates. It's been a long day for all of us, but thank you for being here and being very active participants in all these discussions and deliberations. Tomorrow morning, we are going to be starting at 10 o'clock, and that's the City Leaders Conclave. We look forward to having you tomorrow joining us in the conversations. Thank you and have a great day ahead.